Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's Pre-Market Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this Wednesday pre-market prep. I've got some new friends in the background. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, Dennis Dick with you this morning. What are we talking about, guys? We're talking about Bitcoin, more Bitcoin stocks, 13F. So I want to hit on the Berkshire Hathaway 13F from last night, see what stocks Warren Buffett bought and what stocks he sold last quarter. We got a couple of earnings on our radar, but we know you don't care about that, right? Spotify was this morning. Not Spotify, sorry. Shopify was this morning. Unless I can't get my calendar straight. Yeah, Shopify. I don't know why I wrote Spotify there. Wix.com, Wingstop, RingCentral. But we know what you want. We'll stick to the high-flying crypto stocks today. Our guest is Christian Fromhertz. He is the founder and CEO of the Tribeca Trade Group. He will join us at 8:35. In between now and then, hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit share, tweet at us, like us, do all that good stuff on the social. Joel, how are we doing this morning?
We're basically flat, Spencer. We had a nice range overnight. Found resistance just above that all-time closing high, 39.31 at 32.25. Had a little dip, 39.13. That was through yesterday's low, but the buy the dippers came in again, and just trading up a buck here at 28.75. Crude traded in the 61 handle, 61.26 at your high, trading up 89 cents at 60.94. Some problems in Texas are really restricting supply. So here we go. Got a nice run in oil. Gold's looking heavy down here, under $1,800, traded down $9, 17.89.70. That old important 17.70.80 area, that's shaking like a leaf. Silver, that's going the same way, unfortunately. That's down 11.5 cents at 27.20. Bitcoin, not a failed breakout yesterday, not for now. That open interest is staying up there. It's up $2,555 and $51,480. Wow. Triple D, 13 Fs, some earnings.
Yeah.
Where would you like to start?
It was one of those nights. It was pick-off Denny night. I know when you're running market-making programs and you're on 13F night, you should back off. But I'm like, boom, short Verizon. Boom, short Chevron. Boom,
you
short
shorted
Exxon.
Stocks?
Boom, short Exxon.
Shorted stocks?
You short stocks. All within about 2 seconds. I was short for. So here's within like 1 second. I'm short Verizon. I'm short Chevron. I'm short Exxon. Short XLE because it's full of Chevron. All boom, 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 boom. I was like, oh. I'm like, I don't even have to look at the headline, but I know who that is. I'm like, so I just immediately turn around and lift the next offer that's right beside me. And, if you're quick, you can be caught on the wrong side of the news. Verizon, I think I got short like 54.5. I go to lift like the 54.60. I get filled like 54.40 because somebody else has come in and say, oh, what's going on? And they'll sell it there. And obviously, I had an inkling that, when you see moves like that, boom, 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 it's Buffett. Covered the Chevron immediately, covered the XLE immediately. Somehow, barely lost money. So that's just knowing you're on the wrong side of the trade and immediately reacting and saying, I'm caught. And I bet Buffett just reported in his 13F that he's long all these stocks that I just shorted. So I got picked off by the news algo. And luckily got out quickly because Verizon now up $2.33. Wow. Chevron now up $3.87. I turned around and bought MMC. But then it got silly. It went all the way to 120. I did not get out up there. I tried. I just missed it. And anyways, it's come back down. It's not up nearly as much, which is actually surprising because smaller company. But, man, Buffett moves stocks.
You put a nail in that oil coffin maybe a little bit too soon yesterday. You and Warren are on opposite ends of this trade here.
I don't even know what I said.
Oil stocks?
I have no idea what I said. I said I hate oil stocks long term. I have no idea where they're going short term.
Okay.
So did they go up yesterday? Yep.
I'm just talking about Warren long term thinks they're going up. Just opposite sides.
Oh yeah, long term. Yeah, if he's buying Chevron, he obviously does. I think he's on the wrong side of the trade. I'm not a fan of oil stocks at all, but he wants to come in. But let's be honest, 45 days ago, where was Chevron? 45? Well, I guess Chevron was hanging in the same area, 85, 87, 88. So he's coming in. He's a value guy. Okay, yep. Verizon, PE. We talked about Verizon.
That's crazy for this to be up this much, Dennis. That is crazy. $2.30 made a new low of the move yesterday. That's a big move.
But this market is all about moves getting overdone. I mean, that's what this market is about. You know, it's going to get said on CNBC 100 times today that he bought Verizon and Chevron. Every time they say it, there's other people, oh, wow, I got to go buy that. So, yeah, I completely agree. It's overdone, but just come in and fade the move. Like, to full, I shorted those stocks, not because Buffett. As soon as I heard Buffett was long, I turned around and covered them for whatever, I can get out on. And if you're really quick, you can often, on a Verizon, Chevron, you can get out without too much damage.
Correct.
Like I said, somehow I barely lost anything, which is incredible considering I'm way on the wrong side of the trade. I should have turned around and got long them all, but I was just happy I didn't get destroyed. So, anyways,
you think there's enough? I know Verizon's trade. I haven't checked the volume here yet in Verizon. It's probably pretty good, but boy, there's going to be, especially with 418,000. I mean, where did you close yesterday? There's going to be a lot of paper in the book to get this thing up here. I'll just look at 56.5 to 57. The pre-market highs at 56.5. There was another high at 57. I mean, we settled on we made a new low at 53.83. So you got to chew through the paper and all the 54 handle, all the 55 handle, half of the 56 handle. Boy, oh boy, it's going to take a lot of buying. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be buying this thing off the open and then have it go like even a nickel against me. Don't know about shorting it, but man, oh man. 57, that looks like a good level too. And then you mentioned CVX. That's a little bit thinner of a stock. That one got the initial spike to 98 and then backed off. So let's get back up to 98 in this one. Take that out for the move to continue. You even look like you have a selling interest here just above 97, over the last 45 minutes.
So it wasn't just those two stocks, though.
Sure.
He did take a new stake, as you mentioned, in Chevron and Verizon. Also took a new stake in Marsh and McLennan. Ticker is MMC. Wow. That one popped, but the move was over in like a second.
I traded it. I was part of the pop, so because I got burned, and I saw MMC, and I bought this thing over 116, so I paid up for it a little bit. It went to 120 literally 10 seconds after I bought it. It went 120 bid for like 1,500 shares. I tried to hit it, but it went really fast, and then I had to Then you're like, okay, it's not going back to 120, but you're looking at a 116 bid down there, and you're trying to work the order. So you do your best to work out of what you can, and it actually went all the way down to 115. I had sold most of it by then, but I was thinking about rebuying a whole pile. Like somebody was 115 offer and they just wouldn't move. But then I'm like, do they know something? Is something else happening here? Is this going to be like one of those screw the Buffett buyer trades? You start questioning it. The MMC would not move. Somebody sold like 10,000 shares at 115, which is huge for this stock after hours. It was like 1,000 shares, and it was just sitting there and refreshing.
Refreshing on you?
Yeah. So I'm just looking at it. I was like, well, I'm not selling it down here, the rest of the stock I had. But I'm like, I'm not going to buy more. I should have bought more because it's 116. It's over 116 here this morning. But again, this is light volume.
You don't know. Yeah.
Well, you do kind of. You say you don't know. You kind of have, quantitative edges that usually when Buffett buys a stock, it goes up a little bit. I mean, if Verizon's going up 4% and Chevron's going up 4%, why not MMC up 4%, which will put it in that 118, 119 area? So I wouldn't be selling it here, but, funny things happen. This is not getting as much headlines as the Verizon and Chevron, even though it's a thinner stock and you think it could go more. But they're not talking about it as much. So,
this is different too, because this one is pretty close to all-time high, right? So, it hit just over one. Actually, that was really.
I don't think they care. It's just a thicker. It's a stock that doesn't move as much. So it's a good point you're making there. It's not a high beta on MMC.
It got to 120.22, and the all-time high is 120.97. So there you go. You snuck into the 120 handle. Any other? Oh, we don't care about what people sell, right?
Well, no, here I do want
to
keep going on that. Sell. So those are his 3 new stakes, right?
Yeah.
A new stake meaning he did not own these stocks at the end of Q3. He bought them in Q4. He raised his stakes in T-Mobile, so that's a new stake in Verizon. Raised stake in T-Mobile, so he's betting on telecoms there.
Yeah.
Raised his stake in Merck, AbbVie, and Bristol Myers, so betting on healthcare.
Yeah.
And also raised his stake in Kroger, KR.
Ooh, let's go Kroger.
Betting bullish, bullish healthcare, bullish telecoms, bullish staples, right?
Again, and then you think about 13Fs and you're like, oh, yeah, well, what everybody else do? It really doesn't matter what, from my experience, it really doesn't matter what anyone else does. At least in the last year or two. It's Buffett, and then there's obviously you have Einhorn, you have Loeb, you have everybody reporting, but the only ones that really get the headlines is Buffett. He gets 90% of it. So you see other stocks, and somebody took a big stake in Macy's. It's down. I mean, it doesn't care. It's what people care about is Buffett on these 13F filings. If it's a random day, then they care about other ones. But when it's on 13F day, it's like everybody's waiting for the Buffett one, and that's what they're trading. And you're absolutely right. Nobody cares what he's selling. They only care what he's buying. It's the same thing with SEC filings. It's the same thing with Cathie Wood. And we look at her ARC buys. We never talk about her sells because you know what? The stocks that she sells typically don't go down. The only ones that go down are the ones that people are anticipating she's going to buy, and then she doesn't buy it. So, I mean, and it's like Palantir last night. We're all anticipating that Cathie is probably going to buy Palantir. It's a big down day. She likes buying the dip. She's bought the stock before. I'm like, I'm in it too. Last night I was like, I'm in it. I'm trading it. I traded a lot. I was trading actively last night. I must have been in and out of it 3 or 4 times. But I wanted to be in it when that email came through because I'm like, I think she's probably bought Palantir, and there was a lot of other people that thought that too. And it is the case. She bought, I think, 1.5 million shares, so it is up this morning on that.
Yeah.
I already sold my Palantir too, so I can talk about it freely. I sold into the Cathie pop here this morning.
That one day that's not going to work, and you're going to get burned. But
why?
You're front running a.
You're not front running. You're not. There's no front running. Front running is actually it's such a term that everyone uses. I hear people using it on CNBC. Just to clarify,
you're right.
For newer listeners out there, official front running is when you have a brokerage and the broker trades ahead of their client's orders. That's what front running is. So you could say I'm getting ahead of it. I'm trying to anticipate it. It's anticipatory trading is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm anticipating that she might buy that. And there's money to be made there. Whoever did that last night is up 2.3% here right now. I mean, Goldman helps it too. They upgraded it, but it would have been up with Cathie regardless. So yeah, you're anticipating. It's a better choice of words. Sorry.
Okay, no, you're right. And then just
because front running is illegal and you go to jail for that. So I don't want to go to jail. I'm not front running anything here.
I know you said we don't care about the sales, but just to finish it up, he did trim his stake by a hair in Apple. Now he only owns 5.4% of the company. Excuse us. Cut his stake in Wells Fargo and exited his stake in J.P. Morgan and M&T Bank. So he's he's
out of J.P. Morgan.
Yeah, bullish telecom and healthcare, bearish banks. He also.
What about Bank America?
Didn't see any changes there. He also got out of Pfizer, which is interesting, and got out of Barrick Gold. So he's out of Barrick Gold. But
he's out of gold. This gold.
Did he buy Bitcoin?
No, I didn't see anything about that. No, I was wondering that myself actually.
I don't think he can get one.
Wondering if he was going to buy Bitcoin. That would have been like.
Considering Charlie isn't a fan, I don't think he's going into it anytime soon. Maybe the new guys when Charlie and Buffett aren't running the show. Maybe then they'll buy Bitcoin. But okay, so lots of movement off the 13Fs.
Yep.
Lots of movement off Cathie again with Palantir. Let's move on. Do you want to do the couple of earnings stocks? I mean, we had about 50 stocks report. There's not that many interesting ones, but there's a few.
Shopify is interesting.
Always interesting.
Yeah, to me. So
Ooh.
Q4
huge run into the report too.
Q4 EPS $1.58 versus $1.25. Sales of $977 versus $910 million. So they beat on their EPS and their sales. Gross merchant volume exceeded $41 billion in the fourth quarter, reached $120 billion for the year. Subscription sales up 53% year over year.
It's a great quarter. The money, again, we give strategies on this show a lot, and I've given out this strategy for 7 years since we've been doing the show. The money is made buying them ahead of these reports and selling them before they report. This stock has run from $1,100 to $1,474 in a week and a half. That's a huge run-up. So it's anticipated that probably if you're buying call, they might blow it away and it's going to go higher. The easy money was already made. The easy money was made. People anticipating, again, there's that anticipatory trade that continues to work. Anticipating that Kathy might buy Palantir, money made. Anticipating that people might buy Shopify ahead of the earnings. Didn't really go up the last 3 days, but definitely had. So it had a little earlier run than they normally do because it ran a week and a half. But if you look a week to 2 weeks before a stock reports a well-known name, they typically run up ahead of the report. Obviously, you got to consider market factors involved in that, but other things being equal, they typically show relative strength ahead of the reports.
Wow, what confluence here on this pop. You had the all-time high on the 10th at 14.9975, and on that pop, I mean, you had to be quick. It got to 99.5, and then fell apart. So there, you have 1,500. We're down 39. That's a big level. I'm looking at these three lows in the same area, and it's really hard to pinpoint numbers with, a $1,400, $1,500 stock. But this 1430 area is of interest to me, and it's just below the pre-market low. If it takes that out, I don't know. There's a little bit too much downside here for me to be picking up pennies at 1430. I mean, what are you going to risk? $5-10? I mean, that doesn't even take you down to the 4-day low. But that's my area of interest. Yeah, over the next couple days, let's see if it can hold 1430.
Let it digest. Trading the stock after reports earnings. I mean, sometimes I'll report when I think it's run up a lot, and then it gets the pop on the report, and you fade to that because you think it's probably going to come back in. I didn't do it on this one last night, but it was a nice setup to do that, so you were rewarded if you were so inclined to take a short position. But apparently a lot of our listeners can't even short stocks, so I just found out this morning. I did not know. Kevin O'Leary is just on CNBC, says you can't short stocks in Robinhood. I just asked my Twitter chat there. I did not know that. I did not know that you cannot short stocks in Robinhood. I mean, I've never log into a Robinhood account. It's just interesting. It never came up in conversation. So I did not know that you cannot short stocks in Robinhood. I wonder everybody on Reddit hates shorting. They can't do it. Maybe we should let them do it and they wouldn't hate it so much.
We have 1,700 people here. How many people, if you're in Robinhood, put an R. If you're on Webull, put a W.
That's good.
And if you're on a other platform,
put other.
Yeah, other.
So we got R for Robinhood, W for Webull, and O for other.
And if you're on both, put RW or WR.
RW. And then where it's think it's a ticker symbol, and then we'll do the analysis on RW. Lots of Robinhood, lots of Webull. But mostly Robinhood and Webull. There's some others in there. IB. A lot of those others are IB, I bet you.
Oh man, it's hard to look at that. That's too fast.
That's good though. No, I would say it was like 2/3 R's and W's. So there's a sink or swim in there too,
most people in our chat have more than one account. So I'm seeing a lot of O's. I'm seeing a lot of O's. I'm seeing a lot of.
It's always good, if you are getting serious about trading, I think you should always have two accounts, because what if one goes down? What if you have technical issues? At least you can go to the other account and at least hedge yourself or do something. You're in a position that's tanking. At least, you could hedge yourself. There's different ways to go about it. I mean, or I guess you don't short stocks, but, I just always think I always want to have a backup in case something, happens ugly. So like the technology does fail, not just at Robinhood, it fails everywhere. Once or twice a year, you're going to see a brokerage, have an issue, some type of issue. Even some of the better ones, they still have issues here and there. So connectivity, you might even have, I always say, with me, have a backup internet connection too, if you're really serious. So you don't have the outages there. But I mean, it depends how serious you are about your trade. If you're making 1 or 2 trades a day, it's not a big deal. You're doing, dozens of trades a day, it's a bigger deal. If this is your full-time job, invest in your full-time job.
Dennis, remember when we had the T1 line at the Bright office? Just the pipes going right into the exchange.
Satellite going up on the roof of the Wyatt building.
Snowing. Oh, it was snowing.
Go get the snow, Joel. Get the snow shovel. Hit the snow off that satellite. We don't have any quotes on First Alert here right now.
Joe would have to go up to the roof.
Joel, we sent Joel up there with the step ladder and the snow brush and hit the snow off that satellite dish and make sure you don't knock the satellite dish over while you're doing it, or
a little bit to the right.
Yeah, more. Yeah, that was fun back in the day. Now it's easy. Just get an internet connection, you're good to go. They're all fast. You don't need anything crazy. You just need
do it from your phone, man. Right? You these internet.
I trade on my iPad too. But I've always got the 2 accounts because if one goes down, you need a backup just in case. But again, I'm doing this as a full-time job. I don't have a day job. Trading is my day job, so you got to invest in your day job.
And on the note of Robinhood, just PSA that the House hearing is tomorrow at noon. They're going to be grilling executives from Robinhood, from Citadel, from Melvin Capital, from Reddit. So we will be streaming that on our channel. And it's going to be a several-hour affair, we think, though we don't really know, but noon Eastern tomorrow. So I would hope that we're going to learn a little bit more about what all went down.
Are we going to hear about the evil short seller?
We might. I don't know.
Why are people allowed to short stocks?
I'm surprised
you're not American. Why should you be able to bet against America?
You just said they're not allowed to short stocks.
No, I know. I guess they're not. So I guess
there we go.
They're just going to eliminate short selling, and then we'll just have bubbles everywhere, and everybody will be happy. So
maybe.
Yeah. All right. Next.
Okay.
People want to know what brokers I use. I've got Ready Plus, Thomson Reuters, that clears through Goldman, and I have Interactive Brokers. And then I got my Canadian retail, like long-term, like BMO, Bank of Montreal, and Scotia. So I actually have a few. Those are like longer-term stuff, though.
I've got Fidelity and very small account of Webull, since we're on the share.
What about you, Joel?
TradeStation, Thinkorswim.
Oh, Joel's got a few.
Wow.
I don't want. I got
That's fine.
Other accounts. I don't want to mention
secret accounts. Okay.
Every time Vegas says every time I short a stock, a small child cries. That was fun.
Let's go. Let's move on. People are getting bored.
Okay, so let's talk stocks. Let's go
every
ticker time.
So every day I
ticker time at 8:23.
Every day I go into my Benzinga Pro Movers tool, and every day the top stocks on my up filter are stocks I've never heard of, right?
Yeah,
like small cap stocks that I've never heard of before, or that I've heard of.
That's everybody's top filter,
right? It's crazy. Like yesterday it was CAN and SOS, and they're up again this morning. Today it's like Aqua Metals, right? Some small cap stock I've never heard of, and then SRAX, which we're familiar with because they sponsored the crypto special back in 2018, I think. They're back, baby, and so it's just weird. What
about Load? You didn't give Load the love.
I didn't mention Load, right? LODE, right?
The EV headline. That's all you need. Get a headline. Oh, we're getting a lithium battery. Something about lithium batteries. That's good enough for the news algos.
Yep.
Bye. 225 to 10 this morning. I think this thing hit 10.
It did. Got over 10 and 2 brackets starting to fade now. So I think you can maybe bring your offer off 10 there if you're trying to sell that today. Who knows? But kind of even looks like it. Just 15-minute bar. It's like trying to find support here at 760. We'll see.
Basically, if you're seeing a smaller company with a random headline and it says blockchain, crypto,
EV.
Bitcoin, EV, or pot, Those are the ones that the algos are all over. Those are the buzzwords. You got those in there, and you just got a random headline. You have some company that wasn't potentially into this stuff before, but all of a sudden is. You got Comstock Mining, which is probably a mining stock, now saying lithium, that's a buzzword. That'll get it going. So, and these companies, don't kid yourself, kind of know what the buzzwords are too. I mean, yeah, they're getting into these businesses, but they make sure a lot of times that the buzzwords are in the initial headline as well, because they know. The news algos will rip them on those buzzwords.
You still got your LTHM?
I do. I sold half of it, though.
Man,
where is it? I haven't looked at it for a while.
22.77.
Yeah, I sold half of it. Right? I don't even know where I sold it. I was over 20 because we bought this with Jason around like. Well, you said it came from Gina originally. I didn't hear it from Gina though. I heard it from Jason.
Years ago, Dennis.
Years ago. I heard it from Jason on this show, and he got it from Gene. $5 is when I bought it. So it's been a good one. I have lithium. I have 2 lithium plays. I have LAC as well. So, and that's been a good one too, although that's off the highs, but it's trying. I sold half of both of them because locking some money, you don't know when the party ends, so I locked a little bit in. It's always the wrong move though. It seems like in this market.
Always a wrong
We got
move.
a
It seems like it in this market because they just go higher.
Yeah, we're being asked about BFLY, which is Kathy Wood's been buying.
Oh yeah, she bought that last night.
That's an interesting chart there.
But
boy.
Yeah. This is a recent IPO, right?
Going back.
Let's look at the Kathy email from last night, which was late again. Kathy.
She's got a business to run, man.
She's got followers though. We're all waiting patiently. Kathy, 6:30 is when she was always right on time. And last night it didn't come till, let's see the time.
I can't believe you're complaining.
7:50. It didn't come till 7:50. So anyways, yeah, BFLY was when you get these smaller ones, those are the ones that really move. So BFLY was in there. That was a new one that we hadn't seen for a while. SGFY was the other one. That one, what's that one doing? That was move. Oh yeah, it's up $6. Woo woo, Kathy.
I never heard of that.
Okay, so
it's only been out there 3 days.
To answer the listener's question, I'm just reading this from Benzinga Pro. Butterfly Network, digital health company working towards democratizing medical imaging by making it accessible for everyone around the world to contribute to the. That's just all corporate speak. They have a groundbreaking single probe whole body point of care ultrasound solution. So it's a medical imaging company.
That's BFLY.
Yeah, boy, 22 to 24, 22 to 24. Look at that.
Was this a SPAC? I'm just looking because it traded at like that $10 area for so long, and then it blew.
It did.
It looks like that's a SPAC trade. That looks like a SPAC move.
Yeah,
back in November.
You're right. It does look like a SPAC.
Anybody know if that was a SPAC? It sure looks like a SPAC. Yeah, it was.
That's why the Benzinga Pro headlines are off because.
Oh, this is LGVW.
Because they had the ticker.
No, I didn't know that. This is the new LGVW. I traded this all the time. I did not know that.
Yeah. See, I can't even keep these straight. I was on SPAC all week. Yeah, Longview Acquisition. That's why the tickers aren't in there.
Man, they changed stuff around so much.
Yeah, I know. I can't keep up with it.
Yeah, LGVW. I have to change that and put that in my universe. So she's been buying LGVW. So this is not a new buy for her then, because
she's been buying at 22. She's been
buying LGVW.
She's standing there at 22, saying, "Come and get me." And let's see.
That's Kathy. That's the Kathy floor right there. She's backing up the truck right there at 22. We wonder, when we see a chart like that, we're like, oh, there's a big buyer there at 22. I wonder who that could be.
Should I do that? Is that okay to do this? To put this?
Say the Kathy bid. We don't know when the Kathy bid's done though. Is the problem? So right now you got the Kathy bid there. I think it's okay, Joel. I think it's funny.
Okay, 24. You got a sneaky seller here. 24, 24, 24, and then they said, okay, you know what? I want to see what happens when this gets above 24. And they let it go to 24.80, and they said, sell me 2 million down to 24. And then they sold 2 million down to 24, and it closed at 22.50. So, 24 is still significant to me. It did pop over there, but man, that 24.80 is kind of an outlier. We'll see what happens if it gets back up to 24 today.
Next,
hey,
let's go. The other Kathy by SGFY. This
Signify?
one I believe is a new one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only been out there 3 days.
Oh, really? Oh, boy.
Yeah, not
3
a lot of
days
data.
are-
Kathy doesn't care if it doesn't have a lot of data. She likes it. She bought 360,000 shares yesterday, so that's like a pretty good size buy.
This is really preliminary information here, but
it's only 3 days, so it's hard.
Yeah,
to get technical on
$35. Give me a look at. I mean, if you're buying here,
that's 41 though. I don't know.
I know. And you know what?
You're just saying don't chase.
Yeah, it's hard. And I don't know, did this work in Bumble yesterday? I know people were looking at that, and I was talking about the mid-range, and I didn't leave it up there, but it held there. I believe that was around 77.5, 78.
Look at that Bumble range yesterday. Wow. They hammered that thing right on the opening tick, 78 to 70, and then it bounced right off the previous day's low. Those old lows work there, Joel.
Yeah,
buyers,
and especially if you got caught in on coming on the way back up.
Yeah.
That would have worked nicely. 8:30 here. Retail sales and PPI. Retail sales are up 5.3%.
Yay.
Versus one. You know what? I gotta do some shopping. I'm telling you, I bought some socks, over the weekend. I needed some new socks, but I need some stuff, man. I haven't been out, and I just like the online stuff. It's so aggravating because you buy it online, then it comes in the wrong size, and you have to send it back. I mean, it's like I'm ready to get back in the stores, but 5.3 versus 1.2, that's a nice jump. People are getting out a little bit more. S&P's not reacting though. Down 4.25 here, kind of drifting towards yesterday's low at 1875.
Yeah, also, Kathy, I just wanted to say.
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
ACIC, and then we know Palantir. So she took a big stake. Everybody's anticipating she's going to buy Palantir. She did. She bought 1.5 million shares of Palantir. It's not up that much, probably because everybody was anticipating she's going to buy it. Plus, a lot of people got burned yesterday, so their bag holders are selling.
Oh, PPI, a little jump there. That's not good. It just rolled by.
Oh,
yeah, PPI, inflation. No, Dennis, you said these numbers don't matter. Hey, did you listen to the At The Close show yesterday, Dennis?
No, what did you talk about?
We had Kenny on.
Kenny's always fun.
Okay. And we asked him, or Spencer asked him what Palantir does, and he said that the CIA went public.
Is that what they do? I don't. Does anybody really know what Palantir does? We talked about this in the show before.
It's intelligence data for the intelligence sector.
I trade it like every day, and I don't really know what it does.
DOD, Department of Defense.
I tell you, this PPI is shaking people up here. 1.2 versus 0.2. This is shaking.
How long before they buy the dip?
I don't know, Dennis.
3, 2, 1.
Dennis, can we do
one thing I will say is, again, the mega caps. Amazon show a little life, but Apple's starting to break down here now. You are seeing money move out of the mega caps. The big ones don't look healthy. The little stuff looks healthy. The big ones don't. There's rotation station happening here from the trade that's worked for a decade, the mega caps, into all smaller names. And I think it could continue for a while. Maybe this is the year of the small cap. It started this way.
Years.
2021 could be. It could be, Joel. I mean, we have underperformed on the IWM for a long time. And, even though I didn't like the candle on the IWM itself either, but yesterday, it's not that great of an idea to be all in right now. I just don't like the leaders, like the old leaders starting to not
look at that,
healthy.
230. Oh, that's a rock there, IWM.
On IWM, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know. Buy the dip's already starting to work. It's going to rotate. Money's going to rotate, but there's a lot of stocks that aren't looking that healthy right now. So just keep that in mind. I'm still, we're still trading. We're still in a lot of these stocks. I'm still in a lot of names, but a little more caution. A little more not just full on.
Mr. Softy made a new all-time high yesterday, and people are getting all excited about it, but it got up to 244, 245 in the after hours after its earnings report. So, I mean, everyone's all excited. I mean, look at
the great report.
Yeah. January 26th is, well, no, it reported later than that, but, it did. No, I think it was the 26th. It didn't get nearly that high in the regular session, but I know people are just not excited about these big stocks that make money.
I'm getting some heat in the chat for not knowing that BFOI was Longview. Man, I can't keep track of the new tickers.
There's a lot.
I didn't know it either.
I didn't
know it. It changed 3 days ago because you know what? I have my systems that are doing my scanning.
New ones?
I have to physically add a new ticker in there. It doesn't automatically do it. These are handmade, they're homemade scanners.
Yeah.
So I got to add that in there. So I got to write it down now. I already did. BFLY. I got to change the LGVW ticker to BFLY.
Yeah.
So it takes me a couple days to realize that I just don't see LGVW showing up in my filter. I don't think about it. And obviously you see this stock, and you're like, oh, so that's the deal with that.
Right, how many stocks a day do you get go through your filters? Hundreds, right?
I got 2,000. No, I'm running a universe of 2,000, but then I have another scanner that's running the entire universe. So I do have the entire universe running in the other ones, but my own made up stuff is 2,000 stocks.
All right, it is 8:35. Let's bring on our guest here, Christian Fromhertz from Tribeca Trade Group. Christian, if you want to turn your camera on, that's cool. If not, we'll just hear your dulcet tones. Good morning, Christian.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. Do we have a camera or no?
No camera today. I can show my beautiful screen though. I think that's
yeah.
That's
you
what
love
people
your beautiful
want to
screen.
That's what people want to see.
Care less what you look
Listen,
like.
we're guys in finance. You know, it's
we like,
not.
We like charts.
I mean, your cameras are great. You guys, Dennis, your hair looks great today.
Oh, thank you, Christian. My wife cut it. It's a little bit shorter than I normally go, but you know what? We're in a pandemic still, so that's okay.
Let me share. If we want to go through some charts and
Yeah.
So what's on your radar? Talk to us about the Christian Fromhertz radar. I get a lot of good trading ideas off of you off Twitter. I always follow you. So to give us a couple here this morning, what are you looking at?
I got Boeing. So I got a couple stocks to look at this morning. I think that maybe we start to see a little rotation into some of these things like Boeing. Obviously the financials are moving a lot on interest rates, but Boeing, I like easy setups. And what I like about Boeing here is that you got to break above the 50-day moving average. I use value areas, so you got to break above the value area. So again, an easy little setup here. But if you're looking at, if you notice what's going on with the airlines, so maybe a little bit of a reopening trade. I'm not a big fan of the airlines, but Delta doesn't look bad. Delta's actually breaking a little bit higher. There's another one that a member brought my attention to, which is ERJ. So you got maybe a little bit of I'll call it mini rotation into some of the reopening type trades, I guess you can call them. Maybe a touch of value in there too. Yeah. So I still think just as you said that the small caps, I don't think the small caps are going to go anywhere. I also like I think China's extended here, but I think any pullbacks in China. I'm a buyer of, and just talking about the financials, what's even more exciting about the financials is the China financials. I mean, this group has been in fuego. This FUTU, which I think any dips in this name continue to get bought. Such a strong and impressive name, and then it's kind of smaller name, which is a little bit less price, is this TIGR. Which again, any dips in these things, these China financials are getting bought.
Yeah, and you know what? I noticed that rotation is taking you back to the reopening trade yesterday. That was very pronounced yesterday, and we haven't seen that for a while. We've seen, like you saw, I own NCLH. You saw that have a very good day yesterday by, American Airlines. The airlines, the cruise lines, Boeing was lifting yesterday too. Do you think this was a 1 day or 2 day thing, or are we starting to getting excited about these stocks again?
I think that for NCLH, I'm kind of interested in this one too, but I'm looking for a break over 25.50 for a little bit of confirmation. Yeah. But no, I think that we're going to get to the place. We're hearing the data that's coming out for COVID is starting to the corner has been turned for this. Yeah. So I think some of these things can definitely move up from where how many names have we seen that have kind of rallied from the lows. So I think it makes sense. And, I got long a little bit of Boeing yesterday, but I'm open to maybe putting on one more position in this group because why not? There's so many other areas of the market that have gotten extended. Mm-hmm. It does make sense to me that they see a little bit of a pause and maybe a little bit of a move into, the next move would be maybe into some of these more like reflation trades. And same thing with the materials and steel stocks too.
Yeah, U.S. Steel had a fantastic day yesterday, and
Yeah.
continued a little bit here this morning. I mean, Nucor, has this V, obviously pronounced V, where we sold off significantly 58 to 48. We got it all back in a week and a half. So, steel, you see, are seeing materials showing some strength. This market is all still about rotation. What continues to be forgotten here right now is the mega caps. I mean, Apple is breaking down a little bit here, so it's interesting that not everything is going up in this tape. You're seeing money come out of the safety names, the names that everybody's been in for the last 10 years, and going into names that people think they can make a lot of money quickly on. It's like a little bit of a greedy market right now, where I don't want to stick in Amazon and stick around for 5, 10, 15% a year. I want to go jump into something I can make 5, 10, 15% on today. And I think that rotation could continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think for now, you just kind of let it play out. I mean, months ago, when Amazon got another price target raise this morning, and nothing, like crickets,
nothing.
And that's not how it used to be. So for now, you just kind of have to realize that that's the situation. That who knows, maybe they're being used for a little bit of a source of funds. People pulling money out of like an Amazon and Apple and going to some other areas. But I'm not going to fight with the big boys and girls and what they're doing. And if they're just lethargic, I heard you talk about. Maybe a week or two ago about, selling premium in Amazon, which I think is a great idea. Continue to kind of collect money while this is going sideways, and do that trade over and over until it actually starts to break, and then you can kind of counter and do something different. But hey, if these things aren't going to move, and you kind of also see this with Tesla too.
Yeah.
Right. Tesla's, since it's moved into the S&P, everybody said, "Oh, I can't wait till this goes in the S&P." Look what it's done since it's gone into the S&P.
Yeah, it had the initial move after, and then we've had basically 2 months of just sitting around doing nothing. And
I saw an interesting.
I
saw it. Yeah, we talked about that 780 area. I saw an interesting tweet about Tesla yesterday, and I don't know if it's true or not. That the company's made more money in Bitcoin since it purchased a Bitcoin stake than it has selling cars over the last 10 years. That's what I heard. I don't know. That's what I heard. That's what I saw
on a percentage basis.
Yeah, that's what
that was a little bit of a joke, I think.
No, I saw a tweet that said that.
No,
it's not a joke. I saw a tweet. Why would I say it if I didn't see it?
It's reasonable.
I saw it too, but I thought it was a joke.
A lot of their revenue comes from the credits, so that's a reasonable thing to say.
We're on the line with Christian Fromhertz, founder and CEO of Tribeca Trade Group. Christian, I just want to talk to you about earnings trading and not any particular stock, but just like how you approach a stock coming into earnings. Dennis talked about the pre-earnings run, the day of the report. I don't know how active you are in after hours or pre-market trading. I kind of like to look at the close on the earnings day, kind of just for like a reference point. Like, hey, what did the big boys decide? Where's the mark moving forward? Do you have any trading tips for you regarding stocks coming into earnings day, and then post earnings?
Yeah, I mean, I typically look for names that can possibly run into earnings, right? So I've been doing a few different trades with I'll either put on a call spread or I'll put on just a stock position for a name that I think can possibly run into earnings. So that worked for me for a couple of names like Shop and Square. But yeah, on it all depends on if the name really moves. So for example, we're looking at Square, which I think reports next week. So for me, it's not really going to be an earnings trade other than maybe selling premium. Square is a name that I've got in my long-term portfolio. It's called the TTG Trend Portfolio. So I continue to kind of ride that name as well as like PayPal and so forth. But for earnings, I think a lot of the hot names that people want to own, they make the move prior to when they report. So I like to have that position on prior, like 2 weeks before they report earnings. And I'm looking for a move, just like Shopify, right? Shopify, I don't think is doing anything this morning because it already made the move. It's actually down a little bit. So selling premium would have worked pretty nicely, considering, it's like, where do you think this name's going to go after it already went from 1188, up to 5,300 points, right? Now, I mean, and if a name hasn't moved that much, like TDD reports this week, so I'll probably try a long call spread in the trade desk. The earnings history is not bad for the trade desk, so that's another thing that I look at is really how the company. I do think that there's something to the fact that some names like a ServiceNow, even a TDD, a little bit. They rally after earnings. I think ServiceNow has rallied like 9 out of the last 11 earnings quarters. They know their management gets it. They know how to set up a call. They know how to set expectations. So there's something to that. So if a name hasn't rallied too much, right, and we could look at ServiceNow, but I love selling put spreads when ServiceNow reports. It's one of my favorite trades. So that has already happened, but I'll probably look for a long call spread in TTD because again, the earnings history justifies me putting on a trade for that, and as long as it's not extended. So I like this consolidation that maybe there is something going on that I don't know about, but I do like the fact that there's like 8 candles in a row that haven't moved, and I'm gonna target 924. Right, and you can see this consolidation here. So yeah, 924 is a level I'll be targeting with a call spread in the trade desk.
Can I just go back to the comment on Tesla and Bitcoin for a second? Chris Kachi wrote a good article about this for Benzinga. And Joel, the point you saw was that Tesla has made more of a profit on its Bitcoin than they've made by selling cars, which could be true depending on the number that you assume Tesla bought Bitcoin at in January. But yeah, that was what you saw. More of a profit on their Bitcoin investment than they've made by selling actual Teslas. All right, Christian Falmhertz, you like the trade desk. Anything else on your radar here in these next few days or weeks?
Yeah, sure. I am looking for, just as I said a few minutes earlier, that maybe a little rotation out of some extended areas. I'm actually hoping for that. I think so many names so many momentum names have gone up quite a bit. So I'm actually rooting for a little bit of a pullback in some of the high momentum, small cap, super growth, for them to pull back and maybe some things like a U.S. Steel or some of the ag stocks like a CTBA, those things to kind of actually outperform a little bit, and we could get a little bit rocky in the S&P because growth is such a bigger portion than value. But that's what I'm looking for in the near term, rather than an overall move down in the market, just kind of rotation under the hood. And then just one more growth name, as I mentioned, because I know Boeing is a little bit boring for probably most of your viewers.
I like Boeing.
But I am watching this Celsius. I don't have any of you guys tried this? The Celsius drink?
No, there are way too many drinks out there for me to keep track of. It's
CELH.
Yeah.
CELH. It's another sparkling. This is no alcohol, but energy drink. It's not bad. I recently tried it. It's been it's been another one of these growth stocks, and I'm looking for a break of 65. Sparkling energy drinks. So there's my little growth name for today.
CELH.
Nice looking chart.
Yeah, I don't mind the chart
either. Christian, we're getting a question from the chat. What are those bottom indicators?
The ones on the studies on the bottom of the screen. Yeah. So I always have RSI on here, so relative strength index, and then I've got some proprietary indicators. I've got one that's called it's kind of like an MACD, but a little bit souped up, which is called a Raptor indicator, and of course I've got volume, and I've got another indicator called breath, just a breath indicator, which I like to kind of see for confirmation purposes. Like, so for example, if we're up on the day, I like to see strong breath as a confirmation, and then vice versa too. Even if we're down on the day and I start to see breath kind of turn to the upside, it's a nice little positive indicator for me.
All right, Christian Falmhertz, founder and CEO of Tribeca Trading Group, joins us periodically on our show. We love having him on. He's a great Twitter follow. You see his handle up there at @CFalmhertz. Is constantly posting headlines, charts. If you're not following him, you really should. Christian. Thanks a lot for the time.
Christian, too, I just want to thank you. You've had some nice words for our coverage of the GameStop stuff, and you're always very complimentary on Twitter. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys did such a great job covering that and giving a lot of depth to, back then a couple of weeks ago, there were so many things that were misrepresented. And you guys did a wonderful job at breaking it down day by day about what's real, what's not. Just because you see these headlines out there, it doesn't mean they're true. So, you guys really shed some light on what was really going on. And a couple guests you guys brought on about market structure and short interest and how there actually could be more short interest than there's shares. There's a reason for that. And you guys did a wonderful job covering that.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot. All right, I'm feeling really good about ourselves now, right? Well, not so much me. I didn't do anything. You guys.
It's funny because Dennis has been writing and thinking and this stuff for over a decade. So it's it's kind of boring, right? But a lot of people find it. Yeah, a lot of people find it. It's when things change, when the complexion of the markets change, it's always interesting to talk about it. Let's go S&Ps. They're trying to hold 39.20 here, down 6.5. We
got a lot of selling balances, Joel.
We do.
Yeah, we do. We don't see that often, at least in this market. I think this is stocks leading us down. I'm seeing pretty much across the board a lot of opening selling balances here.
Any big ones?
Yeah, there is. There's a lot of big ones. There's a couple buys, and you know which ones those stocks are. Verizon, 787,000 to buy, and Chevron, 106,000 to buy because of Uncle Warren. But I'm looking across the board, and there's big selling balances in a lot of widely owned names. Bank of America, 500,000 to sell. GE, 400,000 to sell. I actually just checked the calendar to make sure it wasn't option expiration, because usually when we see this kind of size on some stocks, it's usually some type of a day. Coca-Cola, 163,000 to sell. I know nobody cares about these thicker names, but this is what drives the market. Disney, 61,000 to sell.
Disney, let's stop there for a second.
To sell.
Look at that. I mean, that thing. Disney? That thing got to 198 in they reported in the morning. They pulled the rug
out from under it. Yeah,
198.
Did it trade over 200 after hours? I can't.
No, it never did.
Never did. I couldn't get over 200.
Wow.
Is this going to be another AMD? Because AMD, remember, got up to the 99 and we're going to 100, and they pull the rug out from under it. Never gets there. So sometimes 99 doesn't give you 100. In the case of AMD and Disney, in the case of 199, not getting you 100. So because it was like up at 198 or 199 after hours that day on the earnings. So 185 now, looking a little tired.
It did. It had. Well, look at that run that it had. Before earnings, it was negative on the year and ended the year, I believe, around 180. Had to dip to 160. Everyone's like, okay, we're going to fill the gap. Then it goes pre-earnings run. Dennis, you talk about a pre-earnings run. 160 to 190 and change in Disney actually made a new all-time high, and it's just had some problems.
I mean, we're just looking here, a Disney chart, and it's had such a run. It's had such a run.
What day was this? Yeah. Oh, wow. This got back up to 193.55 on the. That was Friday. Okay.
That was after the earnings.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That seemed like a long time ago. Anyways, we got. What do we have? We have just about 7 minutes left. Did we cover everything on the dock?
Let's do some ticker time. Yeah. Drop those tickers in the chat. We will take a look. I want to cover Ford real fast because you were saying all it takes is a press release with EVs, and Ford had that overnight, or I guess earlier this morning they announced that. I know. That's the catch.
Too big.
That's the catch. But they announced all their vehicles in Europe will be zero emissions by or hybrid by 2024.
Oh, is that right? Wait, what's going on? We just said something happened. Dennis, cancel your bids.
In Ford?
What? No, the market.
No,
they're hearing about all these selling balances.
Dennis, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. We're coming in a little bit here. There's selling balances here. We've been talking about it for the last 10 minutes. Market's starting to roll over. They're big. Hey, Abbott Labs, if we want to go back to it just for a second, that's across the board. There's selling balances across everything in the S&P. So somebody's selling stock this morning.
Yeah, definitely. If
the selling balances stay like this, we're not gonna we're going to probably continue to leak here a little bit. So I'd be selling the rips if I was day trading here this morning.
Wow. Boom. That was
Ford, going back to Ford.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
We're all long Ford, I think, still. Are you sold your Ford, Joel?
Yeah, I'm flat. I don't know. It's getting boring. I don't know.
I'm kind of getting to that point too. I mean, I'm trying to hold on to it because I know I sell everything too soon. I'll regret selling.
It's like 12. Like, it teased you that one time. It got up to 12.15 when Deutsche Bank said it was the greatest day trade ever going into earnings, and then it barely got back up to 12 on earnings day. I mean, you got some low. Keep an eye on just these 3 lows in the same area. So I think you have someone steadily accumulating here at 11.30, 11.40. So as long as that holds, it's still good to go north. But like getting over 12, closing over 12, that'd be the next leg higher.
What are your thoughts here? Are you holding on to your Ford, Spencer?
Yeah, I'm holding on until they do the what was it? The electric Bronco, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, let's do some ticker time. We asked for tickers. They gave us tickers. Let's not ignore them. All right. Let me go to the top here. Let's see who was first. I'm seeing a few CCIVs. Have you looked at CCIV today? It is crazy.
Holy mackerel, this stock, and I said it yesterday on the show, way wrong. I was like, wow, it's $40. I'm like, if they don't get that deal, this thing could get the beats. I mean, I don't think we had any news. Do we have an official deal or anything?
We just had we had a report from Reuters that they're nearing a deal.
Okay.
And Lucid is said to be like, I guess, one of the biggest competitors to Tesla as far as like their actual vehicles.
It's a huge name. It's a huge get. It's just a matter of, like, I thought yesterday at 41, I was like, is it all priced in? It's 53 now, so apparently not. I'll just lay off here because I wasn't right yesterday.
A couple highs in the same area. This is what is this? Is this from yesterday? I don't have the after hours market here. Let me get the after hours market. See, really the only thing you can look at is the after hours high. Is this a 24-hour? Let's see here. Boom, boom. Yeah, it is a 24-hour. It's not doing much.
Wow, it's still moving around. Had a huge move yesterday.
Not doing much. It was halted 3 times yesterday on volatility.
Yeah. That was the headline wasn't overnight here, Joel. It was yesterday.
Okay.
That's why.
It was middle. It was like at 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yesterday's high, or this high, 55 and change, 55.40. That's the most recent high. You faded $3 off it, so keep that as a potential target.
More tickers. We talked a few of these already. Rewind for Palantir. Rewind. We hit on AMD for just a second.
AMD is in the same camp as the mega caps. It's not a mega cap, but it's been in one of those leader trades, and people are raising cash to go into the crap, and AMD is a victim of that as well.
Pinterest. I saw some big hedge fund sold Pinterest in the fourth quarter. Dan Loeb cut his stake in Pinterest. Someone in the chat is asking about pins.
Unbelievable strength. Twitter, Pinterest, even Snapchat. Although Snapchat's kind of in consolidation station. I actually like that Snapchat chart. Again, if the overall market starts to get weak, you could see some money come out of these. So I'm kind of concerned on the macro picture right now. But just from if I'm just looking at Snapchat, that one looks more ready to go because it's been in consolidation station since the earnings. So if that thing can get above 65, it could be off to the races. Pinterest just runs every day. Hard to chase it here, but on a pullback, you're going to find buyers.
Yeah, the only thing you have is 89.90, the high from yesterday in PINS. So maybe you have a seller. If it gets back up there again, maybe take a peek at what's up there at 90. Nice round number. Never been up there. First things first, if you're looking at this today, you want it to go green on the session, trading down 41 cents. So 89.15, all-time closing high. Maybe a big seller up at the point at 90. Check that in your book if it comes up to that area.
Okay, let's do 30 seconds each one. We'll go back and forth between me and Joel and Spencer. We got to get Spencer's technical thoughts.
Oh, my goodness. No, you don't want that. Oh, my goodness. PGR, progressive. Hey, all right. Low beta.
You want to take that one? You're talking about it. Spencer, take this one. Let's see how his technical
I was talking about it? When was I talking about it?
Right now you're talking about it.
I'm just Bravo Mo 1982 wants to talk about
This is AT. Okay, I'll do it. This is AT&T. This is not Verizon because of obviously it was Verizon before Warren Buffett took a position yesterday, but it's dividend play. People are raising cash. They don't want a 5.76% dividend. I like the dividend. Actually, this is the kind of stock I might stick in the long-term portfolio, but short-term, completely out of favor. People aren't looking at 5.76, 5% a year. I'm trying to make 5% a day. That's what the market's saying.
Bracket.
Hey,
yeah, we sell that crap.
Speaking of dividends,
that's what the market is saying. I like that. I like Progressive here. I think in a long-term holding here, I don't mind this stock here at all. It's getting thrown out because they don't want these kind of stocks right now. Risk-on market throws out consumer staples. You can throw Progressive in as a
30
consumer
seconds
staple
is up.
right now.
30 seconds is up.
Speaking of dividend, did you see Newmont today, NEM? It's down this morning. Big dividend raise. They raised their dividend by 37% this morning.
Wow.
From 40 cents quarter to 55 cents.
They're doing that now?
Yeah. And it's down.
Weird.
With gold in the dumps.
The gold, yeah. Boom.
Guts.
Yeah.
Guts.
I don't know.
Okay, Walmart. They report next week.
Joel, it's you.
Walmart.
No, this week, Thursday. They report Thursday. I'm sorry.
Ooh, Thursday, nice.
You got a great area here to keep an eye on today, after hours, whenever it reports. This 146 has been pesky. 3 highs in that same area, trading below it today. But someone's looking here. 146 on the downside, just under 144. Let's call it 143.75 is your support.
SunPower has earnings after the close today. SPWR.
Sold 3/4 of my position up at 53 when I got the short squeeze. I look to rebuy it somewhere, but a hell of a lot lower. It's been on such a run. I mean, it could have continued, yes, but it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. I wait till after the earnings. I still own a piece.
Okay. We'll do like a couple more here.
I'll do one more, and then I got to hop here.
All right. Oh, my gosh. The pressure. One more. Oh, God. I don't know what to choose.
How about anything?
Grab anything? What about Gevo? Gevo. That was just random one. Someone dropped in there.
Gevo. I mean,
Gevo,
support is support.
Las Vegas.
Yeah. Got a bunch of lows in the same area. I'm just looking at this support needs. So I like it 1330. It's got to hold 1330, and then the only other thing you have is your. I'll even look at yesterday's high. That's a ways away at 1484. So I'll let you guys finishing up. Everyone have a great trading day, and we'll be back at. I'll be back with Spencer at 3:30.
All right, that's a wrap for Pre-Market Prep. I want to thank our guest today, Christian Fromhert. Thanks to all of you in our chat. Hit that. Unless, Dennis, you want to stay on and do a couple more with me.
I'll do 2 more. Go.
2 more? Okay, let's do CRISPR, CRSP. Let me pull up my chart here so we can
Getting hit. Down $3. Wow, I haven't looked at this one for a while. It looks like, oh, wow. This is breaking down. Chart's ugly. You've broken trend. You had a heck of a run from November. I think you find support at 140. That's where you had the little double bottom back in December. You're 151. I think if you're buying here, I think you're early.
Okay. And we'll do like a couple more. FLNT? Not one I've looked at recently. Okay.
Fluent. You're going off the board for me here. I do not follow this company at all. Chart looks great. I don't know what it does. I don't know anything about it. Nice consolidation after a big move. I think it resolves to the upside as long as the market stays okay. Ooh. I like this stock. I like this chart.
All right. How about FireEye here? This one got the pop on that big SolarWinds hack from a couple months ago. Yeah. And it's just been slow and steady.
And I thought FireEye was in consolidation station to go higher. I bought it 2 days ago because I'm like, I think eventually this thing could actually move higher again. And then CyberArk broke down yesterday. And now you know how I pairs trade everything. CYBR breakdown says I'm getting out of FireEye. So I had turned around and scratched my FireEye. I had bought it 2140. I turned around and sold it right around 2140. This was a swing trade that I thought if it got above 22, it could show some life. With CyberArk breaking down yesterday, because these two were moving in tandem, that makes me concerned that FireEye could follow suit. So I'm out, and I'm concerned. I watch CyberArk here as well. Takes out 20, you got problems. As long as above 20, you still got the bulls in control here. Below 20, it's ugly. Again, CyberArk's the issue for me.
CyberArk is the leader?
In this too, I wouldn't say they can lead each other, but because CyberArk had the breakdown yesterday, it makes me spooked to hold FireEye.
Yeah. Yeah, and
because CyberArk had been consolidating for the same thing, doing the same thing. Nice, beautiful cup and handle, and it resolved to the downside, which isn't typical when you see that nice cup and handle in this market. A lot of stocks do resolve to the upside or resolve to the downside, and that's why too similar of a business, Garrett FireEye could do the same.
All right, that'll be a wrap for pre-market prep. Again, I want to thank our guest, Christian from her. Thanks to all of you in our chat. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We need those likes to breathe, to eat. Hit the like, hit subscribe, hit share. Pre-market prep is also available as a podcast. Actually, all our shows are available as a podcast. If you're listening via podcast, please remember all the information from our show is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading advice. Dennis, I will say goodbye to you. Have a good rest of your day. Good luck. Don't get picked off. Watch Warren Buffett. Watch Cathie Wood. And we'll talk to you again tomorrow.
All right.
I
Thanks,
want
guys.
to do some housekeeping. We've got Neil Hamilton coming up at 9:30. I want to do some housekeeping until then. Want to do a quick preview of what to expect on today's calendar. Every day on Benzinga is a little bit different. So starting at 9:30, we've got Get Technical. We've got Neil's going to go over some charts, which is the usual there. At 10:30, we're resuming this new show we started yesterday, how to trade stocks using Benzinga Pro. We're going to go over one feature every day for just 15 minutes. I've got my Benzinga Pro gurus, Ryan Faluna and Jonathan Mallard, on tap to walk you through one specific aspect of Benzinga Pro. At 10:45, we're doing a news desk update. I wrangle a member of the news desk for a few minutes. Their time is super valuable, and I wrangle them anyway and bring them on with you, and you get access to the news desk because that's what we wanted to share them a little bit with you guys. The guys on the desk are tasked with not just posting headlines and watching the markets, but talking to our subscribers. That's part of what you get when you pay for the platform. And we wanted to open that up a little bit to bring them to YouTube and open up the access. And so for 15 minutes a day, I'm going to bring on one of them, and you get to ask them questions about whatever they're watching, whatever they're seeing, and hopefully you like it. And if not, then we'll stop. But I think it's valuable because the guys on our desk their whole job is to talk to people like you,
Spencer.
And yeah,
Spencer. We need a graphic that shows the shows through the day that you can pull up while you're talking about it.
You're right.
It's so confusing right now. It's a disservice to our followers, our watchers.
Thanks,
Spencer. All right. What would Rocky do in this situation?
Which Rocky? That one or that one?
Young, ambitious Rocky. When he first met Adrian.
That one. Okay.
Yeah. So he would get something together.
Okay.
So let's get a graphic up and then don't undersell Get Technical. We don't just look at charts. We look at breakout moments for huge upside potential so you can trade like a warlord from the feudal period, like a Mongol, like a ransacking Mongol ransacking the stock market. All right.
Can I point out that actually our schedule is, if you go into the description of this video, the schedule is in there. I'm just going to point that out. But yes, we do need a graphic. I'm working on that. Not good enough. We will have a graphic for you ready going forward. In the meantime, I just want to run through because, like I said, every day is a little bit different. We've got SPAC Attack at 11, Zinger Nation Power Hour at noon, Options Advantage with Mossy Trades at 2, Biotech Buzz at 2:30. At 3 o'clock, we're going to bring on some new personalities, the guys who run Doe. If you don't know what Doe is, it's in that same class as Robinhood.
It's what you make bread out of.
Webull, Gatsby, and basically a veteran of TD Ameritrade left to work with Tasty Trades and make a trading platform with them that is called Doe.
What's his name? Victor.
Yeah. Thank you. His name
is a legend.
His name is Victor Jones. He's got a lot of experience, and he basically decided, hey, I'm going to leave TD Ameritrade, where he was an executive, and I'm going to make my own trading app not his own, but I'm going to work with Tasty Trade to make a trading app with them. He did that. It's called Doe. We're going to have him on, and they're going to just talk markets. They're going to talk what they're watching, what they're trading. That'll be at 3 o'clock. Very exciting for them because those guys know what they're talking about. And if you have any questions while you're at it about like market structure or about like what's happening with Robinhood, these guys are also in that game, right? They know, they understand. So you can ask them questions about all that stuff. payment for order flow. They're coming at it from the similar point of view as Webull, as Robinhood, because they operate a trading platform. So if you have any questions from their point of view ahead of the hearing on the House of Representatives hearing tomorrow, that'll be at 3:00 Eastern time today. We've got pre-market prep at the close, and then at 4:00 the Benzinga Pro happy hour with Ryan Fluna, and just shooting the shit with a bunch of Benzinga Pro subscribers. So
did you guys get that? Are you guys keeping up with this guy?
Look,
I feel like I'm in my I went to MSU. I had this physics class at 8:30 in the morning during the winter semester, and I tandem rode a fucking bicycle with my roommate to the class. Yeah, I rode on the back or sometimes on the handlebars on the front, and it was miserable to this class. And we go in there, and this decrepit fuck would drone on, and I'm not calling you that, would drone on and on and on for like, I don't even know how long the class was. I believe like 90 minutes about concepts in formulae for physics. It was impossible to maintain what this dude was teaching us. I feel like that right now.
Well, that's why you have your charts. You have the visual aid, right? That's why you're a chartist.
I can't carry, my back hurts from carrying Benzinga. All right, I got to see a chiropractor. And I don't even know if we got health insurance for that. Someone
in the chat noted that the guys on Power Hour, mainly Luke Jacoby, were talking smack yesterday about pre-market prep. I don't let the what's the saying? The lion doesn't let the opinion of sheep impact him or something like that.
Yeah, whatever. Here, just stay off pre-market prep's lawn and you'll be okay. Is kind of is the way I look at it.
Luke Jacoby. Jeez, he's on the phone now.
Yeah, he's doing actual work.
Yeah, actually, no, he's slacking me about a Trump's casino demolition today. He's not doing real work. He's not doing work at all, actually. Okay.
We love pre-market prep. I absolutely love pre-market prep. We're just having a little bit of like a silent quarrel over oil stocks right now. Because they pulled up OXY, which has been my sweet summer child for the past couple, like the past week. And I'm just going to let you guys know, if you've been watching the show since we checked in on the watch list, it's up like 9% from where we checked in yesterday. So
yeah,
it is what it is.
Good job, Neil.
Oh, I mean, good job, made money. That's all that matters.
Good job,
Spencer. You condescending fuck.
No. Okay, wait. Before we go back into this, can I just finish doing my PSAs? I want to promote the whatever.
Events. I'm going to get some coffee.
We have the options and SPACs boot camp that is coming up on the 20th. That's just 3 days away. I've been led to believe that I am the host / moderator of the boot camp. So Chris will be there. Mitch will be there.
That's bullshit. You're moderating the boot camp?
Is that not? That's not the case. I
made the boot camp.
I was asked to do it.
Who asked you? I want a name. What are they taking things away from me piece by piece?
Okay, no, you can do it. I just Luke asked me if I wanted to.
It's because he doesn't want to do it. We usually tandem do it. Luke is trying to get out of it, and he's asking. So it's gonna be you and me, buddy.
Oh, it's me and you.
I like this energy. Let's get a 1 in chat if you guys like this this energy.
Yeah, he did it in a way where he kind of guilted me into saying yes. So
it's the only way he knows how to do stuff. His parents taught him.
Right. So anyway, BenzingaBootcamp.com. I just put the link in chat, but also Benzinga.
Screw you, TJ.
BenzingaBootcamp.com to sign up for that. Again, it's free. I mean, it's free. It's free. Come on. It's free. So not our only event though. You go to benzingaevents.com. We've got a ton of stuff coming up. We've got cannabis events. We've got trading events. We've got a biotech small cap conference in March, an esports conference in April. You know what? Why don't I just bring up the calendar? Let me just do that. I'm just going to bring up the calendar. Y'all can see exactly what I'm seeing with our upcoming. We're doing a lot of events this year. That's the plus side of going virtual, right? Is all our events are easier to produce. So here, look, boot camp, cannabis, biotech small cap, esports, financial small cap, global small cap, more cannabis. Every month we got. You can't see what I'm talking about. You guys can't see. There we go. How about that? Is that better? Boot camp, cannabis, biotech, esports, small cap. a ton of events. BenzingaEvents.com to learn more about all these events. We got like one event a month, the entire or more. No, we got one event every month. That's crazy, man. I remember the days we had one event for the whole year. Right? 2015, 2016, 2017. We had one event all year. Now we're doing one event a month. It's insane. Again, BenzingaEvents.com. You can sign up for alerts. They're all virtual until we get past the pandemic, whenever that happens. But for the time being, all virtual. And you can just attend the event in your pajamas. What's wrong with that? You have the best of both worlds there. Pajamas and Benzinga. We should actually have a show, Pajamas and Benzinga. Someone in the chat was saying we should start earlier. How much earlier you want us to start, man? I mean, like the news desk, Joel, Dennis, me, we're up at our computer at like 6, 7 in the morning. It takes time to prepare, a show like that. I don't know how much earlier we can really go. I know Neil is up at like 7 prepping for his show. So I guess we could try to start earlier if somebody wants to do some overnight work for us. But yeah, I mean, we're already going all day, right? We're already going 8 to 5 daily. There's only so much time in the day. It takes time to prep this stuff. Okay. We've got 15 minutes until the open. Yeah, here's a plug: swag.benzinga.com. There's a lot of good stuff in there. There's some weird stuff. All right, don't tell Joel that there is stuff with like his name and likeness on it on the store. I don't think he knows that. Just let it be. We're just going to pretend that's not there. But you can definitely buy things with Joel's name and likeness on it on the Benzinga Swagster. So check that out. Again, we've got some stuff, some cool shirts, some cool mugs, all sorts of swag. I have a handful of things at home that I've gotten through the months and years. So okay, that's enough for that. Let me get rid of that comment. Thank you very much, Caesar. I like going over similar to what Mitch did yesterday with just the movers, right? I said this every day. The first thing I check is the Benzinga Pro Movers tool. So let's just go through this. Just like what I said like an hour ago now, every day I come in and this is stocks that are up the most, stocks that are up down the most, right? I'll make it a little bit bigger. Every day I come in and the stocks that are leading are names that I just like don't really know. Like there was a time not long ago where you come in and you get like mid caps and like large caps, right? Leading the way every morning. And it's not the case now. Granted, I do have a filter. I do filter out anything below $3. I just, because every day there's like 1,000 of those things that are up, 100%. But that being said, I mean, look at AQMS today, right? Aquametal is up 27% this morning. I don't know that name, right? It's not even a headline that would theoretically warrant that kind of a move. But 5.5 million shares have traded, 27%. I mean, you can't ignore this stuff anymore. It's just a sign that the market has clearly shifted, right? And we've discussed this ad nauseum. And I'm sort of longing for the days where I wake up and check this filter and I would have stocks that like I've heard of. And today it's I'm in this EBON thing, which was also there yesterday and the day before that. Is just I wish I could comment on these. I really wish I had an opinion, but it's hard when every day there's one that I just haven't heard of. On the downside too, like IDXG, I don't know that name. Interspace Biosciences, down 35. Okay, so it's a biotech. So they announced they're being delisted. All right, well that move is warranted. Let's pull up a chart. Let's look at IDXG. That's why I don't know, because it's being delisted. Oh my gosh. See, it's still at $3. It's early yet. That's crazy to me, though. They're being delisted. Still at $3. Because when you get delisted, it means like you can still trade, but it means that there are a lot of investors out there. Like the real money, a lot of the real money isn't allowed to buy stocks that aren't on exchanges, right? They're only allowed to trade stocks that trade on the exchanges. So if you go to OTC markets, which a lot of companies trade there, to be clear, a lot of them good, a lot of them bad. A lot of investors just aren't allowed to play in that sandbox, right? So you get a stock being delisted. There's going to be a lot of money that by rule has to leave. What any institutional money that's left in there may have to leave. So I'm surprised to see it trading still at $3. But going back to my movers tool, it's just, SRAX is one that I know because they sponsored our Bitcoin special years ago. But I mean, look at this headline, right? A new stake? Really? It's up 17% on a new stake? I mean, come on now. Granted, I look at that. It's well done. I feel like every day, if you just go home long every day, you just buy into the close, and you wake up and you sell at like 8 a.m, you're fine, or 9 a.m, you're golden. It just feels like every day there's these overnight moves. Nothing happens during the actual session. Nothing. That's how it feels to me right now. Everything happens overnight. There is no action during the day. If you just go long into the close, sell before the open, you're golden. That's honestly how it feels. Because I mean, look at Bitcoin the last 2 days, right? Overnight spikes. Today, the futures are at 52,000. They're off those highs now, but Bitcoin did diddly squat yesterday from like 9:30 onward until like 9:30 p.m. Right? It's just the overnight market is just wild right now. I don't know. I don't like it. I mean, maybe because I'm not really participating. I don't really have the bandwidth to be going and trading stocks like that. But I don't know. It's just it just feels less predictable. Granted, I've been looking at these moves, these crazy moves that we're seeing, these small cap stocks. And we've talked about how it's not really impacting the overall market. That actually makes me more bullish because you look at SPY for example. It's doing absolutely. It's just meandering around all-time highs, right? There is like nothing you can really say about it. It's just quietly going higher. I like that. That's what I like to see. I don't like to see things get crazy, right? Like that come back off the low in March, like that move from March to like June. That happened fast, right? That was a lot. You had to hold on tight. I do like what's happening to the large caps right now. Like Dennis keeps complaining that they're boring and they're doing nothing. I like that. I like boring, right? I would gladly be buying Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Microsoft, etc., AMD, etc., right now, because these volatile small caps don't mean shit for the overall market, right? So I like just steadily marching higher. So I'm even more bullish. As much as these overnight moves kind of annoy me because I just don't know any of these stocks. I'm getting bullish. I know the large caps are boring now, but I like it. I like boring. That's just me. All right. What else we got from the chat? Anyone have any interesting trades yesterday? Any interesting tickers you're watching? We'll have Neil walk through some charts in a few minutes, see what he's looking for. He'll update you on his picks from the last few days. And also just to give you guys some more clarity on this time slot. We are trying to keep the 9 to 9:30 window like relatively unstructured. The reason is sometimes pre-market prep goes long. Like Fridays, for example, it goes to like 9:15 because we have Jason on. Sometimes we have guests on at 9, right? So we're trying to keep this half-hour window relatively unstructured compared to the rest of the day. We're still not quite sure how it'll look and feel yet. Like yesterday, Mitch was on and he walked through his scanners. Today, it's just me hanging out with y'all. But we like the idea of having like a relatively unstructured time of the day. So we're just intimate, just talking back and forth, no real plan for these 15 to 20 minutes between Get Technical and pre-market prep. And if you have any feedback, if you like that, hit 1. If you don't like that, if you want more planned stuff, you can hit 2 in the chat. But that's what we've been going for here. Let me go to the chat. What else? What are you guys watching? I'm seeing a few people. I'm seeing SENS get mentioned a lot today. SENS. Let's pull it up here in Pro. There we go. Brent Slava mentioned this. If you're watching Brent Slava yesterday at like 10:45, 10:50 a.m. Eastern time, he talked about this, right? If you search the word trending in Benzinga Pro, these guys are watching all the main platforms, Yahoo Finance, StockTwits, Reddit. They're keeping an eye on what's trending for the day. And Sens is trending. That list right there is to be expected, right? No real surprises. Sundial is on fire, right? Palantir is always a hot stock. Neo is always a hot stock. AMC is on the list, right? Blockchain's on the list. Gosh, surprised to see. Wow. Okay, some weird ETFs there, right? Like the iClean. I've seen iClean on Reddit a few times now. UVXY. Oh gosh, guys. Don't be trading UVXY if you don't understand how that shit works. I don't know how that shit works, right? It's like a VIX futures ETF. I don't get it. I'll never trade that thing. These things are liable to blow up. There were some inverse VIX funds that blew up a few years ago. One of them had the ticker XIV. It blew up in one night. You got to be careful about this stuff. Please be careful if you're trading things like UVXY. Please understand what they actually do, how they're structured, because again, they are liable to blow up in your face. The VIX stuff confuses me. I stay away for that reason. Yeah, short-term futures ETF, not meant to be a long-term investment. How do I know that? Because that's a long-term chart. That's how I know that. Dear Lord, what else is on the list? Anything of interest? A lot of usual suspects. I'm surprised to see Apple on there. That's interesting. GameStop. God, GameStop. How is GameStop doing? It's been relatively quiet compared to AMC. Pull up a 15-minute chart. Yeah. Just you can see there's like an effort, like they want to get it up there, but every pop is faded. Every single pop is faded. It's not healthy. I mean, it's healthy. It's not healthy if you're a bull, but it's like a healthy market. I believe there are still restrictions on for GameStop on Robinhood, but I mean, if you listen to the show, or even not necessarily our show, if you just hop on Twitter and listen to people who are in the game, they told you this is what happens. People still holding. This is what happens. It's not unique to GameStop. That they would give back all its gains like that, right? This is how these things go. They go up like crazy, they go down just as fast. That's the game, right? You can look at Tilray. Went from 150 to 300 to 150 in one day, right? Some schmuck bought Tilray at 300 a few years ago. There, that guy, right there, September 2018. I don't know. I just don't know. It's just doesn't make sense. FAZ, yeah, that's also not a long-term play. That's a direction fund. This is a inverse financials, inverse banks fund. You want to bet against the banks? You buy FAZ, but again, they use leverage. Not meant to be long-term. We had Dave Mazza from Direction on last week, and he said the exact same thing. You got to listen to what the providers say, right? If the providers say use our funds for this, not for that, you got to pay attention, right? So if Direction says do not buy and hold our funds, our leverage funds, then do not buy and hold their leverage funds. You got to listen to what they tell you there. XBI, yeah, let's talk about that. I do own IBB. Full disclosure, they're very similar. They do more or less the same thing. I think XBI is a little bit cheaper on the expense ratio, or at least last I checked, but that was like 8 months ago. I mean, I see no reason why you shouldn't be bullish biotech, right? I mean, you're seeing people like Warren Buffett come in, buying in the fourth quarter, buying AbbVie. Merck and Bristol Myers aren't necessarily biotech per se. But yeah, I see no reason why. Isn't it like a demographics play? You're basically betting on people getting older, the boomers getting older and needing more healthcare. And This was relatively straightforward. I mentioned I bought the IBB, the XBI, same thing. To me, this doesn't require that much thought. IBB kind of did nothing for a while. If you look at that chart, it did a whole lot of nothing, but it's been playing catch up. The past 12 months, like all the gains it didn't get for 5 years, it's getting that now in a hurry. So I like XBI, I like IBB, same thing. Okay, we're gonna have Neil Hamilton on in just a second. We are heading into the open. Let me get the intro video ready. Neil's fancy intro video. Forget technical. Man, we had a problem uploading it. Now I have to go and grab it this way. 1 second, Neil. I'll bring you on in just a second. Let me do it this way. There is that opening bell. That means we're off. And by we're off, I mean we're off to the races. All right, where is my damn... It says the file is... Neil, the file is invalid. What's up with that? Why is the file invalid? All right. Give me 1 second, Neil. Neil's... There we go. Okay. Let's try this. I got you, my friend. Here we go.
Is there sound on?
Two, one.
Here we go.
Welcome into the open where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth.
Thank you, Mitch, for the save there. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mitch.
Oh my God.
Not again.
There we go. Thank you, Mitch.
That was still good. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Mitch. Hey guys, welcome to Get Technical. I'm Neil, the super hyped up guy that had a whole bunch of folders instant a little bit earlier. So big shout out to the folks that caught that and found it divisive. That's what I'm here for, to bring drama to the Benzinga live stream. What I want to say, full disclaimer, I'm not a financial advisor. This show is meant for educational and entertainment purposes only, hopefully in equal measure. I do love Spencer Israel deep in my heart. Without him, I don't think I would be doing what I'm doing. In fact, some of the first trades that I found were healthcare stocks that Spencer told me how to watch for trial results as a catalyst. So I don't know, Spencer, if you remember that, but big
I remember that conversation. You were like, how do I read this stuff? I was like, man, I don't know how to read this stuff either. I only look for the same 3 words, right? Met primary endpoint or missed primary endpoint.
That has stuck with me for a long time. When a lot of people get into healthcare stocks, I say exactly what you said, Spencer, which I think is from Dennis. I don't care what the drug is. I don't care what the company is. As long as it met primary endpoint, we've got a bullish catalyst here on the stock. So thank you, Spencer. Much love to you and the Rocky crew. All right, guys, I'm going to share my screen. I got a new pick for you that I want to get into the open here. So let's get this up on the stream. All right, guys, we love that. We love that opening video. All right, guys, good morning. I want to say today I've got a new pick for you, FPRX. About to go over that. We're going to check our watch list from yesterday. I want you guys to let me know if you are in SENS, SENS. I want you to let me know if you're in NNDM, I believe it is, the nano device stock. These are picks from yesterday. And we'll go through the whole watch list, see how it's performing, see how to play it, see if it's confirming the patterns that we drew up yesterday, and whether or not we should be piling in, getting out, raising stop losses, all that fun stuff. First up, I've got a cup and handle for you guys. Cup and handle. Ticker is FPRX. FPRX. Don't know much about the company. It's got therapeutics in the name, so I'm guessing some form of biotech, but that doesn't really matter. I've got some serious bulls coming into the market, driving this thing up like crazy. Could you have predicted this? Maybe, I don't know, saucer, but how could you predict this type of movement? Doesn't matter. Let's look at the here and the now. We've got a nice cup and handle. And what are we doing here? We're looking for a close above this upper resistance line on the cup and handle, which it looks like we might get. We are getting some selling here. The market overall, I believe, is selling a bit, but keep your eye on this stock. FPRX, classic cup and handle, fantastic entry point. Price target, $29. So let's go ahead and do the thing where we calculate the return on that. So at its current price, were you to enter, that would be about a 47% return. Watch this stock. All right, next up, looking at NNDM. If anyone's in NNDM, RG, big shout out to you for being in NNDM since $4.30. This one is a long-term pattern that's been forming. Nano Dimension, I believe that this one is... Yes. All right. So intelligent devices for 3D modeling, for 3D manufacturing. This is a huge space. I mean, this is going to be a theme. So we're going to be talking about 3D printing coming up. Kathy Woods, big on 3D printing with her ETF PRNT. And we're going to be big on the things behind the thing. That is the technology that enables the emerging disruptive sector, which is 3D printing in this case. What enables it? Stuff like Nano Dimension, NNDM. What else enables it? Stocks you will probably already know, like NVIDIA. If any of you guys know anyone that's in any type of 3D modeling, anything from gaming to architecture, construction, anything that requires any type of CAD drawing, anything that's 3D modeling, that is going to be used to manufacture a part that's going to go into aerospace, go into defense, go into all of these large, big ticket government contracts, manufacturing processes require a lot of graphics power. And right now, NVIDIA is running the game. So at any rate, back to NNDM, which is another thing behind the thing. We've got a nice rounding bottom, which we love here because we love to scoop up the refuse that has been thrown away for big reversal power. All right. So we've got a consolidation at this former resistance line, now support, consolidation. NNDM is now still a good time to enter. Yes. All right. So let's take a look. What I've done here is I've measured the bottom up to the resistance line. You guys already know this. Here we are. We're at about halfway, not even halfway. We're at a little bit less than halfway up through that. So if we're trading from where we are right now, which yes is above resistance, yes, do I think it's safe personally for me to get into this? Yes. My stop is just going to be a little bit below the lowest point on this resistance, probably like 1261, something like that. I would put my stop right here, and then enter the trade right now. This is a perfectly good time for me to enter. And let's look at the profit potential on NNDM from right now, where we take the measured move from the bottom down here and then add it up above the resistance. Looking at 76%. Are we going to run into some resistance? Yes, there are some key points here that may serve as resistance, but the way that I look at those is points of consolidation, opportunities to get in with more capital, to get more out of the trade. Also, opportunities to raise your stop loss, because those will establish new support lines where you'll want to place your stop loss just a little bit below the support. That's how we do it. All right. I'm pumped about this one. eBang International Holdings, ladies and gentlemen. Who got in? Who got into eBang International Holdings? What a beast. Gapping up. Ain't no one stopping it. This one is beautiful, 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 beautiful. The gap did get filled, and we've got some new absolute fiery bullish momentum. Bullish momentum on this stock. These are healthy gaps. These are not the type of gaps that I look to get close. These are the type of gaps that we've got rapid accumulation from big money coming into this stock. All right. It's not until we've got a longer period where things start to slow down and we see volume and momentum start to slow down that we start to look at exhaustion gaps as possible places to take target and maybe exit the position. This is something that I look at like, holy smokes, the train is running. Choo choo. Choo choo. All right. So let me know if you got in on this one. Yeah, I want to go through the list. I'm going to take some picks from you guys. Look at what are you looking at the cup and handle? What time frame are your charts set up? Let me go back to that cup and handle. So this is FPRX. This is the daily. So most of the time, the way that I do these, and I think a lot of others, like if you're reading I believe Technical Analysis of Financial Markets, which is a textbook you should check out. Get it used. It's like $90. Get it used. But if you're reading that, it's a very broad base for technical analysis, and it's really where most of what I'm talking about on Get Technical comes from. Very simple. We're just looking at price. We're not getting too fancy with all the tools that are available today. We're really just looking at price on the chart. That book, Technical Analysis of Financial Markets, will tell you to look at monthly and weekly and then zero in on the daily. That's kind of where that book lives. It references day trading and says you can get deeper with hour and then even minutes and so forth. But that book is really teaching you to look at the long-term trends to get the whole picture of what's going on with these stocks so that you can place a little bit more confidence in what will probably happen next. Because remember, with technical analysis, it's all about using price history. Price history is how we do our best to predict what might happen next. And we just stand on the shoulders of a bunch of great technical analysts who came up with patterns and tools for analyzing what's going on in the markets to increase the probability that our predictions will hold true. So on this stock, let's just go back. I'm on the daily looking at this, but I started off with a month. Jeez Louise, get out of here. And the main thing that I wanted was something that was trending down for a period. I was hoping for a double bottom reversal, but then I noticed this little scoop formation, which you got to look into when you see a scoop. Anytime you see something like that, you might have something good. So yeah, of course my drawings are all effed up, but here, let's just get rid of that. And then I zoomed in on the daily. The daily is the best place for these types of swing trades. I don't want to talk too much about day trading because I like to let my stuff resolve overnight. I don't want the anxiety of having to enter my trades and then exit all of them at the end of the day for fear that something crazy could happen in aftermarket hours or whatever while I'm sleeping. I don't want to live like that. I work full time. I invest to make money, to grow my wealth, to get the most out of my salary, and then I trade to supplement my incomes from that investing. All right. Yeah. Technical Analysis of Financial Markets. I believe John Murphy is the author. I could be wrong about that. Definitely check it out. Expensive book. Try to get it used. I know that one watcher of the show is able to do that. So it's definitely possible. BNGO. Who's in BNGO? This one, I got in trouble yesterday because I made a false statement. I said that BNGO, Bionano Genomics, was in the ARKG ETF for Genomics Revolution. for disruptive technology and genomics. I was wrong. I told a little fib. I forgot who it was, but I was called out in chat, promptly corrected. Spencer had my back. He looked it up, confirmed I was wrong, and I'm sorry for that. Got me in a lot of trouble. I actually got a DM after that. I got a DM from our new chair. So Benzinga has a board of directors. You guys might not know this. We're a private company, so you might not be able to find this information very easily. We recently brought on a new chair. Some of you guys know this. If you're in chat, let me know if you already know who our new chair is. But she's a real hard ass, and she likes to communicate via DM on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter, and it's like really hard for me to keep up with her. I'm trying to do my best for her, but she sends me DMs for like really critical stuff, and I got a DM on Twitter. Our new chair, Mia Khalifa, actress Mia Khalifa, told me that I was in trouble about that BNGO thing. So we are bringing on a guest today to take over the show. Otherwise, we're going to get taken off the air. So make sure you stick around until 10 a.m. Ricky Gutierrez, day trader, who loves to stick with a set of stocks, unlike me, where I'm kind of all over the place. He loves to stick with a set of stocks that he will regularly trade, is going to talk about his methods for doing that. He's very big on YouTube, which hey, all the power to him. But this guy, he really actually knows what the hell he's doing. The man live trades every single day. So we're going to get some lessons from him on that. So you guys, if you can, tweet at Mia Khalifa and just tell her I'm doing my best. I want it. This is my job on the line, guys. All right. So I really appreciate it. Looking at Oxy. So this is Occidental Petroleum. Oil is not the future. Oil's not the future. I don't believe that it is. All right. But it is in what that textbook I told you about would call like a short-term or intermediate trend. All right. Obviously, it's not a long-term trend because oil is not the future. It's bad for the environment, and we don't want that. The people want electric vehicles. That is the future. But at any rate, a trend's a trend. All right. We've got higher highs, higher lows. This is the same thing I talked about yesterday. We had a remainder of a gap to close. We have closed that. We have closed above it, and we are climbing up toward our price target, which is the resolution of our pattern. So guys, yesterday I took off 50% of my holdings. But if I see momentum coming in, which yesterday the RSI was trending down, if you recall. So this is something you look at. You can draw your lines on your RSI just like you draw on your price. All right. To get an idea of how the momentum is going. What direction is momentum going? But look, we're getting a little bit of a turnaround. This is what I said yesterday is if we get a turnaround on the RSI, that might be an indication that this trend is going to get the power it needs to reach its destination, which is our sell target all the way up here at $39 on OXY. So if this continues, I'm not saying right now because I'm seeing a red candle. Ideally, to make me feel really good about this, I want to see some green candles. Hopefully we get that. And if we do, then I'm going to pile back in. Just use whatever I took out for profit, throw it back in there and raise my stop loss at support, which is right about here, right? It's these highs on the green candles. And I'm not kidding about the Mia Khalifa thing, guys. So if you guys could tweet at her and just say, I'm doing my best out here. I really appreciate it. Okay. Let's look at XOM, another oil stock, ExxonMobil, a well-known name with a gap to close. This one I think is going to be cooking on gas. Look at the volume. We are maintaining super healthy volume. This is the type of level that we want to see in the volume. If you can see this stick, let me go full screen here. This is the type of volume that you want to see for a massive surge. All right. So we're going to watch for this level of volume to happen if we're going to get something big here. But our price target is about 73. That's based on the measured move from this low up to this resistance level. You can see how it's resistance here, and it's right about where it peaked in the middle of that W. So this is a double bottom. We like this. This is what we call, not so much of a rat's neck, but it does have this nice upward trend, and I do have a high degree of conviction that this will go up. Look at the nice green candle. So XOM. Whoa. Janet said that the January 26th Big Ideas ARK investment thing. Big Ideas is like what ARK calls their when they release information to the public about what they see happening in the future. Big Ideas being sectors and technologies that are going to disrupt the markets that they are interested in getting into. So BNGO might get in there. Brandy, thank you for the forgiveness, and also shout out to Brandy for being the one that pointed out that BNGO wasn't in there. I really need the validation. I'm a real glass cannon, guys. All right, ship, another hot one. Anyone that's been on Twitter in the last 5 minutes knows that ship has been hot. So check out ship. This was a rounding bottom with a nice gap down that got closed. Wish I would have caught it earlier so I could have tried to time that gap fill. Regardless, the timing's still great for a breakout, and we are doing it. Look at the momentum we've got. We're a little bit down today. I think that is parallel with what's happening with most of the market. We will have some picks here today that are diverging from the rest of the market. I think NVIDIA is one. A lot of times when I'm looking at my portfolio over the past week or so, I see that NVIDIA is green when a lot of my more like broader ETFs that are affected by market swings are red. For being like a bit down on the day. So at any rate, price targets for ship remain at 292 and 332. So in that range. So what I would do here as a person who draws on my charts, as a technical analyst, would be something like this. Like, this is what we're watching for. All right. And something really cool that would happen would be if we break through this lower, more conservative price target and then get a point of consolidation. And we can get a nice sell point much higher. It's a considerable difference. Actually, if I measure this, difference between the two is about 14%. So this is one to watch when we get there. We'll keep it on the watch list. We'll come back to it, watch it together. Yeah, and if you're selling shares on ship, go for it. This is a great time, especially if you're in a bit earlier. Now is the time to take that profit. I'm not going to knock you for it. Taking a look at Fubo. We've got another cup and handle with Fubo here. Really, really liking this stock. Really like an FUBO, Fubo TV. I believe it's sports streaming. Focus on offering live television streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Streaming is happening. We're using the internet to deliver television. One thing that's really been lacking, as we know for some time, is the ability to watch sports. So I think this is in a great area fundamentally. The idea is fantastic. And we've got a little bit of a slant here on the top of our cup. But that's a-okay. It's still a cup and handle pattern. What we're looking at for entry is a hopefully green close. So that means if this candle on the daily can close above this resistance on the handle portion of the cup and handle, that's our entry. And then we're looking at conservatively speaking, we go to the low. I'm going to measure up to this resistance line. Conservatively 299%. So who knows how long that will take to resolve, but I mean, it went up. Let's take a little look-see. It went up to the top of this candle, the left side of the cup. It went up 139% in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So hot, spicy stock. FUBO, Fubo TV. All right, so I've got more on the watch list that I can keep going through. I'm still very bullish on NVIDIA. This is a longer term thing. I would consider this like a 2 to 6 month kind of swing trade. Maybe something I hold longer term. I'm much more interested in holding ETFs longer term. I'm willing to, especially actively managed ETFs, because they're cooking right now. I'm willing to eat the cost. The fee associated with an actively managed ETF. But NVIDIA is looking like a very good swing trade. Like I said, it's green a lot of the days when the market's down. So it's got the buyers believing in it. My headset just died. So anyways, that's NVIDIA. I don't want to get too far into my picks because it takes up so much time. Follow me on Twitter at Neil's Tweets. And I'll keep the watch list open. So if you want to follow the Get Technical watch list, they'll all be there for you. There's a lot here. I think we've covered most of them. I mean, Sens is fantastic. Sens is great. So these are our two price targets. This lower one is actually our price target based on the breakout from this $3.97 level, which would have been a great entry point. This is what I'm talking about, a close above resistance. It doesn't have to be a candle that like totally is floating above the line. It's a close. So since it's green, that means the top area of this candle is where it closed for the period. In this case, it's the day. We're on the daily chart. So it closed above this resistance. Very bullish sign if it does that. And then look, it gapped up. And then what a day it had. It hit the price target the following day, sold off. Why? Because wise guys are watching the charts the same way we are. Algorithms are trading these charts the same way we are. So that's to be expected. But look, it's holding above prior resistance. It's holding above the support. So I'm thinking this thing hits our second price target, which is actually a measured move, or that's not the correct absolute term. It's the height of our pole here from this descending triangle plus the breakout brings us to 584. So still potential. So if you're in there, maybe if you haven't sold off to take a little profit, treat yourself, but keep an eye on this one because it still has room to go. All right. Yeah. I want to take picks. We got 5 minutes before my replacement comes on. So, guys, just be cool, make me look good when that happens. But yeah, let's get some picks from chat. PLTR coming up. So PLTR, looking at this thing, yeah, this has got the Cobra pattern that we like. Like, I don't know if I've talked about this, but so many stocks have this sweet Cobra pattern. And it's like the difference between an IPO that's going to take a long time to start delivering alpha for folks from a bullish perspective versus one that's just going to cook. PLTR, we love it. It's got a lot of community support behind it on forums, on social media. It's got the gov contracts. It's a little bit, I'm not the expert on this, but PLTR, Palantir, there are folks that say that their growth in the government space in terms of contracts might be a little bit shaky under the current administration. I'm just saying that just to say it. I don't know if there's any credence to that, but I've seen that talked about a little bit. So that's a little fundamental background on it. We're seeing a sell-off. We're hitting some type of support here. Let's see where that's coming from. It really just looks like we're hitting support at this breakout point here. But that's on the daily. Let's take a look at the 4 hour. Let's zoom in a little bit on the action. All right, so here's what I got to say about this. When we broke out, we established a trend. We broke down past our trend. Now it kind of looks like we're in a bit of a downward trend with Palantir. Anyone say different? I mean, I would love to get someone's like really brief technical case for Palantir. Cobra pattern I made up. That's not a real thing. I made it up. Yeah, no, I mean, long term, I believe in this stock. But do I don't know. I don't see like a really good entry here. Let me know. If you guys see something I don't, teach me. I'm here to learn just like you guys are. All right. MREO, because you put it 5 times in the chat. Ayo. We're start out trying to look at the long term. See, this is a fairly new stock. We're looking at the monthly right now. All right, we had some huge volume toward the end of 2020. Volume's doesn't really tell you much on the monthly level. It's much more important once you get to anything less than daily, weekly, maybe less than weekly. Okay, this thing is stepping up. Little bit by little bit. We do have a trend. It's not a super fast trend, but we've got one. We have got a trend here. We are looking good on the RSI. Would love to get the case from whoever put this in chat. Would love to get the case, because I'm looking at this right now and I see something very basic. There doesn't necessarily need to be a huge upward trend for us to just have a very basic triangle here. So what I'd be watching for is a close above resistance. And it also just looks like, in general, this is the weekly, just in general, this thing is trading between these 2 points. So if you want to be aggressive, you can trade in between these 2 points. Whoa, voodoo, MP said the magic words. You said the magic words, my friend. Still on the weekly. Looks like a cobra. So, okay, not a bottom. Guys, remember, a double bottom, you want to have a downward trend leading into it. All right? So you want it to look like this. Here's the downward trend. Here's that booty. And then there's the upward. And that's what makes those really work out. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can really see the tickers here on the right. But I'll post them on Twitter because it's a lot to go through. And like, we're already just about out of time. Ricky's not on yet. I don't see him backstage. So hopefully, I don't know, Mitch, if you can get in touch with Aaron Bry and or Spencer Israel to see if Ricky is ready to go. At any rate, let's zoom in on MP here. Let's give it a chance. I mean, that this pattern is the pattern that you see in a double bottom, and let's go ahead and give it a chance, because this stuff matters. Obviously, look at how perfectly this is formed. Look at that damn thing. Look at that thing. And then look at the symmetry on the support here. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Please post stickers. All right. I'll post all the stickers. Jeez. Do I have a producer right now? Mitch, are you there? I've been left. I don't know. I think Spencer's pooping. So we can't post them on the show right now because I don't have that ability. But I'll post all of these on Twitter like as soon as I'm done. But just to read them back to you, big pick of the day was FPRX. That's the new one, which is closing above the handle, guys. So watch FPRX. I'm in this, full disclosure. I am in this. Let's go. Let us go. NNDM looking snackalicious. eBang already broke out like a raging bull. BNGO still has that room to go. And people love this stock, and it's got the Cathie Wood blessing. So that means that a bunch of traders are going to go to it. Even hedge fund managers watch for Cathie Wood stuff. All right. It's not just retail traders like you and me. Even hedge fund managers and people on the trading floor at a hedge fund are watching for Cathie Wood's notes. If she did, which I like, if she mentioned BNGO, that's a big blessing. OXY, this one's been on our watch list for a while. SHIP, fairly new. Hey, Spencer, would you mind posting just a couple of the top, like down to NVIDIA, the tickers that are on here? If you can see them.
You mean like on your screen?
Yeah, like on the bottom left so everyone can see them. All right, so we're seeing I love hearing from chat their perspective on these stocks. So I want to go back to Palantir really quick. And so we're seeing it's in an upward channel starting on 12.2. Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. I completely agree. That's where I drew my sort of trend line here previously. What could be said is, I mean, I don't know. You could do this stuff. I'm not great with this, but I'm going to use a Fibonacci channel to kind of link these and then bring this up to our swing high here. Yeah, that's not helpful at all. I'm not going to do that. You'll have to teach me more about that, Patrick. I would love to. I mean, there's no reason why our guests have to be people from Twitter and YouTube and like big traders. I'd love to have you on if you want to talk about PLTR in particular. We can talk it out. But I mean, that said, still looking at this stock from the apex, I mean, it's still got some room to go. All right, guys, it looks like our interim CEO is back to turn things around. I do have Ricky Gutierrez in the waiting room. We got the tickers up, guys. Those are the tickers for the Get Technical watch list. Go ahead and take a look at them. And I'll also post my ETFs on Twitter. It's super basic. I just own the ARK ETFs and like one gaming ETF. And I hold IWM, which is a small cap ETF, which is like I hold that for like I'll have that for the next 10 to 20 years of my life. Okay. Spencer, can you please bring on our illustrious guest for the morning?
Oh, there we go. How you doing?
I'm doing well. We meet again.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for agreeing to join us on such short notice.
Of course.
So I was telling the folks watching, I did get another scary TikTok DM from our new chair, Miss Khalifa, President Khalifa.
Gosh.
I don't know why, but she's got my number. She wants me out of Benzinga.
Life must be very hard.
I can't sleep at night. I'm waking up in sweats. I can't go to bed at night without thinking about Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, I think a couple people struggle with that.
I think so too, Ricky.
Yeah.
But here you are. I would love it, Ricky, if you wouldn't mind just telling folks, once again, for the folks that don't know, if you don't already know, tell folks a little bit about your trading style and then pull up your chart.
Yeah, so my name is Ricky. I trade a lot of blue chip stocks, and I trade a pair of 2 ETFs. So I heard you talking about that a little bit earlier. I trade NASDAQ ETFs, so SQQQ and TQQQ, which pretty much just follow the NASDAQ market, which has a big focus on tech. So I focus a lot on blue chip tech stocks, and then I focus on the on that ETF. So I'm trying to see how I can share my screen on this. Let me see. Perfect. All right. I think I got it. And can you see it?
Adding to stream. Spencer, are we fighting for control right now? I think we are. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're looking good?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to, if it's okay with you, I wanted to like talk, we normally talk about like the past couple of times that I've spoken for Benzinga, it's been more about like, here are the stocks, because the market was so bullish, right? I was up quite a bit, a couple $1,000s on the stocks that I was trading. I think today's a perfect example of, when the market doesn't go according to plan and how to manage it. So, it's so amazing to talk about making a profit and when everything is all green and dandy, but I think it's also super, super important, which is one of the areas that I struggled with the most on how to manage risk, how to manage position size, and when to understand, especially if you're under the PDT rule, how to be able to properly enter a trade in which you can tolerate. So is that okay for me to cover?
Yeah, I think that's perfect, man. Good choice.
Okay. Yeah, so one of the things that I talked about in a video that I uploaded yesterday, and we make these pretty often, so if we go to, I don't think I'll be able to pull it up, but on YouTube yesterday I uploaded, so I was looking at /NQ, right? So if you're on the TD Ameritrade platform, this is one thing that you can pull on up. On the 180-day 4-hour time frame, during the pre-market session, we hit highs of 13,900. It's not that the market was going to crash. No one can predict the future, right? But one of the things that you can prepare for is worst case scenario. And it's something that a lot of new traders don't prep for because they're always focused on I want to make a profit. But there's two sides to every opportunity. And one of the things that I focus on most, especially more now than ever before, is I've taken my losses. I've taken enough losses to understand that when things are too good to be true and when we are at these very overbought levels, that I would rather be prepared than be surprised. And that's exactly what we talked about in yesterday's video. And you can see that this happens very, very often. This is /NQ. And again, it's on the 180-day chart. You can see that every time that it hits these 180-day highs, it pulls on back very close to the SMA line. Its overall highs, it corrects itself in some form of way. This happens over and over again, almost like once a month or once every month and a half. So is it surprising that when it hit 13,900 and we're on this consistent rally for over 20 days that it begins to correct itself? It's like, no, it's like common sense. It's like expected, right? So this is why it surprises me that people don't choose to prepare for it. And something that you might be asking is, how do you prepare for these pullbacks? Well, at the end of the day, you never know when the market's going to pull back. Can the market always continue to uptrend? Yes, big picture it does. But can you prepare for a pullback? So let's say you have $1,000 in your trading account, right? Or in your investing account. If you're fully invested and you buy at these overbought levels at $1,000, do you think you're setting your future self up for success? Or would it make more sense that, hey, I'm in a very bullish stock, it's been performing exceptionally well, but it is overbought. So maybe instead of being invested in with $1,000, this is just an example, maybe go in and sell half of your position. And why would you sell half, right? What's to balance out your position? Just in case it does continue to uptrend, that you can partake and reap the benefit of that bullish momentum. But worst case scenario, right? Preparing for your future self, if it begins to correct itself and at these oversold levels, then you can buy with the additional money that you originally had, but you can buy for a better deal. So if you're so certain that you're investing in quality companies, you should be excited that these begin to correct themselves, because that really just means that you're not only investing in them, but you're investing in them when they're at discounted rates, big picture. So instead of always trying to buy them when everything is super bullish and overbought, also, it's not the worst idea to understand when we're at these overbought levels, how to prepare and balance out your position size. So if it does pull back like we're experiencing today, that you have enough money in the reserves in which that you can utilize to buy at these better deals and ride the recovery. So that's essentially what I talked about in yesterday's video. And I sold the majority of my positions. The only one that I have been holding, and this is one that I talked about, is Tesla. This is one that I have a pretty heavy position on. But other than that, I'm watching stocks like GoPro right now. GoPro is not a stock that if you're not, I would not buy this right now by any means. And the reason I say this, and I'm telling you this as I'm someone that's invested in it, I have a very light position on it. So I have 200 shares and I'm only down $100. But it was very bullish. It hit overall highs of $12.77. It sold off due to earnings, so it's a negative catalyst. And we see this happen time after time where it sells off. It takes time. We don't know how much more it can sell off. But once it begins to indicate signs of an uptrend, just like we've seen here and just like we've seen here, give it time for it to sell off. Wait, set those effective alerts to get that proper confirmation. And one of the stocks that, is still killing it, and we talked about it last time, Neil, is Twitter. We did this with Twitter where, Trump got banned from Twitter. It acted as a negative catalyst. We waited for the reversal. I bought, it approached resistance level. I sold, but guess what? It exceeded expectation. It killed it during earnings, and it's been nonstop bullish. But then asking the question, is Twitter a really good deal right now? So for all those that are invested in Twitter, I wish you guys nothing but the best. But would it surprise you if it begins to correct itself in some form of way? Well, no, it wouldn't really surprise you, right? Especially if you're more of a swing trader and a proactive swing trader, would it make sense to, if you have 1,000 shares and you could only buy 1,000 shares, that you maybe reduce your position size just in case it pulls on back, that you can at least buy at a better deal versus what's one of the worst feelings when you're fully invested up here, it sells off, you have no buying power, and then you have to wait and hope it comes back. And I think hope is a very closed-minded way to approach the market. So again, I would rather prepare than to be surprised. So that's essentially all we've been doing lately.
So you mentioned, I think it was 188-day highs.
Yeah.
How are you? So you're using TD Ameritrade.
Yeah.
How are you keeping track of that with us? I know they're called studies in TDA.
Yeah.
How are you keeping track of that with the study?
So,
or not with a study. How do you keep track of it?
So, I normally focus on if I'm going into a position longer than just one day. I will look at the 20-day 1 hour and the 180-day 4 hour time frame. I will also look at the 1 year time frame if I really plan to hold for a long period of time, just to have a little bit of a better understanding. My main intention is to understand its overall direction. If I see something that's continuously bearish on the larger timeframes, that's probably not something that I want to hold. But if I see something like Twitter, where it's been progressively increasing in value, I look at the 1 year chart very quickly just to see its overall direction. I look at the 180-day, which in my opinion, it's preference. It's a time frame that I tend to refer back to quite often because it lets me see quite a bit of months, but not so much where maybe a year ago we're in a completely different position than where we were maybe for the past 6 months. So that's essentially it's just more for relevance.
Got it. Okay, so you're just expanding your chart so that you're looking at a 6 month period and a 1 year period, so you can get context on what's happening.
Yeah, it's just to have a little bit more context of its overall direction. It's very hard, especially if I plan to hold something for a couple of weeks or a couple of months, for me to only perform a 5-day analysis, I don't think would be the most effective, right? Because that's just in reference of the past 5 days, that in reference of, if I plan to hold for a longer period of time, I need to understand where we sit within those levels.
Yeah. So no Google, what you have a crazy name in chat, but yeah, it's 1 year and 180 day. Okay. Yeah. So that's great. I was touching on that a little bit earlier. I'm trying to discipline myself to do what you're explaining, which is zoom out and get the greater context of what's happening.
Yeah. I heard you talk about one of the ETFs, right, that you had in your watch list and that you plan to hold for 20 years. Right. And we'll just imagine we've seen it a lot. Especially very often. What's that very popular stock right now? It's CCIV.
Yep.
Where it's performing exceptionally well for the past maybe 1 or 2 months. And if I were to just perform a 30-day 5-minute analysis, then yeah, this looks amazing, right? But big picture, right? If you're like, okay, well, I want to invest in this for the next 20 years because of this time frame, but I didn't give myself the opportunity to really take a step back and see that it was actually just recently that it's been experiencing this hype, this pump, this momentum, and this might not be something that I feel as comfortable to hold because it almost looks like
it's a SPAC, I believe.
Yeah,
it's a SPAC that converted.
Has it actually?
I don't know if it has converted. Spencer, can you jump in?
No, it has not converted. That's kind of the catch. That's the point.
It's like
they don't even have a deal yet. They don't even have a deal.
Yeah, that's the part that I just know that there's a lot of hype behind it. So I don't personally trade stocks like this, but obviously people make a killing off of it. But also, just as much as you can make, you can lose. I know that this is a merger for, what is it, Lucid, or what's the company called?
Yep, Lucid Motors. It's one of the bigger Tesla competitors.
Okay, yeah. So it's very similar to kind of like the Nikola approach, right? Where they don't IPO, they work with a company that's already trading, and they just merge with it, and then they change their ticker.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. But I do have to say for myself, especially for the blue chip stocks and understanding more of the big picture, looking at the larger timeframes have been of value. Just so I understand when things are at overbought or oversold levels.
So that's really good. Word of caution on a day like this. So do you have any tips for folks that are more diverse in their stock picks, for ways that they can sort of set trailing points to perhaps take profit, sell off, and then reevaluate? Are there any things to watch for that applies beyond sort of your universe of stocks?
One of the main, and we were actually just talking about this during our live trading session this morning, and one of our members asked, Ricky, how do you deal with FOMO? And I think it's the same way that I deal with not buying in early. I think the biggest way to deal with anything in this market is to make sense of it. And as long as it makes sense to you, it doesn't mean that you're going to have to make the most money or the least amount of money with that approach. It literally has to make sense to you so you can at least learn from your mistakes. And the idea of understanding where, let's say for KR, right, Kroger, just recently sold off. It's finding a support level here. Let's say I decide to buy here because I see the potential for it to hit highs of $40. Knowing my track record, I tend to sell very early. I'm okay with I will sell when I'm up 10% because based off of previous resistance levels, this is a big enough resistance where I wouldn't mind taking profits. And at the end of the day, one of the things that I really just try to focus on is I would rather be someone that's consistently green versus someone that plans to hold beyond, what is already expected, and then they go from green to red. And it comes down to like asking yourself, what position have you put yourself more in? Are you someone that tends to hold too long, and instead of locking in profits, you go from green to red, which is, I think, one of the worst feelings. And yeah, although selling early is not a glorified approach, it's at least a step in the right direction. And you can always adjust that as you're getting better at locking in profits. So my biggest focus every single time is if I experience or if I see a resistance level, and again, Twitter's, I guess this was a bad example because it 100% exceeded my expectations where I decided to sell at these levels, but it went beyond that. But at the end of the day, I did something that made sense to me and I could have always gotten back in, right? And that's the thing that you need to remind yourself is like, yeah, it does suck when you sell too early, but if you're really so certain that it goes beyond what it is that you anticipated, then at least approaching it with a maybe smaller position size and allowing it to ride up and then locking in profits then. But my biggest focus has always been, I don't focus too much on, and that's just, again, we all have different approaches, right? I don't focus too much myself on like trailing stop losses or anything like that. I just look at previous levels or at any indication of a resistance. I might have a goal, right? I might have a goal of selling at 55 as this thing sold off because of previous resistance levels that we had here and that we had here. So it makes sense that we could experience a resistance level at 55. But if I experience a resistance level at 51, my job is to lock in profits. My job is to stay green, right? And if I sell too early there, it pulls back and it continues to uptrend, then guess what? Yeah, it sucks. I left some money on the table, but I can always get back in. And at least I still did something the majority of people can't do. And I think that's when you understand kind of the big picture is, trust me, it sucks. I get it. When you have FOMO and when you miss out on a couple of trades. But if you ask yourself, more often than not, people tend to not miss out on opportunity more than they choose to partake in it. But most likely, at least in my experience, people tend to buy too early than actually, buying when it actually makes sense. And I think, and Neil, you can speak on that, where I just feel like people always try to think about like, well, what if I miss out, or what if it continues to go up? More often than not, it doesn't. And I think that's what you need to understand. It is in your best interest to lock in profits and then to reevaluate it when you're not so emotional if you want to decide to get back in.
Yeah, that's something that especially with recent events with like hyper pump stocks coming from Reddit, as well as like Dogecoin too. Mm-hmm. It's the FOMO is just so thick in the air. And you're almost always doomed if you're getting it from all of these channels like social media and stuff like that. It's a very good likelihood that you're going to end up holding the bag. So I've even like I get texts from people all the time about how much a certain stock is up, saying like are you in? Are you in? Are you in? And I actually have to ask them like, hey man, stop. Like I'm really glad that you're in it, but this doesn't fit in my system right now, and you're giving me a lot of FOMO right now, and it's throwing me off my game. So please, like, I'm happy for you. Just stop. So I think Ricky, maybe, and correct me if I'm misinterpreting, but I think maybe another just sort of key takeaway here is have a system and stick to it, and don't let distractions mess with your money. I mean, at the end of the day, this is your money in these markets.
Exactly. And I think a great way to put it is, I don't know how many people watching this video right now started just recently. But let's be honest, we've gained so much traction on just like the social aspect for, the stock market because of like these GameStop and these AMC stocks. And a very simple question that you can ask yourself is the idea of FOMO. There are more people that didn't sell their position on AMC and GME and all these other hype stocks even when they were up 5 or 10% and ended up going in the red. There are more people that lost money, I can almost reassure you, than actually made money. This happens all the time, all the time. And it's like, well, I could have made 100%. Dude, if you would have made 10%, you would have been better off than the majority of these people. So it is so mind-boggling when people try to persuade one another on like the diamond hands and like hold the line. At the end of the day, when it comes down to trading and when it comes down to the market, you are in the market to make money. And when it goes beyond that, that's when emotions become part of the play. And that's when people really begin to dig themselves in a hole. So it's not just thinking about how much more money I can make, but also always taking into consideration that there's two sides to every opportunity, and just as much money as you can make, you can lose that exact dollar amount, if not more. So every time that you hesitate to lock in profits or to cut losses, just know that it can always be worse.
Clip it and ship it, guys. That's a great quotable piece from you, Ricky. Thank you for your insights on the stocks that you're actually trading, as well as those stocks outside your universe, because those are words to absolutely live by, especially in this crazy market of spikes and divorced valuations. So, Ricky, we're at our time. Where can folks get more from you? Where can they keep learning? Where can they follow your trades?
Yeah, and well, if they have any questions, well, one of the biggest things is, especially for a lot of beginners, they might have individual questions that they want to ask me. I respond to all my direct messages on Instagram. I only have one Instagram account. There's a bunch of like fake ones and stuff like that. So just know that I have 182 or 183,000 followers. It's Ricky Gutierrez with 2 Z's. I would encourage you, and again, I respond to all my direct messages. So if you're watching this and you actually have a specific question that you can't Google or you can't YouTube search, I would love to answer it for you or try to assist you in any way that I can. So I think that would be the best way for us to connect. If you message me or comment on my YouTube videos, we get so many comments, I unfortunately don't get to see them all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Ricky, there you go. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us on short notice. I think Benzinga is in good hands every time you join us.
Thank you, man. Well, I appreciate you guys having me. I hope you have a good rest of your week.
You too, man. Have a good rest of your week. All right, guys. That was Ricky Gutierrez. He's a real one. That's good. That's some great advice. I think, can I get an amen in the chat? If you have either been DM'd by one of your college buddies or one of your knucklehead friends from high school, or you've seen it on social, something about a ticker doing something crazy, and you wanted to get in, let me get an amen if you did it and you lost money. All right. Can I get an amen if the FOMO left you holding the bag at any point in your life? It's happened to all of us. It still happens to me. I'm still trying to get better and better at it every day. But that's what we're here to do. Jason Raznick is once again our CEO after that interim period with Ricky Gutierrez, is asking, can I play the guitar? Not sure why he's asking that. What is it? What do I got? Like a guitar hanging over my head? Why are people constantly asking me about guitars? Weird. You know what else is weird? Only 30% of the people watching this show right now are subscribed. Let's do something about that. Like and subscribe today for more programs like Get Technical, Singer Nation Power Hour, Benzinga Happy Hour, Benzinga Pro Happy Hour with Ryan Faluna. Give us a like and a subscribe. All right, guys. Here's what I'll tell you. Maybe someday I will shred the guitar. I would love to perhaps record some different jingles for the show. But we've got so many stock picks, it's hard to get through to it. We're here to make money, not listen to me play Smoke on the Water over and over. All right, so we've got 3 minutes. What I want to leave you with is a couple things. One, don't let FOMO get you into trades. Look for setups that are about to do something that makes sense. Word of the day that I haven't talked about yet, confluence. Confluence. What does that mean? We want to look for a bunch of indicators all saying the same thing. An example of something that is not confluence is a cup and handle pattern that looks like it's about to break out, but volume is on a downward trend. So the stock it should be going like this, but volume be doing this. That is a discordance. So confluence is when your volume is confirming your price action. Another example is when fundamentals are in confluence with what you see on your price chart. So that's why we are bringing fundamentals, into our technical analysis. I know it's a weird era we live in. Don't tell the author of technical analysis of financial markets that I said that. I don't think you would be pleased, because the whole idea of technical analysis is that price action discounts everything else. So guys, the buy trigger for FPRX, let me just pull up my screen I'm not sharing it anymore. It's a close above the handle resistance. So we want to see a nice green candle above that resistance line on the handle portion that we're currently in, that we're trading in that downward channel. So that is the trigger. We also want to see, if we see a close above that resistance, we want to see a surge in volume. Confluence. The volume is confirming that the bulls are about to drive this puppy up to our sell target. Also, stop losses when we're talking about that cup and handle. Keep the stop losses on cup and handles at the lowest point of the handle. So once you got that handle kind of going down and then it curves up to make the rest of that little formation, your stop is right about here. And then you want to break out above this point, and that's what makes it start to look sort of like a full handle. All right, guys. I'm Neil Hamilton. This has been Get Technical. Make sure you like and subscribe. Follow me on Twitter at Neil's Tweets for the tickers. I'm going to drop those right now. Next up, I've got Ryan Faluna, the sage-like investor, the Benzinga Pro expert. I've got Jonathan Mallard, the towering behemoth of Benzinga Pro driven trades. They are about to turn the boys into men and everyone else into great traders. All right. So make sure you stay tuned. We've got some great stuff with Benzinga Pro with two of my great friends and colleagues. Thanks for sticking with me. It's been real. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, Neil. Appreciate that. Always a fun show with Neil Hamilton. All right, as Neil just said, let's bring on the guys. Let's bring on Ryan Faluna and Jonathan Mallard. There's Mallard. There's Ryan. Hello, hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Wait, I just heard a fire alarm. Was that? That's oh my god. All right, sorry, false alarm. I just heard a fire alarm somewhere in the background, but it was someone trying to mess with us. Jeez. All right. Hey, does one of you want to share your screen, or I can, and I will walk, and I'll walk through it as you narrate.
I got you.
All right, there we go.
I got my screen shared here.
There we go. Whoa.
Oh, it's flickering though. There we go.
There we go. All right. There. Have fun, guys.
All right, thanks very much. Honestly, that was such a great intro by Neil. I'm not even sure how we're going to top that, Jonathan. But here we go. Let's go ahead and give it a shot. You all know Benzinga Pro for being a financial news platform, and today we're actually going to show you how to use the tool that is at the heart of this platform. News is at the heart of our business, and this platform makes it very easy to filter out noise and find the news that's important to you. So we're going to give you a quick rundown and some pro tips on some of these features within the newsfeed. Jonathan might also be sharing some of his favorite categories with you in case that's something that you're interested in. So Jonathan, what do you say here?
Yeah, let's dive right into it. I mean, the newsfeed is kind of what we're known for, mostly here at Benzinga, at least on the Benzinga Pro side of the business. And there's a lot of different ways that you can narrow down all of this information to find something that would make an actual trade. So if you're inside of Benzinga Pro, you got your navigation bar there on the left-hand side with the newsfeed icon at the very top. So you just click on that icon to open up that tool within your current workspace. And you can see we have a whole bunch of different headlines here. And there's a few different things to pay attention to when you're choosing which types of headlines to include in your newsfeed. Number one is latency, or the speed of the news. I mean, obviously, if you're paying for Benzinga Pro, you want it before CNBC, before Yahoo Finance, all of these other sites, right? And so on the right-hand side, you'll see that a lot of these say BZ Wire, and those are curated headlines straight from our professional news desk, which means they're manually typed in. Now, that can be great because they know which data points to highlight. They have a lot of experience in the market. However, that does add a few seconds or a few minutes to when that would show up on your feed. I mean, they have to synthesize that information and type it all down. However, there are other automated sources you can add to this feed. And to do that, you click on the sources button in the upper left corner, just underneath that search bar. And so you'll see Benzinga Signals is at the top there. That would be for things like block trades, unusual options, price spikes. And then toward the bottom, we have press releases and SEC filings. Now, press releases are my favorite way to get the fastest news possible, because if a company is paying one of these press release firms to distribute that information to media companies like Benzinga, then it's pretty much instantaneous. As soon as that comes out, you're going to see it on your feed, and I don't know of any other way to get that information faster. So you can see here we've got all of these press releases selected, and we just click done in the bottom right corner to activate that on our feed. So everything in brown here is a press release. You can see it adds a lot of information, but then the question is, what am I going to do with this information? I mean, I don't know about all of you watching, but I cannot read through 1,000, 2,000 press releases a day. It's not very helpful for me. And that's where the category filters come in. So up in the upper left corner next to sources, we just click on categories, and we have this nice list of different types of news items that we can filter for within our news feed. So if you want FDA approvals, contracts, well, I'm getting ahead of myself here, but let's just start at the top. And actually, if you do have the ability to take notes right now, this would be a great time to do that, because this is my personal list that I use on a daily basis. So first thing I would start with is analyst ratings. I'm looking for positive catalysts, usually on smaller price per share stocks that are going to drive that price up. So I want those upgrades and initiations. And so we just check those boxes. And as soon as we check these boxes here, it's telling our system, I only want to see news that has to do with these topics. And see what that looks like here in just a minute. Then underneath analyst ratings, we have the general category. And within general, my favorite two there are biotech and healthcare. And you can highlight any one of these in different colors. I usually highlight these in blue, both of them to match since they're related to each other. Again, that's biotech and healthcare underneath general. Then underneath general, we have hot. The hot category consists of the most important items of the day that could move the entire market. Major economic events, earnings or IPOs that everybody's watching, coronavirus updates, geopolitical situations, so on and so forth. So pay attention to the hot category. Then underneath hot, we have M&A for mergers and acquisitions. Oftentimes, moves can be hard to trade, but they're still good to know about. And if you catch a rumor, which we'll find out here in a moment where to get those rumors, then you could play a merger before it actually happens, or an acquisition before it actually happens. Then underneath M&A, the last one here is news. Under the news category, notice how we didn't check the box for news, because we don't want all of these different subcategories. We'll just go to the top there where it says asset sales. This is where a company is selling an asset like a factory or a subsidiary firm. And Ryan highlighted it in green there, what I usually do. I think green for cash. They're receiving cash for that asset that they're selling. And then contracts. I usually highlight that in green as well, because they're inking a deal for future goods or services rendered. And at that time, they will receive money for those goods or services. All right, hopping down a little bit, we have FDA, Food and Drug Administration. This is, again, very important for those biotech companies for the research and development process. I usually highlight this in blue so it matches my biotech and healthcare category. So if I see blue instantly I think healthcare, biotech, etc. All right, 2 more here. We got rumors near the bottom. I usually highlight rumors in hot pink, so it really pops out on my news feed. And this can range anywhere from a press release that's being circulated in chat rooms that's impacting some penny stock, all the way up to, you know, a more reputable news source giving concrete information, like hearing some sell side firm giving a $70 price target to a blue chip stock. You know, that could have immediate impact as well as sustained momentum if it comes to fruition. But you always want to differentiate between different types of news. There's pump and dump news, which you still want to know about if you're trading those penny stocks or pump and dump type day trading companies. And then there's the more concrete news that could impact the fundamentals of a company. And then, you know, there's a lot more in here. We got, I usually don't include these on my short list, but if you're looking for IPOs, earnings, guidance, dividends, it's all right here under the news section. And many of those have correlating calendars that are available within the calendar tool. So then we just click done in the bottom right corner. And boom, you can see it really pops out at us. For me, it's a lot easier to process that information with those highlights that we've applied to the news feed. So green, cash, blue, healthcare. You can see we have some brown press releases in there. And Ryan, can you go ahead and click on one of those press releases just to showcase the category tag? So if we scroll down here to the bottom of this press release, you'll see it's kind of hard for me to see on my screen, but I think it says healthcare. So that means that our AI system automatically applied the category tag for healthcare to this press release, which means you don't have to read through thousands of press releases to find something that's relevant to your trading style. So you have the best of both worlds. You have the speed of the press releases plus the filtering capabilities of our AI system. And then you also have BZ Wire for that curated news source straight from our professional news desk. So thanks for dealing with my monologue there, Ryan. I'm sure you might have something to add on some of your favorite ways to use the news feed.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you did a great job covering it. The one thing that I want to talk about was the rumors category that you briefly mentioned. There's an old adage in the stock market that says, buy the rumor, sell the news. And it can be a very effective way of playing something that you think is going to happen in the future. But I think you did a really good job laying it out there. Rumors are not buy recommendations, they're not sell recommendations. And some of them are better than other, especially considering the source. Your example of penny stock pump and dumps, that might help keep you protected. And there's other rumors like we're hearing that analysts are going to upgrade such and such stock. So there's a number of different ways to play that. And I also really enjoy using the rumors category in conjunction with the mergers and acquisitions category. It's great to buy a stock for a certain price and then wake up one morning and have that stock be up 40 or 50% because it got bought out by another company. One of my best trades was actually owning Kraft when they merged with Kraft Heinz. And it was just like this. It was, you just woke up one day and all of a sudden it was up. So I love the stuff in your short list. And I think that you having a short list shows the power of this tool, right? I'm more of a technology trader. The stocks that I'm comfortable trading or that I have an edge with are mostly technology related. And I can tailor my newsfeed to show me those types of things. So there's a number of different ways to use this, and there's no real one size fits all for everyone. You kind of have to figure out what works for you and what you enjoy playing. Now, you did a really good job explaining the category tags too. So one of the power tips that I give to people, especially people that are new, that are still trying to figure out what category tags are important, is you're not limited to this one newsfeed. So this is great. We've got a short list here, some things that are really, really important, and we've color coded them. One of the other things that I can actually do is simply add another newsfeed to this workspace. And now I have two laid out right next to each other. This can be very, very helpful because on the right-hand side here, now I have an unfiltered news feed, and I'm able to see all of the news, not just some of the news that hit my short list. Also, if I wanted to like look up news for a particular stock, like for example, if I wanted to look up all of the GameStop news, all I have to do is type in the ticker at the top of the search bar, and it will go ahead and filter that news feed to only show me news posts that apply to the stock or stocks that you put in the top of the list. Now, it's worth noting you can also filter this news feed by a watch list. So if you have a pre-built watch list with a bunch of stocks that you trade on a regular basis, you can go ahead and filter it by using that watch list. But if you're doing like a quick check or a quick search on a particular stock, you may find the search bar filter quite helpful. Couple of other things to keep note of when you're using the newsfeed. Sometimes you'll see stocks with a number right next to it, and that number means that that news post actually applies to other tickers. And if you mouse over it, you'll be shown what those tickers are, and you can hover over those tickers as well. One last thing here to pay attention to: occasionally you're going to see these little arrows in the newsfeed next to stories. These are sentiment indicators, and these are put on by our news desk to tell you that, hey, this particular news post is either bullish or bearish, and then the degree of that bullish or bearishness. These range from 3 arrows down for really, really bearish to 3 green arrows up, which would be really, really bullish. And this can help give you the confidence that the news desk has looked over this piece of news and they think, you know what, this could have a positive or negative impact on the stock. Finally, if you do go about this route and having 2 news feeds set up right next to each other, one of the things that I advise that you do is click on some of these news posts that stand out to you and observe what tag they have in the news feed. That may help you discover other categories that might be important to you that you may want to add to your short list and then filter your watch list accordingly. So it's real great to have both of them up. I also really like the color coding on the filtered one because that helps catch my eye. If I'm looking through the generic news feed, I can actually just be alerted to something simply based on the color that I have in the other news feed. And like you, Jonathan, I normally install 4 or 5 different colors, and then I just remember what those colors are applied to. And it makes it really easy for me to kind of figure out where that news is or spot it as soon as that news drops.
Are we out of time, Spencer?
Yeah, just about. I mean, you guys are going to be doing this every day. So there's a lot more to go through. There's a lot more in Pro. This is just one feature. And even you didn't even get to all the ways to use the newsfeed. So we'll have more on this going forward. Actually, coming up next, I'm going to bring on one of our news deskers who can speak to specific headlines in the newsfeed and how he uses it as well. But Ryan Faluna, he's at rfaluna on Twitter. It's up on the screen there. Jonathan Mallard, you're at BZ Mallard. Is that right?
That's correct.
It's at BZ. All right, guys, as always, thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow for a new lesson, whatever that is.
Happy trading.
All right, see you tomorrow.
All right. See ya. Let me bring on one of our news deskers. Now, yesterday we had Brent Slava. He's the head of the Benzinga news desk. He's been with Benzinga for about 7 or 8 years now. Today I'm going to bring on one of our newer news deskers, Randy Elias, who's been with Benzinga for about like a year and a half. Randy, would you say?
Yeah, I started off as an intern in May of 2019. Or no, 2020, sorry. And 2019. Yeah, a little over a year. Almost 2 years, but yeah, I started off as an intern and now I'm a full-time worker.
So this is Randy's first time on the YouTube. Everyone, be chill, be cool. Let's go over some headlines though, because Randy, I want to know what you're watching. Actually, before we get to that, tell the people what time do you get in every day? Because you're here freaking early.
Yeah, I get in at about 6 a.m. every morning. Gotta get the pre-market.
You know what? I'm hearing an echo. Hold on one second, Randy. Can you mute yourself? Actually, I'll take care of it. There we go.
Is it better now?
That's where the echo. I couldn't figure out where that was coming from. Okay. You're here at 6 a.m. every day.
Yes, got to get that pre-market news out.
Jeez, guys,
we got to be first.
He's here at
man.
6 a.m. every day.
Oh yeah, gotta beat everyone else. We got to be first.
Yeah, he's always. Whenever I'm here, he's always here, except for yesterday where you weren't.
Hey, we got about a foot of snow, man. I didn't want to drive 30 minutes in the snow.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, Randy, you are here at 6 a.m. watching the news, posting the headlines into Benzinga Bro for the good people to read them. you're how many headlines would you say you post like in a morning?
Like pre-market?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Several over a couple hundred.
Couple hundred?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
With earnings and news and whims. Yeah.
Yeah. So all you people who use Benzinga Pro who, do a search for a ticker and see a headline and it was posted at like 6:30, it's because of people like Randy, right? He's the one that got up, got his butt to the office to post a headline about that random press release. So thank you, Randy. We appreciate that. Okay, let's get into some stocks. What is on your? There's a couple hundred headlines you've already posted today. Of all those headlines, what is on your radar?
So I was looking at Palantir.
Okay.
We reported the earnings yesterday, and there were several rating changes.
Pro. Let me see what we got here. Let's go to a news feed so we can see in Pro. Yeah, they had earnings when? Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday pre-market.
Yep, and we see a number of ratings this morning.
Yeah, so it looks like people would just continue to sell the news. The stock beat on their EPS, sales, gave out great guidance. They expect growth, and the stock just sold off. I think it sold off like 13% yesterday, and then now it's up about 4% today. This stock has just been extremely volatile. I look at it every day. I gotta look at this chart. I personally own this stock. That's probably why I always look at it every day. But what really stuck out to me were Goldman Sachs upgraded the stock and William Baird downgraded the stock. I was looking at both those reports, and I kind of gotta go with. I guess they both gave great valid points. I gotta go with Goldman on their forecast. Maybe as a biased answer because I do own the stock, but.
And I just want to be clear about that for a second. Benzinga News Desk, they're allowed to own stocks, but they were not allowed to trade. I want to be clear. When Randy says he owns Palantir, he's not trading Palantir.
Long-term investor.
Right, exactly. Long-term.
I don't have time to trade.
He can't trade. He's too busy posting headlines.
Yeah, I got to get the news out to you traders.
Right, he's too busy posting headlines. He literally can. If he stopped to trade, he would have lost his job years ago.
Yeah, and along with Palantir selling the news, it looks like it happened to Shopify. Shopify came out with earnings this morning. Spence, you want to pull up Shopify?
Yeah, actually, I'll pull up a chart so we can see the chart there.
Yeah, it was a big drop.
Man, I'm all zoomed in now. Let's do that. Okay, 15-minute chart. I have not looked at Shopify since the open. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
they've been doing it all season.
Yeah, so Shopify had really great earnings, man. They beat on EPS, sales. Their GMV exceeded 41 billion. It reached 120 billion for the entire year.
What's GMV? Gross
merchandise volume.
Yeah.
And their Q4 subscription rate it increased 53% year over year. So those are great numbers. But it just seems like people are just selling the news.
Yeah, it's been the case like all season, right? I remember it happened to Netflix. It didn't happen to like Twitter or Pinterest. Yeah, it feels like a lot of like the big tech didn't happen to Facebook. It feels like a lot of the big tech names just been like sold off hard.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but people seem to sell the news.
You also told me that you're watching Tesla today.
Yeah, well, why I'm looking at Tesla is not so much because of the company-specific fundamental news, but the stock's been selling off since pre-market, and then right when the market opened, it like rallied back. If you can pull up that chart for me.
Yes, I can.
The reason why I looked at that chart and I thought it was so interesting is because a lot of the trades nowadays seem to be with like correlation of just Elon Musk. So SpaceX raised. Let me pull it up. They raised $850 million in funding last week, which raised their valuation to $74 billion. And that seems very interesting to me to keep an eye on Tesla because it's run by Musk, it's going to draw in a lot of like investors to Tesla stock. So I just been keeping that chart out, keep an eye out on that chart.
Just because it's not so much a Tesla trade as like an Elon Musk trade.
More of a Elon Musk trade, just kind of like how he tweets about crypto and people go and buy the crypto.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right? It's crazy, right? So like, how do you feel when half your job is trying to figure out why stocks are moving? How do you feel when you realize, oh my God, it's from a freaking tweet?
It kind of have mixed emotions. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Like he has the power to do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, should he be allowed to do that? It's kind of like not. It shouldn't be like legal because like, he just says one tweet and then boom, he just went up 2,000% on his investment.
Yeah, like Dogecoin.
Yeah, like Dogecoin.
Yeah.
And I kind of don't like posting the headlines because it's
you don't have a choice.
I don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
Because like I know that's the news, but it's like, come on, guys, just because he tweeted it.
I know, like
it is what it is. Right? I don't control the market.
I feel like half of what you do is just like shake your fist, like at the market, like why?
Yeah, just like the selling of the news, like why?
Yeah.
Why are you selling it? But relating to him or Elon Musk tweeting about Bitcoin, let's check out Bitcoin. It reached over $51,000 right now.
Goodness. Is it really?
Yeah, it's up $1,800.
Oh my goodness!
Today.
The futures, yeah. My gosh.
Bitcoin has just been on a tear, and looking at stocks like Marathon and Riot, which are also up a crazy amount today. Marathon is up 6%. Riot's up about 11%. Both stocks since the beginning of 2021 are up over 300%. In just 2 months, over 300%. Because
wild, right?
With the strength of Bitcoin.
So I have a question for you. So you've been at Benzinga for a little while. Have you, and you've been watching the markets for for a couple of years? Have you observed like a change? Obviously, last year was insane with the pandemic and all that. But have you does it feel like right now is like a different market than when you joined Benzinga?
Oh, 100%. There's
in what ways?
Volume and like trends of trading. It's like people just follow the wave or ride the wave. They just join the trends and then sell off when it all sells. It's like when I first started, it was more of like fundamental trading. Everyone was trading on news and not just trading. Yeah. And it's like, I kind of feel like it has to do with people not having to go anywhere due to the lockdowns and having a little more money because they haven't been able to spend it. So they just been investing in trading and it just increased volume significantly.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, especially with like everything that's going on as well.
So what do you make of that? There's a hearing tomorrow for Robinhood and Reddit in Congress, but you've been watching these stocks like Sundial. Is that like a Reddit play?
Yeah, so Sundial was a Reddit play, and they were just saved. Like Reddit literally saved them. They just released a press release that they regained compliance with NASDAQ minimum bid price requirement. Okay. They haven't reached over $1 since June of 2020.
Well, they're up there now.
Yeah, no, I mean now they are because of Reddit. Because of Reddit, the stock is allowed to stay listed under NASDAQ.
That's insane. That's insane.
They were on the edge of being delisted.
Yeah, and then Reddit just comes in.
And saves them. So all you retail investors out there, bravo to you! You saved the stock from being delisted.
You can make a difference.
You can make a difference.
You can make a difference. Mark, how can you find SPAC Attack live? SPAC Attack is coming up next in 4 minutes. Just stay tuned to this very video you're watching. SPAC Attack will be on at 11. We talked about some stocks, some headlines on Randy's radar. He's here at 6 a.m. How late do you stay?
I stay till about 5 or 6 p.m. depending on how many earnings we have after hours.
This guy's a machine. I just want to say, think about earnings season. Like for me, earnings season is like the most fun thing, right? Because it means news. It means we're getting real news. It's game day for the market, right? For Randy, earnings season ain't so fun. Someone's got to go through those press releases, or God forbid, the actual IR websites.
Oh yeah.
And dig out those numbers for you.
Yes, sir. We gotta dig them out, put out the guidance, and any other notable news items that come in that press release.
It's a fun job, but it's a chaotic job. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah,
right?
Someone's got to do it, and someone's got to do it fast, and that's us.
So exactly, someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it fast. So Randy Elias from the Benzinga Pro News Desk. Randy, is there any besides we talked about Tesla, Palantir, Shopify, Bitcoin, Sundial? Anything else stock wise or just overall market wise that you're watching today, or is that the extent of like what's on your radar?
I'm taking a look. It kind of was the extent on my radar, but now I'm kind of taking a look at these cruise line stocks like Norwegian, Royal Caribbean, and Carnival. they all got a nice little spike at the open.
Let me pull up a 15-minute chart. Yeah, the reopening trade. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on there, considering they suspended their Voyagers, or they extended the suspension of their Voyagers.
Right.
So you sell the news or sell the good news by
Look,
the day.
American Airlines up 2%.
Yeah.
UAL.
Seems like the travel and reopening stocks are rebounding today.
Yeah.
Are up today.
CCL
up
5%. Yeah, good catch, Randy.
Got to find out what's going there.
See that's his job. That's his job. Is people like the pro users like hit Randy up in chat and they're like, "Hey, Randy," or they don't say Randy, or maybe they do, but they just say, "Hey, news desk, why is this stock up?" And they have to go hunting. That's what they do.
That's right.
They go hunting. They are expected to find a reason, figure out why a stock is up or why a stock is down. Randy, this has been fun. See, I told you would have fun, man. I told you you'd have fun.
Yeah. Hey, since I'm already on here, if you guys want, if you guys can send me some feedback on how to make this even better, that'd be great. We want to make this platform even better.
How can they reach you?
You guys can reach me at my email at randyelias@benzinga.com. Spencer's going to put that in the chat for you guys.
Oh, man. He gave out his email to the public.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Just send me some feedback. We want to make this as great of a platform as possible.
Wait, randyelias@benzinga.com. Did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's up on the screen. Well, it's in the chat, and
cool.
Now it is up on the screen. There is his email. Send Randy feedback. Tell him that he's a beast for working like 12-hour days during earnings season, because we all love it, but he's the one that's got to go and do the dirty work and dig through those press releases to find the numbers and get the estimates. And thank you, Randy. We appreciate your service.
Let's all make that money.
Thanks a lot, Randy.
All right, have a good one, guys.
All right. That was the Benzinga Pro News Desk update. Let me get that comment off the screen here. All right, Mitch, you're here. That must mean it's time for a SPAC Attack.
You got it, man. Welcome to the SPAC Attack. I'll see you later, Spence. All right, guys. So one thing before we start the SPAC Attack, I want everyone to go ahead and hit that share button down below. Let's go ahead and let everyone know that we got a really great exclusive interview today. I'm super excited. So let's get the show started here and let you guys know what we're all about. Welcome, my friends. Welcome, everybody, to the SPACs Boom Attack. Let's get it started. Let's go ahead and bring in my man, the brains to this show, Chris Ketchy. What's up, man?
What's up, Mitch? What's going on, everybody?
Hey, super excited. Another day in the SPACs Attack world. So if you haven't gotten already some swag, definitely check it out, guys. The SPACs Attack, baby. We're here. We ain't getting away, man. And one thing, just like this kind of picture in the background, we're like space, man. We're going to Mars. We're going to keep going and rocketing up with the show and rocketing with you guys out there. So smash that like button and let's get this show started. Let's get into some headlines. Let me know how my audio is. If I'm clipping them a little bit loud, let me know, guys. One thing I'm definitely trying to work on is the audio for the show for you guys. So let's just get back into the headlines. You guys let me know. And Chris, take it down.
All right, guys. Yeah, so busy day again. 3 new deals announced today and a bunch of notable headlines to get through. So let's get started here. So up first, we have ACIC. So ARK Funds added an initial position in ACIC, adding 372,574 shares to the ARKQ ETF. Shares were up 14% last night. So this is Archer. This is a urban air mobility company working on the possible, Uber for the skies. We had Archer's CEO and co-founder Adam Goldstein on the show last week on Thursday, the day after this deal was announced, and Cathie Wood wasting no time getting into this, just like she did with Blade. she's a big fan of that urban air mobility market. So no surprise here. We talked about this possibility last week. And of course, we heard, all those great comments from Adam about the future of this company and future of the industry. So keep an eye on ACIC if it is not already on watch. And CCIV was the big winner yesterday, up 32%. No surprise again. This one has been red hot. So Churchill Capital 4, which I own shares in. So Reuters out with a new report yesterday saying this deal is getting close to being done. The working matter now is securing a $1 to $1.5 billion pipe from Michael Klein and Churchill Capital. So keep an eye out on that, as now we have the possible timing coming. And that valued the company at, it looks like, $12 billion. But remember, guys, that $12 billion is based on a $10 share price. So you have, shares of CCIV already trading above $50, implying a valuation of over $60 billion here. So be careful. Again, chasing this one too high. I did sell some shares, take profits, back in the 35 range, but I am holding the rest of my position now, as, I think we get another pop when this deal is announced. So keep an eye out on CCIV. STPK was another big winner yesterday, up 21%. We highlighted that yesterday, that they were featured on Mad Money with Jim Cramer on Friday. So no surprise that it got that Cramer pump yesterday. This one has been a favorite of several people on CNBC, so getting a lot of attention in that, energy space. So keep an eye out on that one as well. We had a couple deals announced yesterday, PDAC and SBG. So both of those shares actually ended the day down. So PDAC, nearly flat, down 0.4%, and SBG down 2% with that acquisition of Owlet, a baby care company. So no surprise, this is a trend we're seeing now where these shares, go higher on the rumor, and then by the time they're announced, we see that huge spike in the morning, between 4 and 5 a.m. when people can begin trading on several brokers, and then we see them start to decline. So for me, I'm taking a look at PDAC, as I think, this is a good long-term play. SBG, I have not dove into too much, but that market, the baby care, it's obviously growing, with that new technology. So that's also one worth watching as well. Couple vote dates set yesterday. So IPV, which is merging with Ava, announced a vote date of March 11th. And then we have CFII merging with View, the smart window company, set a vote date of March 5th. So keep an eye out on both of those. As again, we see those trading patterns heading in to those vote dates. DMYD, which is one we've talked about a lot on the show, merging with Genius Sports, the thing behind the thing for sports betting. They landed another deal yesterday with Win for sports betting across multiple states. So again, as these sports betting companies, expand their operations, more states legalize, they need to have relationships with a company like Genius Sports, going public with DMYD or Sport Radar, as those two essentially have a duopoly on the sports data market for sports betting companies. So DMYD, definitely keep on your list if it is not already. Another SPAC to watch is SV. So this is Spring Valley Acquisition. That company filed for a second SPAC. So we know what that means is normally when these second or third SPACs come, it means that that first one could be close to nearing a deal announcement. So keep an eye out. It does not always mean that that deal comes right away, but it is a trend that we continue to watch. So keep an eye out on SV with that announcement that they are launching a second SPAC. And then I want to highlight a new SPAC hitting the market today. So this one will trade as units. This is NVSAU, New Vista Acquisition. So I think we mentioned this one on the show when I highlighted some new SEC filings. This one is ran by Dennis Muhlenberg. He's the former CEO of Boeing. And then it also has Marion Blakey, who's the former CEO of Rolls-Royce North America, also worked for the FAA. And then we have a couple retired Army and national security people and more people tied to Boeing on the board. So this one targeting aviation, aerospace, or defense with a great management team. So this is one I'll be watching today to see where those units trade. 1/3 of a warrant with each unit. So definitely keep an eye out on this one as we go through today. Then QuantumScape. This is one we talked about yesterday, guys, on our watch list. So reported earnings, as Mitch highlighted with that Benzinga Pro tool, showing you when they're going to report earnings. So the thing with QuantumScape is they're still pre-revenue. So as we talk about some of these SPACs, the earnings report, it's not about the financials, right? It's not about revenue because it's not there. It's about the commentary on the future. So QuantumScape, they issued a shareholder letter, a presentation, and the thing that really caught me was this morning, Wedbush analyst Daniel Ives is out with positive commentary on QuantumScape. So talking about how they could have a breakthrough in battery technology, QuantumScape working on that solid state lithium battery, which could have a ripple impact across the EV industry, is what I've said. And he called it the holy grail of EV battery technology in a solid state form. So they're targeting, 2023 or 2024 for that electric vehicle battery production. And he said it could really change the industry down the road with that solid state battery technology if they can continue to show an 80% charge in 15 minutes. And then Ives went further to talk about Apple. So Apple entering the electric vehicle space, and they keep, having rumors on who's going to be their partner, and those rumors keep ending up not being true. So Ives is out talking about QuantumScape and their backer Volkswagen being a possible combo partner for Apple and what that could mean. He said that makes sense and, is definitely something worth watching. So I'll keep an eye on QuantumScape. Again, this one traded over 100 last year. And then noted investor George Soros also added a stake in QuantumScape. That was 13F filed yesterday, showing that he owns over 3.3 million shares. So keep an eye out on QuantumScape. And then turning to those 3 new deals. So up first, we have CFAC. So they announced with AI, this is a LiDAR solutions company. This one has been rumored for a long time. We finally got that definitive agreement. So they see revenue of $4 million in fiscal 2021, $13 million in fiscal 2022. So again, lots of LiDAR companies going public, and this is the newest one out there, then CFAC, valued at $2 billion. And we have AHAC, so a deal with Humacyte, which is a transformative biotechnology company that can manufacture implantable human tissue. So again, working on human tissue and possibly organs down the road, valued at $849 million. This is the same SPAC team that took DermTech public, DMTK, which has been a well-received SPAC. So this is one I'll be doing more research on and going to probably bring some more details tomorrow on AHAC, as I like that space and I think it will deserve more attention. And then the big deal I want to highlight is AACQ. So this is Origins Materials. This one was rumored yesterday, now announced, valuing the company at $1.8 billion. So this will become the first public pure play carbon negative materials company. Existing investors in Origin Materials, which I think is a key here, are Pepsi, Danone, and Nestle. So those 3 companies are also investing in the pipe on this SPAC deal, and they'll own 11% of the company going forward. So 3 big names who are investors, customers, and they're investing again in this SPAC deal. So current AACQ shareholders will own 39.3% of the new company, which is one of the highest percentages I've seen out there. So they have a patented breakthrough platform. They create useful materials by using wood residue and non-food sources. So they expect to be cost competitive with petroleum-based materials and bring net zero emissions produced going forward. So they see a $1 trillion opportunity in that presentation. They have over $1 billion in signed customer contracts, including from those 3 large companies that are the investors. And then they see an additional $400 million of customer contracts under negotiation. So they're creating 100% plant-based plastic bottle, which is one of the keys for that partnership with Pepsi and Danone and Nestle going forward. So their first plant will be completed in 2022. Additional plants coming and full-scale commercial plant in 2025. So they highlight leading institutions and companies and also countries that are committing to a net zero future, which plays into their growth objectives. So no revenue until fiscal 2023. They estimate $60 million in revenue. So that revenue ramping up 2025 with that full-scale commercial plant, $475 million in revenue. And then by fiscal 2030, with 7 plants up and running, they see revenue of $4 billion. So shares were down this morning, but this was one that was up 24% yesterday on the rumor of that deal. So again, 3 new deals this morning, lots of exciting headlines. That's what I've got today, Mitch.
Hey, as you guys can see, there's a reason why Chris goes into the depth, not only looking at what it is right now, but what it potentially could be. So definitely, if you need to go back and kind of slow that down so you can get all the numbers in line and write it down, and go ahead. All right, guys, so definitely want to go ahead and get into some of these kind of stocks on the watch list. I just want to mention really quickly, of course, we've already gotten mention of QS. We got also on the gappers, we got longevity, LOAC, and also SSPK. SSPK is probably still moving based off of that New York kind of catalyst. Also DMYD starting to get near that topping look. I'd be careful with that one. I see it kind of topping out, but really nothing too much standing out. So we'll get right into our interview today. I'm super excited to go ahead and continue to break down the SPAC industry with you guys. So if you guys like these executive interviews, smash the like button below, hit the share button, let everyone know. Right now, Chris, go ahead, introduce our guest. Let's bring him on.
All right, guys. So I'm super excited. Today we're going to be talking about Achronix, ticker ACEV, is Ace Convergence, taking this company public. So joining us on the show today, we have both Robert Blake, the CEO of Achronix, and also Baruz Abdi, the CEO of Ace Convergence. So welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you very much for inviting us to join you.
Good morning.
Welcome. All right, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to let Chris jump right into some questions, and then I'll be back with some of my own.
All right, guys. So let's dive in. I'll try to tailor these questions, to each of you. But at any point, feel free to jump in. I love having both sides of the SPAC deal on the program so we can see what the company is all about and also the SPAC taking that company public. So up first, Robert, if you want to tell us, why a SPAC deal versus a traditional IPO to hit the public market?
Well, we actually started looking in Q4 last year at going public in a conventional manner. In fact, we actually started testing the waters with some potential investors. Then we actually met Baruz and the ACEV company. And one of the things that was very exciting about working with them and the merger was their domain expertise in the marketplace that we're in, meaning that the data acceleration space for AI machine learning applications. So one of the things that really attracted us to ACE was their domain expertise in this marketplace.
Perfect. And Baruz, having a SPAC and lots of targets out there, companies that want to go public. I'm sure you looked at a bunch of them. So, how many did you look at, and what really brought you, to taking Achronix public in this SPAC deal?
We looked at over 50 companies out there in all different industry sectors within technology. That was our mandate from day one, to focus on the enterprise IT. But we always had, from day one, actually, we had Achronix on top of the list. We've been familiar with the company from the far. We didn't know the executives, but we knew the performance of the company, how they've done in the market. and we really like the uniqueness of the business model, the technology, and the fact that it's the last remaining public high-end FPGA in the market. As you know, Xilinx and Altera has both been taken off the street, and this really creates a rarity, a scarcity for Achronix that was really attractive. And when we got to know the company, of course, we were pleasantly surprised. That was a lot more there to the business and technology, and we're really excited about it.
Perfect. Can you guys share a little bit about your background? So Robert, talk about some of the companies you've worked with before Achronix, and kind of the founding of Achronix, and then same to you, Baruz, if you want to talk about your experience in the technology field. So we'll start with Robert first here.
Yeah, so I've spent a long time in the chip business. Started off with LSI Logic, who are building custom chips. And then I actually spent 17 years at Altera, who was one of the leaders in the FPGA space, doing a variety of different things, including all of the strategic planning. So the FPGA space, data acceleration, is an area that I've had a tremendous amount of experience in the last 25 years.
And I grew up in the semiconductor industry. I've been around 35 years in this industry at Motorola Semiconductor. Spent my time designing chips there. Ran the chipset business at Qualcomm. I was a general manager there for a few years in the early 2000s. And then I went to Silicon Valley to run a chip company, a microchip company, processor company for data center called RMI, which we exited into a company called NetLogic for all stock deal, and then into Broadcom for about $3.7 billion in 2009. And then I went on board of a company called InvenSense, which went public, and I ran that till 2017, public semiconductor company in the sensor business, and we exited that into TDK. So that's been my track record prior to launching the SPAC.
Perfect. Awesome, guys. Lots of background in that technology and semiconductor field. So want to dive into Achronix here. So pure play on data acceleration. So what jumps out to me in the presentation is, three big growth areas. So we have artificial intelligence, cloud, and 5G. So, start with you, Robert. These three huge growth areas, when do we really see that ramp up and hit this, $10 billion opportunity that's talked about in the presentation?
Yeah, so we recognized, several years ago that, FPGAs were going to be a kind of a mainstream technology in data acceleration. And as you see this kind of, exciting new growth opportunity for all sorts of high performance compute extracting, new levels of intelligence from all the data that's being collected on a worldwide basis, we knew that FPGA technology and our embedded FPGA technology was going to play a very critical role in that space. What I would say is that probably about 3 years ago, we started the development of our latest generation products. These are FPGAs for data acceleration. We call those by a brand name of Speedster 7T. They're built on the latest technology from TSMC, and we're going to start shipping those products a little later this year. We combine that with a very unique business model to us, where we are the only company to offer high-end embedded FPGA technology. So what that means is companies that are choosing to build their own chips to get the highest levels of performance and cost efficiency can now license a piece of our technology and put it in their devices. And that business model for us is very strong because we bear no manufacturing costs in that business model, and it offers us great expansion into new markets. So I'd say AI, ML in the compute and edge. I'd say that the next piece for us is also in high performance networking for things like smart NIC. And then we also see a very important play for us in 5G infrastructure, and also in automotive. So these are a number of very high growth market segments that the combination of our chips, meaning Speedster, and our licensed IP, meaning SpeedCore, go into. And this is really the 10 billion opportunity that we see over the next 5 years. That's going to give us a growth rate in that 20 to 25% per year.
Perfect. I want to hear more about Speedster 7T and SpeedCore, but first, Baruz. So, talking AI, cloud, and 5G. You said this SPAC was searching for a tech target. Were those three of the areas you were looking at? And the fact that Achronix has exposure to all three, was that a key here in getting this deal done?
Absolutely. We see data acceleration as a multi-decade opportunity. There's massive demand for data. Everything is becoming data intensive. Even if you look at a car, for example, with the variety of sensors that are coming in with LiDAR and all the technology that's coming in, communication between the cars, each car is basically becoming a data center on wheels. And as these cars start to talk to each other, so-called X-to-X communication, everything is communicating with each other. 5G is becoming super important. On top of that, all the data that gets pushed around, the intelligence in that data, you need to make the car, the data center needs to make decisions much faster, which is where AI comes in. Everything becomes lower latency and more real time. And that is just a huge opportunity. And that's where really Achronix plays, is has exposure to everything. Robert talked about automotive, the data center, 5G, all that networking, all that is really at the heart of what the product and the technology that Achronix has. And that's what really attracted us to the company.
Perfect. So, Robert, I want to get back to Speedster 7T and SpeedCore. So that was one of the big things in the presentation, that this is really the future for the company's growth. So tell us a little bit more about these products, why they're so important, and how they can ramp up the year for Achronix.
Yeah, well, first of all, if I kind of take a step back, give you, an overview of Speedster 7T is our kind of latest, high-end products for data acceleration. And these chips are what are called field programmable gate arrays. So they're actually programmed by our customers for specific tasks. So when we manufacture these chips with TSMC, they are blank. And then our customers get to use our software tools to program them for specific applications. That gives us this diversity of end markets, whether that's compute acceleration or networking or 5G infrastructure. So the products, have a broad range of applications. What we did recognize very early on in terms of building these high performance chips was performance and low latency were critical in these areas for data acceleration. And so when we designed these chips, we designed them from the ground up to go after these workloads. The exciting part is that we're at the very beginning, obviously, of this AI ML acceleration space, and also fueled by 5G wireless infrastructure connecting billions of devices. And what we expect to see is continuous change in these new algorithms and workloads. And that flexibility is fundamentally built in to our Speedster devices to offer very high performance levels. So we recognized, how the market was changing, where this, $10 billion growth opportunity was for us many years ago. And so then we've started to develop our products specifically to go after these high growth market segments.
Perfect. So I'm seeing in the presentation $240 million in orders, and then a design pipeline of $1.1 billion. Any update on those order figures, and what is that kind of broken down as far as confirmed orders and kind of backlog?
Yeah, so if you look at us going into this year, that kind of design win pipeline and backlog that you talk about is comprised of two things. One is firm orders that we have for our mainstream products. And as we entered into 2021, we had a backlog of firm orders of over $140 million. And against our plan this year of 157, that obviously puts us in a very strong position right at the beginning of the year. The design win pipeline that you talk about then is estimated to be over $1 billion. And that is new opportunities for our two latest generations of products. That is Speedster 7T, the product family that's been built from the ground up for data acceleration, and our SpeedCore licensed IP. And when you look at the applications for that, we're engaged in with over 100 different design win opportunities across a diverse set of applications, from compute acceleration in the cloud and edge, companies building high-performance network infrastructure products and smart NIC, companies building wireless infrastructure, automotive opportunities for something called sensor fusion, where these radar, LiDAR, video cameras, that data all needs to be processed real time with extreme low latency, and it's a natural fit for our technology. And then finally, a class of new product opportunities in the storage space, where companies are starting to build intelligent storage, or if you like, computational storage. And this is also a very good fit for Chronix technology. So those are the different diverse and high growth market opportunities that our products are targeting. And obviously, we're at a great place to start 2021.
Perfect. And I'll turn to Baruz here. So, you know, you had the chance to dive into the financials before doing the SPAC deal, before announcing, you know, that this was the target. What was it, you know, as in terms of contracted revenue, the backlog, the future from those new products? What really set Chronix apart in terms of financial strength here?
It was really the quality of the customers and the quality of the design wins and the margins. Gross margins is really very unique in terms of the business model, where you have what Robert talked about, both the product and the licensing model. Licensing model is north of 90% gross margin, and the product itself is north of 65% gross margin. So that blended gross margin, and then you look at the growth path and the quality of those design wins. It's not a consumer product which could change every quarter, where the revenue forecast could change pretty rapidly. These design wins are pretty solid, and that's it's almost like an annuity coming in the future. So that's really the exciting part of the financial model for us.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here. And so one of the things that I've been paying attention to is, if we take a look here, you know, we have the investor presentation pulled up here. And a lot of these, you know, you have some strength in these alignment for these growth markets and industry leaders. Can you explain us these relationships and how you guys are uniquely positioned here?
Yeah, so what this chart shows you is then some of the target customers that we have across these diverse market applications. And one of the things that this kind of picture, or the green boxes on this key, give you a kind of an indication of is which of our products is most highly suited to that end market application. So if you take this collection of different market segments, this is where we represent companies. Here are examples of companies that we target. The market segments are quite diverse, from obviously the top of this chart, meaning AI ML workloads for both our Speedster 7T products and SpeedCore. On the right-hand side, the networking space. And so high performance networking all the way up to 400 gig and 800 gig, transporting these very high performance data streams. The automotive applications for sensor fusion, wireless infrastructure in the 5G space. And then finally, in that bottom left-hand corner, companies that are building computational storage products as well. So very diverse range of high growth customers and applications that we're targeting with those two unique classes of products, Speedster 7T and our SpeedCore IP play.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I notice is that, you have some of the biggest names mentioned here. And I always try to pay attention to smaller companies that can have partnerships with those industry leaders. Because at the end of the day, those are going to be able to provide you, I'm sure, consultation, information, data. And that's really what I really like about here. So I'll let Chris take back over, but definitely do like this investor presentation here.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So I want to dive into one of the hot stories out there that we've seen a lot in the industry is a chip shortage for automotive right now. So What are your thoughts on this? How could Achronix help to this? And Biden's recent comments on strengthening the supply chain for chips for cars. So start with Robert here.
Yeah, well, the automotive play for us is mainly a licensed IP play. So that would be our speed core, where these customers that are building automotive solutions will license a piece of our technology and build it in our own chips. So it turns out that as we enter into that business, those customers won't be manufacturing those chips in the near term. That's probably going to be 1.5 to 2 years out. So our expectations are that the problems that we're currently seeing in the industry in terms of chip shortage is really not going to have any impact on our automotive play. And what we're providing is the ability for customers to provide a very flexible, high-performance solution in that automotive space, and particularly in the area of sensor fusion, where we're processing these very high-performance data streams from radar, lidar, and video.
Perfect. And Baruz, any comments on the chip shortage for cars, and what that could mean, going forward, and how Achronix could help tackle this with those licensing deals?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, the foundries, all the fabs like TSMC, Samsung Semi, Global Foundry, they're all making huge investments in capacity. So I do think that capacity constraints going to get much better this year. By the end of the year, perhaps, as those investments come in and more tools and more expansion is added. The other thing is, in the chip industry, it's all about productivity of the chips. The more compute you can pack into a smaller node, into a smaller chip, the less chips you need to do the same work. And that's really, again, where Achronix is coming in by going into 7 nanometer, which is a really super dense node, able to pack a lot more compute power into a smaller chip. And that enables to do more work and more productivity, and actually, quite frankly, more margin for the company in the future in terms of the work that needs to get done with the same chip, with the same piece of silicon.
Yeah, I think that was a real key point there. Maybe Achronix can't immediately solve this chip shortage, but with those new chips coming and that technology, better capabilities, man, that could be a game changer there, to help out in the
Absolutely.
auto industry. So great comments there, Baruz, on that. So I heard you mention TSMC a couple times. I also saw Intel in the presentation. So can you kind of run through some of your partners, and who are the companies that, if you can name, that will license these new products from Achronix?
Yeah, I could say so. Obviously, TSMC is a very important partner for us. From a technology standpoint, we manufacture our latest chips with them, both for Speedster, meaning the standalone data acceleration products, as well as our licensed IP. So that's a very important partnership for us. Another one for us that is very important is a company called Bitware. Bitware is a part of the Molex Corporation, and together with them, we build standard form factor acceleration cards. These cards are called VectorPath, and they plug into standard rackable servers like Dell and HP for performing a variety of different acceleration tasks. So that's critical for us also. And then finally, I would say the software tools piece of our business is important. We have a set of software tools that enables customers to design their algorithms and into our chips. And that set of software tools is called the Achronix CAD environment. And one of our critical partners with those software tools is a company called Synopsys. So those, I would say, the very key relationships that we have from a supply chain. Obviously, you saw then the customers that we focus on in that diverse set of applications. And without going into specific names of customers, I'd say that the targets on those different market applications are all customers that we target with both of these new classes of products.
Perfect. So I want to get into possible competition. So I want to hit on this from both of you here. So from maybe a couple angles. So Robert first, and you don't have to name any specific companies, but what or who do you see as your competition, and what's the key factor or factors, that just really make Achronix stand out and be differentiated here?
Yeah, so I'd say first and foremost is we are the only company that has a dual strategy of offering high performance data acceleration FPGAs and licensing that technology for integration in chips. One of the trends that you are seeing is that larger companies in the data center space, in the networking space, in the automotive space are choosing to go build their own chips. And they're doing that for a variety of reasons where they need to achieve the highest levels of performance and efficiency. And so that puts us in a very unique position, is that nobody else in the industry has that combined strategy of chips and IP. So that, I think, is one that's most important. If you then look at the Speedster series of products, what I would say there is that what we go after is performance. If you look at the latest generations of products that we built on 7 nanometer with TSMC, those products have been aimed for high performance communications and AI ML acceleration. And what I would say there, it's flexibility and performance. We're at the very kind of early phases of these new workloads. A massive appetite for processing extremely large data sets, and that will continue. And so what we've designed our products to do is to have massive bandwidths of on and off chip data transfer in the form of something called Ethernet at 400 gigs and 800 gigs. The industry's highest bandwidth memory interface to be able to support those things. The analogy I like to give people is this: if you're building a race car, you put a big engine in it, you'd better make sure that the fuel pump is going to continue providing that engine to be able to work. And so the analogy for us is in the memory space, we've chosen to have the highest levels of memory performance, both on chip and off chip. And that is a requirement in terms of processing these high performance data streams. So in a nutshell, we're the only company offering embedded IP, and our Speedster 7T is really a performance play.
Perfect. And, Baruch, so turning to the SPAC side, so, you had the chance to take, any company public. You may have even seen some other semiconductor plays when doing this research. So, you've seen the competition out there. So, what's the biggest differentiator, for Achronix here in your mind, coming from the SPAC side of things?
So beyond the technology differentiation that Robert went through, here you got a really great technology company that is in a massive TAM. So $100 million of revenue in a $10 billion TAM is only 1.5–2% market share. So Achronix, especially with the SPAC, with the capital that comes in from the SPAC going public, they can get to $1 billion revenue and still remain a single-digit market share. So there's just such a huge opportunity in front of Achronix that doesn't have to run into stiff competition to grow and really create a very, very healthy business. And you can call it a niche, but it's $1 billion niche just to get to revenue, and then we'll play to the next game, get to the next step. So that's pretty exciting. It's very rare to find a company like that has that much of an opportunity ahead of it.
All right, excellent. So I got one more question here. So one of the things that I've been looking at, guys, and I think everyone should kind of do this, is I start looking a little bit forward, right? A little forward looking, not so much at the company right now. And so one thing I'm noticing is kind of the adoption in AI and how everyone's kind of moving towards that data-centric view. How will this impact the company and the business in the next 5 years? And do you see this trend just continuing?
Yeah, no, I think we do. This kind of picture, looked at the kind of old world versus the new world. I think what was happening is that this demand for new levels of compute efficiency, forced people to look for different ways to solve things. And so it turns out that that is going to continue. The data sets are getting much larger. We're going to collect all sorts of information with the billions of 5G connected devices. And then what we're going to try and do is extract value out of those things of new services that we've simply not even dreamt up yet. As that continues, there's going to be this insatiable demand for new levels of compute efficiency. FPGA technology is now right in the mainstream alongside CPUs, GPUs, and other ASIC technology for doing these accelerations. And obviously the play for FPGA technology, it's performance and flexibility. And we think that we've got the right balance between those two as these workloads continue to change over the next 5 to 10 years. And so this is an exciting opportunity. We recognized this many years ago. And obviously what we do is that we develop our products to address those needs. You mentioned the key companies that we focus on. We get very good insight from those companies as to the new challenges that they have in compute and networking. And that's how we define the products and services that we build to address those future needs.
Yeah, definitely. One thing we always talk about here at Benzinga is the thing behind the thing. And you guys can see that you guys are essentially filling in that role. A lot of people kind of look at the system overall and looking at the bigger companies, but you're really essentially the framework in how these companies are really advancing. So definitely super excited to watch how your company grows. And I'll let Chris ask any viewer questions that we got.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some viewer questions. So I saw a lot, again, about the Biden plans and the administration, which it looks like we hit on. So I'm not seeing any new questions here. So it looks like that's going to wrap up, guys. So, big thanks for both Robert Blake from Acronix and Baruz Abdi from Ace Convergence joining us on the show today. Again, Acronix is going public via SPAC merger. Ticker is ACEV. So thanks to both of you for taking the time to join us on the show today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
For inviting us. Enjoyed the conversation.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. We look forward to following the progress.
Thank you.
Definitely. We'll have you guys back.
All right.
All right, Chris. So, hey, keep working hard and bring you guys the information that you guys need to unlock these SPACs, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, guys. If you don't have the information and you don't do the deep research, then you're just the uninformed trader. And that's what Chris and I really did this show for, is for you guys can be informed in the SPAC industry. And there's not many people doing this every day. I don't think there's really is a person doing this every single day. So definitely smash the like button for us if you're getting some value out of this. One of the things that we want to get to is maybe some tickers from the chat. But if you guys want to talk about this ticker that we just mentioned, go ahead and mention some things in the chat, and we can kind of expand on. But Chris, definitely, one thing I've noticed is that change, of how data is being processed. I mean, it's no longer going to be just in one central location, like in one office, just this one computer. It's a lot of it's going to do with that cloud computing and how we're transitioning in towards that cloud computing. And then also, with that cloud computing, we need faster speed, right? So then you think of the data processing, and you think of how hey, 5G is definitely going to come into play in the next couple of years. So what do you think about the industry overall here?
Yeah, that's what really stuck out to me was, AI, 5G, and cloud. Those were three big areas that I've looked at to make investments in, right? Because I see them all as growth markets. And here you have Acronix tackling all three of them. They're a pure play. They have technology that no one else has. And the thing from that interview that really stuck out for me was when talking about the chip shortage, right? And they may not have an immediate answer right now, but as Baruz said, if they can make better chips that have more capabilities in them, then you have to ship less chips. So could that be the possible, way to solve this chip shortage, is having better chips and shipping less of them rather than shipping, a massive amount of chips that are needed for these connected cars in the future? To me, that really stood out. And, you hit it on the head again at the end there, Mitch, as we've talked so many times, on this show, on other shows, the thing behind the thing, right? So chips, semiconductor, they power everything, right? So as we move to connected cars, as we move to AI, 5G, cloud, you need this technology. And, Acronix has it. And man, I enjoyed that interview. And, ACEV, I'm going to take a hard look at, because this one looks like the future is bright.
Yeah, one of the things that I've been looking at is when are these kind of technology SPACs coming? Because at the end of the day, if you look at majority of portfolios nowadays, a lot of them are heavy in tech, right? And a lot of big portfolios you're going to find are really heavy in tech. One thing that I've noticed that we had, and we had this in kind of early December and into January, we had a rotation away from these big tech stocks. And the question is, when that rotation goes back to the big names, are we going to see kind of these technology SPACs kind of take off? And so that's why I would look for these plays to kind of get them at a discounted price to maybe get myself a good position for when that industry gets hot again. You know, you've been seeing a little bit of a pullback and not so much of a focus on these technology SPAC or technology big blue chip stocks. When you see that rotation get put back on, see these SPACs, see how they react to that, see if there's a laggard play there for you, and maybe you find a late moving rocket there. So I'm definitely going to keep these one on watch, whether it be this one or TBHR. There's a couple of them in the semiconductor, and then a couple technology really. I'm going to be in one that is looking for technology plays. That's Supernova. So we'll continue watching these, and as the rotation to the big stocks happen, we'll try to catch that to see the momentum that happens in these smaller tech names. All right, so really want to talk about some of these SPACs today. I am seeing us take a hit, but to me, this is probably the overall market just taking a hit. Let's take a look here, and this is what happens sometimes, guys. And this is why you also need to keep in mind the overall market. It's not just I just watch one stock and keep trading. So right here, guys, I'm going to put it up here. We are getting a little bit of a pullback day. I'm going to pull up the 15-minute here on the SPY so that we can see the dip. And this is why everyone's saying that everything's taking a hit right now. At the end of the day, yeah, we're having a pullback day. But is this like an extreme pullback, or is this a normal pullback? And this looks like a normal pullback. I mean, we're not even down a percentage for the day, a point there. So what you're seeing is kind of just a pullback, guys. We always have these kind of pullbacks and then the extension out. The question is the channel kind of following? You know, we've been kind of trading in this channel coming up on the SPY, and then the question is, are we going to continue here? You know, if you hit that trend line, let's draw this out. All right, Alt-T. So one thing I definitely mentioned is that you have this kind of channel that we've been trading in. And when you get to the top of the channel, sometimes you're going to see these pullbacks, guys. So keep an eye on this and see if we can, you know, pull back closer towards that bottom band, and then you can get back in. And that's how people have been doing kind of this buy the pullback mentality. If you buy the pullback near this bottom line and then ride it up towards that top line, that's kind of a Bollinger Band and range look here. But if you look at it, it's kind of been going up in this kind of linear pattern, and now you got close towards that line, so you get a pullback here. The question is, are we going to come back down all the way towards this kind of 380, 378 area, or are we going to push back up and through and out of this channel through 400? So that's going to be really interesting to watch there, Chris. I don't know how you've been seeing the overall market, but I have been seeing a little bit of an extension. And the real question is here is the rotation that's going to be put on. I've been noticing more of a reopening trade getting put on. Chris, I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I heard Randy and Spencer talking about it before our show. So, you know, guys, if you only tune into SPAC Attack, reminder, we run live all day, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern time. And, you know, some of the content that fills in between our structured shows is, you know, some news desk updates and some movers. And Mitch, I know you were on one of those yesterday talking about, you know, which stocks were moving. And I heard Randy and Spencer talking about, you know, airlines. I saw you mentioning, you know, cruise ships this morning in pre-market prep chat. So, you know, reopening is definitely, you know, one of those trends that everyone should be looking at. For me, I've looked at Live Nation before, you know, as we push to concerts. And then as I talk about, you know, that turning to SPACs, that share care merger, right? So FCAC, they're working on, certifying venues for concerts and sports to show that everyone has, either gotten the vaccine or that they had a negative test. And I think that's a key there as we look to reopen. It's still, people want to feel comfortable. So how can these companies open their leisure activities, but also make people feel comfortable, about going, on cruise lines to theme parks? So that's a trend for me too, is the thing behind the thing. Who's going to provide the technology and the data that shows, these places are safe? But I have looked at a couple of airlines. I have looked at some cruise stocks. So I definitely see that trend, that I know you pointed out, Mitch.
Yeah, one thing I notice is that the market tends to look forward looking, guys. It doesn't tend to look forward looking in this week, this month. It's more like 6 months out, if not even a year out. And so you got to start looking at that forward looking. And this is something that I've been practicing as of late is just, when is this going to shift over from, okay, we're out of the neck of the woods, we're at least the deep part of the woods, and moving towards, some kind of normalcy. Because what we're seeing, and at least from what I've seen, is that the vaccine news is that potentially in kind of June, July area is when you're supposed to see that kind of shift where everyone can get the vaccine. And how far out is that? That's about 6 months, 5 months out. And so I'm kind of thinking about that, and I'm starting to think of what plays can happen because of that. And if the vaccine becomes readily available, some of the things that I'd see first get a lift would be hotels, airlines, and companies like that, because at the end of the day, they haven't been able to even do kind of business, at least the cruise, even do any kind of business. And so I think the moment you start seeing any business start, it's kind of going to be a little bit late. You're going to be a little bit late to the move, and the investors are already going to be in because they're forward looking. And so this is why I'm calling it and calling the reopening trade. I've been talking about it since Monday. I think you got to keep an eye on it. And also, one thing, I don't know if you've seen, Chris, I saw a couple of cruise commercials. I haven't seen a cruise commercial in forever. And so
I
you're seeing
did
them on
see
TV.
that, and that could be a positive sign that, they're spending money on marketing because, A, they're hurting, but B, they're ready to, open back up. So, and I think the other trend to watch is, a lot of these hospitality plays, your private companies are really hurting. Do any of them try to go public now to raise money? So either a SPAC or an IPO. And are they going to be able to capture a valuation based on pre-COVID numbers? Or are some investors going to be able to take advantage of, beaten down numbers and pick up one of these companies on sale? If I see a hospitality company go public now, that's what I'm going to look at is, are we paying for the recovery, or are we getting a stock on sale here? So that's another trend to look for on these reopening plays.
Yeah, definitely. And one more to mention kind of in the SPAC industry, before we get on out of here, is we've been seeing a lot of news come out on battery plays. So let's say Helion and then now QuantumScape. So with that, you've been seeing Romeo Power take a really step back. So I'll go ahead and I'll pull up the Romeo Power chart here. And you really been seeing it take a hit. I think a lot of this just has to do with the other catalysts and kind of market share understanding and thinking that, hey, all right, so maybe Romeo Power has a little work to do to build up being the leader in this industry, and we need to keep an eye on to see some bottoming action again. So we had bottoming action in this 18, and then we just completely cracked it. A lot of that had to do with that Helion news, that first crack, but then yesterday, of course, the QuantumScape news coming out, and then it getting hit again today. So I'll be looking forward to get kind of closer towards its 14, which is the next area of support here. And if we can get near that 14 area, I'll definitely be interested kind of if we can get down there and then maybe take a flyer check here where I can risk about $2 down towards 12. and then look for a move back up towards 24, that would get me about a $10 upside with a $2 risk. So essentially a 5-to-1 look. And that's what I always look for, guys. It's about risk and return and profit loss ratio. So I look for 4-to-1s, 3-to-1s. And if I can get a 5-to-1 look, those get me into the math probability. So a lot of trading, guys, has to do with math probability and keeping yourself in the probability to be right. You're not always going to be right, but one thing you can do is keep the math probability on your side. So learn how to do that, guys. If you haven't done that before, start looking this up, because this is one advantage and edge that I think every trader needs, is establishing a process that they're going to repeat, rinse, wash, and repeat, and then creating the probability aspect because they rinse, wash, and repeat a system versus being all over the place with their trading. Chris, I know that you probably have seen a lot of traders out there try to be all over the place with SPACs instead of sticking towards one strategy. So this is kind of how I'm going to pay towards SPACs. Definitely, guys, find what works for you. For me right now, it's just getting them close towards that $10 and holding for the pop. And sometimes I'm going to have to be patient. It's not always going to happen quick. Sometimes I'm going to need to wait, and you just got to consider your time value and how much your money is valued and held up there. But to me, this is almost like a savings account. And to me, a savings account with a tiny amount of risk but a good potential return, I'll go ahead and I'll load into some savings. I got no problem with that.
Yeah, definitely. One of my strategies I've been doing more and more is buying the units, right? So I mentioned at the top of the show, so New Vista, so NVSAU looks like it did price today, 1061. So again, those units, you're getting a common share and you're getting 1/3 of a warrant. So you're buying in and you're able to buy close to net asset value, and you're also getting that portion of a warrant, which provides some upside to where when those units split, you can either hold the units, you can split your shares to common shares and warrants, or you can sell common versus warrants. But this is one where, again, paying attention to the team. So the former CEO of Boeing, targeting airlines, aerospace, or defense, which are all hot sectors right now. A strong management team, a sector that I have seen the market react positively to, and then getting your shares close to net asset value. So we're going to be doing more shows talking about SPACs that are trading between 10 and 11. That's something we have seen, as a lot more of these are trading, higher valuations pre-deal announcement, or they trade up on that rumor. So like today we had, AACQ yesterday was up 24% on the rumor, and then today it's trading down after announcing the deal. So people ran this thing up on the rumor, and then today when it actually gets that deal, they talk about, net zero emission, all this positive commentary, going forward, that partnership with Pepsi, Dana, and Nestle, and shares are down. So, pay attention to some of these management teams, get in before they get run up on these rumors, and then, know your exit points. Do you want to get out when the deal's announced, when the deal is rumored, or are you holding, for the long-term growth? Or do you possibly look to sell part of your position, take profits, hold the rest, or do you sell and then time an entry to get back in? That's another thing I'm looking at, right? Just because I believe in the long-term growth of a company doesn't mean that I need to buy before, hold it, watch it drop, and keep holding. You can time your exits and your entries, if you can pay attention to these trends. And that's another thing that we'll be talking about more at our upcoming boot camp this Saturday, talking SPACs and options, and we will have Julian Klimachko from Accelerate. Guys, if you have never been tuned into one of the shows when we have him on, he is an expert when it comes to SPACs, talking those trends, buying units, common versus warrants. A great asset in the SPAC community. We're happy to have him, at that boot camp. So again, guys, I dropped the link in the chat. Make sure you register, to attend that. It is free. So check out that great event, and Mitch and I will both be there. think you're muted, Mitch. That new mic.
Hey guys, so right here, guys, the BenzingaBootcamp.com. Go ahead and hit it up, guys. At the end of the day, if you're not there, you're definitely going to be missing out because it's full education, guys. It's not like we're trying to get you guys some picks. We're trying to teach you guys. So if you want to start learning, you want to up your skill level, you know where to be, and I'll see you on Saturday, guys. So last thing before we leave off here, I seen mentioned a couple times XL. So XL is another one that's in that kind of same industry that we've been talking about with these different stocks. And one thing that I'm seeing, guys, is that the bottoming action is getting interesting here. One thing I could go off of is this high on December 9th that is close towards this 1830, and it closed actually at 1718. So look for at least kind of the $18 area. I'm going to look for a quick dip into that area, see if we get some volume or maybe some news to come out on XL. But it's seeming interesting as we've had this sideways period for a certain amount of time now, and we'll look to see a bottom near that 18. All right, guys, like always, guys, we're going to keep working for you guys on SPAC Attack. If you guys enjoy us, definitely hit that like button, hit the subscribe bell down below. Let everyone know where they can learn about SPACs because, hey, there's not many people doing this. So I'm super excited to bring on this next show. We got the most hyped show coming up right now, guys, the Zinger Nation Power Hour. If you like the Power Hour, go ahead and press a 1 in the chat so Luke knows when he comes on how much you guys are excited to see the hot stock Luke. All right, let's go ahead and bring on the Zinger Nation. Let them know, Spencer, who Zinger Nation is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zinger Nation jam-packed show today. Peloton up 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Raznick here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna. The best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday, or as I like to call it, Hump Day. Spencer Israel hates when I do that, but that's all right. We like Spencer. What's up, guys? We are back at it on the Power Hour. My name is Luke. I will be joined by Jason Raznick here shortly. I'm going to start today's show with the way that I start every single show, which is remind you guys what we're doing here. Why are we spending this time together? You know, this is the Zinger Nation family. And it's because we want this to be the best trade idea resource out there. That's what we're going for, guys. If we are not delivering on that promise, tell us, call us out, because then we're wasting both of our times. We want ideas to come from myself. We want ideas to come from Jason. We want ideas to come from our guests. And most importantly, from all of you out there, that's Zinger Nation, here with us all day, every day. First air horn for Zinger Nation. Guys, we're doing something a little bit different today. We're going to try something new. It could go very horribly, but we are going to be taking in listener calls. Imagine your favorite raunchy radio show where you have people call in to complain about things or talk about stock ideas, whatever it is. We want to keep it focused on stock ideas, but we're going to try to plug in some listener calls. Producer Rohan is going to give me a double thumbs up whenever that's ready, and we'll get the phone number on there and get rolling with that. All right, let me take you guys through our agenda today. First things first, let's talk about this market as a whole. We've got some bad stuff going on today. So we're going to talk about the market as a whole. We're going to move some things around in the portfolio and just set ourselves up a little bit for I don't know, so some happier trading. I'm going to be selling some calls against some positions that I already own. Let's bring some of those cost bases down. We'll get a little bit more conservative. We'll stop out of a couple positions that we have. So that's where we'll start. I then have a new trade that I'm putting on. I'm putting on a YOLO earnings trade. It's not totally YOLO because I do have some sort of thesis for it. But we'll be putting a trade on into an earnings report later this week. I did a little preview yesterday. This is an options trade that we're going to do. We're just going to buy some naked puts and hope that the stock moves down with our thesis. So we'll be getting to that. We're bringing on Bull Trade Finder at 12:30, talking some swing trading. We're bringing on Lizard King coming on at 1 o'clock. Favorite of the chat. It's been too long since he's been back with us. And then at 1:30, we're going to be talking some Gen Z stocks. So we've got a nice little jam-packed day ahead of us. I guess, but before we get into the sort of the market madness that we have today, and some of this selling off that we have, I'm getting hammered, at least, and maybe not all of you are, but I'm at least getting hammered. I do want to start with a little bit of an ask. Let me load this page up on my screen. Okay. I'm going to share my screen, and I want to look at this new options page. This is something that I've been working on for the past couple of weeks, is getting an unusual options activity page up on Benzinga.com for you guys. It's something that we've had a ton of people asking for, and we've got the first iteration up. It's not done yet. But I want to throw a bounty out there to everybody in Zinger Nation. Help us, help you. I'm dropping the link in the chat here. Please send us an email to powerhour@benzinga.com. Again, it's powerhour@benzinga.com. I'll put that in the chat as well, powerhour@benzinga.com. And tell us how we can make this page better, right? We know that there's work that needs to be done on it. So somebody emailed in last week. They said we need to be able to search by ticker. So check this out. We now have a nice little ticker search. So when you send in your suggestions, they do not fall on deaf ears. I read every single email that comes into powerhour@benzinga.com. I usually read it, laying horizontally on my phone at about 2 a.m. But I will read every single email that you send. I will respond to every single email. We'll add our product team in there. We want this to be the best options page on the internet, just like we want this show to be the best trade idea show out there. So again, check out that unusual options activity page. Tell us how we make the page better. And there's some cool stuff in there, like we now have your ability to sort by tickers. Check this out. Dates till expiration. You can say, I only want unusual options trades that are within a month or so of expiring. You can say, I want unusual options trades that are way out, more than 300 days out. Are there even any today? Let's see. Yeah, look at that. We've got some people buying. Like here's a good one. Let's look at this one. VIPS. What's the stock trading at? So VIPS stock's at $30. Somebody bought a ton of calls. So somebody bought $540 strike calls on VIPS, right? This is a great application of this page, right? So the stock's at $33. Somebody went out a full year. They bought the leaps. They bought 484 calls at a $40 strike. It's a good third, 50% almost above where the stock is trading at now. So that's the point of this page. Again, you're gonna spam it into the chat one more time. But guys, help us help you. The big thing that we're working on with Benzinga.com this year is we're trying to make the transition from being the stock market news site, right? The site that you can go to depend for all your stock market news, but make that leap to being the stock market site. So we're going to start adding tools. We're going to start adding more features. You're going to be able to integrate your portfolio shortly. You're going to be able to put price targets on stocks and see where the crowd rates everything. So it's some cool shit that we have going on. Again, we're not going to be able to do it by ourselves, right? We don't think that we're the smartest people in the world at this stuff. We're depending on Zinger Nation to help us, and that's actually half the reason why we're doing this show. Is to start getting on better terms with you guys, so you can help us out, help us develop the site, help us develop the content, etc. So, all right, that's that. That's my ask, my opening ask. Sometimes I'll make an ask. You guys ask me a lot of stuff. I get to make an ask sometimes too. But check this out. I'm going to throw a zoom on here. I'm going to get rid of myself to make this bigger. But we've got some bad stuff going on today, guys. So we got my Benzinga Pro screener on here. Let's look at the S&Ps. SPY's at 390. That means that the index is at 390.6. So 3,906. On the right-hand side, or the left-hand side of the screen here, I've got a list of all of our stocks that are up and down today, the biggest gainers and losers. We've got a lot of red sitting at the top of this, right? There, if you own EHang, great, good for you. You might actually be in the green today. I am not. So let's hammer through some of these tickers. Let's talk about how we're playing this today. First one I want to pull up, ticker PYPL, PayPal. And I'm going to start too, I guess, by saying I'm more than 100% long right now. I don't love being more than 100% long. Can we get Zach Morris in here? Yes, we can get Zach Morris in here. You just got to tweet at him and tell him, hey, come on the Benzinga Power Hour, baby. Let's go. But all right. PayPal. PayPal, it was making a hell of a run. Here's a 2-day chart. Here's a 5-day chart. We've been in the stock since 220. So we've had a really nice run there on PayPal. The momentum is cracked, right? I always like to say when I have winners on, our thesis on PayPal is it's going to benefit when crypto runs. It did. Again, the stock went from 220 to over $300. When the momentum's running, when the momentum's behind you, let the thing run. Let the momentum go. Keep it in there. We kept it in there. Momentum is cracked. Look at this, where it's getting hammed a little bit today. S&P is down 0.5%. PayPal is down 3.5%. So we are going to go ahead and close PayPal in the live portfolio. So when I pull that up tomorrow, PYPL, big X out, you're not going to see it anymore. Here's a live portfolio for context. We're down about $1,800 today. It's better than we were this morning. So again, this is the live interactive brokers account. We show it every single day, so you guys see all the positions that we have on here. We're getting hammed a little bit today. It makes me a little bit nervous. So PayPal, we're going to go ahead and close that trade out on some of these more speculative positions that we have in the portfolio. So I'm going to talk about 2 tickers in particular. HIMS. HIMS is getting hammered today. Yeah, there's our scream sound. HIMS getting hammered today. Stock is down 10%, all the way running back down to $20 here. 5-day chart, 1-month chart. Doesn't look pretty. We do have some support on HIMS. Let me zoom in here. All right, so we've got a little bit of support. We've got some buying activity right around this $20 level in the past. It did crack below that. It's fought back up to there. There could be more downside below. I still really like this stock long-term, guys. I'm going to throw this one out to Zinger Nation. First question that I'm going to ask you guys of the day. If you guys like HIMS, you're in the stock, you believe in it, throw me the 1 in the chat. If not, throw me the 2. I want to get a sense of where everybody is at. And yeah, there's a couple PayPal lovers out there. Sorry, guys, I'm closing the trade. I'll take some money off the table. We made $70 a share. Come on, that's good. Round of applause for PayPal there. But HIMS, throw me the 1 if you like HIMS. Throw me the 2 if you don't like it. I still like the stock. Basically the thesis, the basis for it is that I think it's like a sexy telemedicine play. I think this is actually the sexy telemedicine play, right? Of all the telemedicine stocks out there, I think this is the one that has a potential to be a long-term winner. It's an appealing brand. It's an appealing web experience. They've got a lot of infrastructure set up, and you guys hate it. That makes me like it more. Okay, y'all hate it. I'm hanging out on this one. Obviously, we've seen the momentum fall out of SPACs a little bit recently. So what I'm going to do on HIMS is we're going to sell some calls against this one. And this is sort of a demo that a lot of people have been asking us for. So let me pull it up. Ticker HIMS. HIMS. We're going to the options chain. All right. We own 200 shares of this stock. And let's see. So we're going to go out a month. Come on, Interactive Brokers. You can do it. You can do it. All right, let me throw Interactive Brokers a refresh here. While this is loading, guys, take a second. Like the stream. Let me see. I'm clicking over to the YouTube. Sorry, you're going to have to watch double YouTube. All right, 739 likes. I think it may be time for another Benzinga Pro giveaway, guys. I'm going to watch this one. Whoever has the most recent comment when we get up to 850 likes on the stream is going to get that free Benzinga Pro. We did this gimmick last week. You guys loved it. I mean, it turned the comments into a mess. So I'll be watching it on the low. Whoever has the comment when we get up to that 850 mark, then we're doing another Benzinga Pro giveaway. But share this stream. If we only have 870 people in here every day, it's we're a business. It's got to make sense. It's not quite enough people. That's why we need Zinger Nation here. But all right, let's do some covered calls on HIMS. So we own 200 shares of the stock. All right, we're gonna go out to March. We're gonna look at these calls here. I am going to go all the way to the $30 strike here. Okay, the stock again, HIMS, HIMS. The stock is trading at $20 a share. I'm going to sell the $30 calls. Okay, and let me explain to you guys what that means. So that means I'm going to lower my cost basis on each share that I own by another 70 cents. All right, it's another couple percent. And the only risk that I'm taking on is that if HIMS runs above 30, I have to sell my shares of the stock for $30 a share, right? So I'm going to sell the calls. I'm going to take $70 per contract as cash into my account today. It's not a ton of money, but hey, we're lowering our cost basis by 70 cents a share. And the only risk that I'm taking on is that if the stock runs above 30, I've got to sell the stock at $30. Okay. That's 50% higher than what the stock is trading at today. If this thing actually gets a sign of life, runs to 35, I've got to sell it for 30. Effectively, I'm selling it for 30 and 70 cents because I'm selling these contracts now. Great. I'm fine with it. We'll take 50% run on this thing, call it a day. Maybe we'll buy more. Maybe we won't. But that's the deal, guys. So I'll switch to the right account here. There it is. All right. So I'm going to throw the limit in here at 70 cents. We'll go over this trade one more time. So I'm hitting submit the sell order. There it is. So again, guys, we are selling covered calls, right? So we own 200 shares of him stock. We are selling 2 contracts of the $30 strike. Okay, so that means we're getting $140 into the account today. The only risk that we're taking on is that if Hims makes a run above 30, we have to sell the stock for $30 a share. Again, that's 50% delta from where the stock's at now, right? 50% higher than where we're trading at right now. If that has to happen, great. I will take 50% on this trade all day and move on to the next one. And again, it makes us a little bit more conservative, right? We've got some market shakiness today. I want to get a little bit more conservative. So that's the deal. I'm doing this with some of my more speculative plays. I'm going to actually do it with another stock here, CLOV. And I see somebody in the chat saying, what is the next big pick? I've got it. The next big pick is coming, okay? I'm about to make a big ballsy-ass trade in a minute here. And we're going to know if we're right or not on the trade in just a couple seconds. Okay, and I said 850. Where are we at? 795. All right, keep going. Again, whenever we get up to that 850 like mark, whoever has the most recent comment in Benzinga Pro or in the chat is getting a Benzinga Pro subscription. Again, I'll say it a little bit more clearly. When we hit that 850 like mark, guys, tell me in the chat when we're getting close. I will look. Whoever has the most recent comment there in the chat is getting the Benzinga Pro. Let's go. Benzinga Pro, pro.benzinga.com. That's what I'm using every day when I'm looking at news, data, earnings dates, all that sort of thing. But all right, let's look at this Clover Health. Again, we're going to sell covered calls against this one. We have, I believe, 200 shares of this stock as well. Sorry, guys, I own a lot of stocks rather than just a couple that are super concentrated. The stock is trading at around $11 per share. Let's do a good old refresh again. All right, going up. All right, stock's trading at about $11 per share. We're going to kick it out a month. And we are going to look at this $15 strike. We are going to go ahead, pick the right account. We're going to sell 2 contracts here. Again, we're going to put it up to 70 cents. And so what this means is we're lowering our cost basis on Clover Health by 70 cents per share. Okay, we don't have a big position in it. We've got a little bit. I want to de-risk some of these riskier, more speculative stocks that we have. Again, I own a ton of stocks rather than tight concentrations in a few of them. 70% of the portfolio is ETFs. So maybe we'll do the ETF game later this week and talk about how we build the ETF portfolio. But we're gonna hit the submit sell button. Submit order is out there. There it goes. And so when this order fills, we're getting $140 today. Again, it's not a lot of money, but we're lowering our cost basis on the stock by 70 cents per share. And then the only risk that we're taking on by lowering that cost basis is that if Clover makes a run above 15 within the next 30 days, we've got to sell the stock for 15, 50% above where the stock is now. So we make 50% on this stock. That's fine. Let's go. Right. The risk is defined and the risk is capped at we make 50%. I think it's fine, especially I'm a little bit spooked by some of these down days that we've been having over the past couple of weeks. So those are the trades that we're making. All right. That's how we're managing today. Let's look at a couple other hot tickers, guys. If you have tickers that you want us to look at on the show, drop them in the chat. We do have some time today to get to them. But let's look at some others. TRCH, Torchlight. Who's in Torchlight? Throw me the 1 if you're in Torchlight. Throw me the 2 if you're not in it. I am in this stock. We got a little bit of a retreat. We're down 11%. this thing is more of an investment for me than anything else. I am hanging out in this one. I will sit on the Torchlight position for a little bit here. Believe in my boy Hugh. He came on the show and pitched it last week. I said this yesterday. He pitched it. It was at $2.40. So here, let's go to a 5-day chart. $2.40. Stock ran to almost $5. Let's go. So we're hanging out in Torchlight for a little bit. We'll let it ride. We will sit on this thing for a little bit here. I'm not adjusting the position at all. If you guys are, let us know in the chat how you're doing that. Some other ones. We already did HIMS. Let's look at Tiger. TIGR's another favorite of mine, getting hammered today. Stock was up 20% today. It's down 10 today on, general market weakness. I believe very strongly in all of the online brokerage stocks. I am loaded up on these online brokerages. Charles Schwab, Tiger, IG Group, Interactive Brokers. I own all of these. I own all of them in volume. I think that the online brokerages are going to have a crazy quarter, right? I think the analysts are going to revise their estimates upward. We're going to see some price appreciation there. Whenever they get to actually reporting earnings, I think that the things are just going to run. The account opening numbers on these online brokerages, guys, I'm telling you, are going to be insane. Right? We track the number of people going from Benzinga.com over to online brokerages. It's literally up 4 times higher than our COVID bump. COVID happened. A ton of people opened brokerage accounts. We got a nice little run up there. GameStop happened, and every single week since GameStop, we've had 4x the number of people opening new brokerage accounts than we have had when COVID happened. All right. So Tiger, yes, it's down 10% today. It's a long-term holding of mine. I'm hanging out in it. I'm sitting in the stock. There's the deal there. And let me take a sec. Let me just write down some of these other stocks you guys are looking at. GHIV. We have BRCX. All right. So we'll look at some of these when we get going there. And producer Rohan, can we take calls yet? Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. That's the timer. And we are taking listener calls on the Power Hour. Let's go. All right, that gets me fired up. Guys, we are 15 likes away from being able to do this Benzinga Pro giveaway. Again, whoever has the most recent comment in the chat when we hit that 850 like mark is getting their Benzinga Pro subscription. Share the stream, like the stream so I can give somebody this Benzinga Pro. When we get up to that 840 mark, it's going to be some madness there. All right, 842. Let's go. I'm watching the chat tight, guys. Who's getting it? Who's getting it? 48. 48. Oh, God. There it is. All right. I got to scroll back a little bit. All right. SPAC Broker. SPAC Broker. SPAC Broker. You are the winner of today's Benzinga Pro contest. Again, I know it's a gimmick. Is this show about gimmicks? Yes. I say that it's about trade ideas. It is. First and foremost, it's about trade ideas. Second, it's about having fun. Third, it is definitely absolutely about gimmicks. If it wasn't about gimmicks, we wouldn't have a freaking soundboard. There we go. All right, Power Hour at Benzinga.com. Send that in. All right. Drop that email in saying you won. Luke will hook it up. Let's go, baby. That's how we do things at the Power Hour. All right. So there's the move there. And all right, I'm gonna give producer Rohan a nod here. I guess let's look at GHIV really quick. A couple people have put that one in the chat. Wait, GHIV is now Wholesale UMWC. There we go. Right? Did I do that right? Yeah. Cool. All right. This is tough. This is sort of an ugly chart, guys. As much as I think this one is sort of interesting, that the chart is ugly, the trend is your friend, guys. We've seen a hell of a rotation out of SPACs, not just this one, but out of all of them, right? I just took 2. I took HIMS and I took Clover. I sold covered calls against those because it lowers the cost basis. The only risk that I have to take on is that I'm selling the stock at a 50% profit, right? I'm fine with that. But before I put any more money into SPACs, so I'm getting hammered on some of them, right? Before I put any more money into it, I want to see a little bit of positive momentum on these things, right? The positive momentum definitely isn't there. I mean, we look at, let's pull up a couple others that we like in the show. Car Lots has a little bit of it today. Let's see if we get some more conviction into the close. But again, I think that a lot of these SPACs, be careful. I'm not adding. I trimmed last week, sold covered calls this week. If we see the tide change in SPACs and we are going to load the F up, we're going to get super long these things. But that's my deal there, guys, is I'm hanging out on them. We'll see what happens. If you're in CCIV, you're like the outlier, right? Look at that thing running. Congratulations, all the CCIV guys. I was not in this one. I was sort of a hater on CCIV, but y'all liked it. Good for you. Let's throw this one out there. All right, if you guys had to get long CCIV, so this is Churchill Capital. It's a company that's supposed to make the merger with Lucid. If you guys like this one long, hit the one. You had to buy it right now. You can't abstain. You have to vote long or short. You have to buy it right now. $53, hit the one. You have to sell it right now. $53, hit the two. I'm definitely a 2 on this thing. I want to see where you guys are at. But give me a sense there. I think that a lot of the jig is up. Could it move a little bit higher? I think a little bit. The deal falls through. It's absolutely gonna get holy crap. All right, you guys like the stock. I think if the deal falls through, obviously you're gonna get hammered. The deal actually gets confirmed, it might go a little bit higher. The deal gets confirmed, it could actually go a little bit lower too. Right? I mean, it's I don't know. I think the jig is up on this one. I was saying it at 35. Been dead wrong on it. So there's the deal. Wait, and can we take calls, Bruce or Rohan? Oh shit. I'll put the number up now. All right, guys. The phone number is going up. We have our first guest. Nick is coming on. There it is. There's the phone number. Whoever calls first is getting patched through on the Power Hour. I want to start doing this every day if it goes well and it's not a total disaster. Call in, give your quick stock pitch, give your little commentary. All right, you yell at me, yell at Jason, yell at Nick from Bull Trade Finders coming on in a minute here. But we have the dial-in. It's ready. It's up there on the screen. First caller's there. Let's go. Put him on. All right, first caller hung up. Damn. All right, it's a rough start. I said this might be sort of a disaster. Let's see what happens, guys. The phone number is there. We'll leave it open for another 30 seconds. If we don't, we got 6 calls at once. Keep calling. All right, this is not a professional operation by any means. I said the show is first about stock ideas, second about fun, third about gimmicks. Our gimmicks are not super put together. Keep calling, and we'll figure this out. It keeps Okay, Rohan's saying that it's getting so many calls that it keeps crashing. We only have one line. All right, we don't have like the 18 line. All right, wait, is this a caller? Hello, what's up?
Hey there, is this Benzinga?
This is Benzinga. What's up, man?
Not much. How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. I just had a quick question. What do you think about the Score Media and their plan to move to the gaming market?
All right, wait. Say that one more. Give the question one more time.
So the Score Media is moving. I've heard they're moving to the NASDAQ or the NYSE. They're in the Canadian stock market right now. They're transitioning from just like a sports scores app to the gaming market, and I don't know. I'm just wondering what you were thinking.
All right, hold on. I'm going to put a chart up on the screen for everybody. So this is the stock. And what's your name?
My name's Camille.
All right, Camille, first live caller we have on the Power Hour. Let's go. The stock that he's asking about is Score Media. Yeah, fired up, baby. That's what it's all about. Ticker TSCRF. That's Tango, Sandy, Charlie, Romeo, Foxtrot. Somebody put that in the chat to help the group out. So basically you're saying that the thing is moving to esports, and then it's also going to uplist. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to try and build, or they're going to try and incorporate like a betting platform into the live scores, and all the data that they've accumulated over the years.
All right. I mean, that's interesting. I don't know this stock. I don't know this company. I mean, it's Pink Sheets traded now, but it sounds interesting. I mean, we've seen all the energy go into the DraftKings, into the Pens. etc. If they're trying to make a similar move, I think it's sort of like my Ford play, right? I like Ford right now because I think it's going to get us some of that EV energy, right? EV energy, it's flown into every stock. If Scores is doing that in the gambling market, I think I like it. Again, I don't know anything about the company, but that's my quick take.
Right on. Okay. Nice talking to you, man. I appreciate your time.
All right, Camille. Thanks for calling, man.
Luke, that was cool. That was the first.
Yeah, the first one.
What'd you think of it?
I think it's awesome. We got so many calls that the app kept crashing that we're trying to use for this. But that was awesome.
Funny. What'd I miss?
What'd you miss? I mean, we did. All right. So I've got a hot new trade I'm about to put on. I'm about to put on a YOLO earnings trade. So we'll do that later before I hop off.
You see the rumor on here?
The what?
Someone put a rumor in the chat. Is this accurate? TSCRF?
As a pen buyout? I don't know.
Okay.
Are you squinting?
I'm looking to see what this person's talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am squinting. So did you talk about some of the stocks that are getting killed today?
Yeah, we did TRCH, HIMS, Tiger, PayPal, Clover Health.
Didn't you guys have me buy TRCH yesterday?
How's that looking?
I mean, the Atlas guys tell me, I don't know if they're back to talk to me, to support me, to comfort me. I don't know where we're at, but I'm looking down on it. I am up on one of those trades.
Yeah, VISL, VISL.
VISL, I'm up as you is 32.90 on that, but on the other one I'm down, and then there's a couple others that I wanted to talk about. That is Bill's down, and the one that I'm down. So again, remember what I said, guys. When you get too like cocky or too, it comes to bite you. The one that I'm down the most on, Luke, is Wingstop. My Wingstop options were up a ton, and they are not. They are selling off today. So on poor earnings, which I'm okay with because it allowed me to buy a few more shares. I'll buy it in 2 or 3 increments. Kathy Wood is on CNBC now. She's talking the rise of thematic investing. Tesla's been selling off, so they bring her on. Remember, Kathy Wood will be coming on live with me March 4th for a half an hour. Kathy Wood from ARK Investment. Yeah, Wingstop there.
Almost your birthday. Yeah, we just looked at the numbers. The numbers don't look horrible on Wingstop.
Did we get the Kathy Wood shirts made?
Caesar, tell us in the chat.
Yeah,
we have the Kathy Wood shirts. The people need to know.
Yeah, because we have them made, and the day she's on, I'll show all you guys. If you want Kathy Wood to see you, we'll do a big share screen, and I'll have her. But did we ever get our swag sent to the office? Did Aaron Thomas ever track? Because I don't have my Benzinga swag. I do have, look, Benzinga Detroit.
Representing?
Oh, yeah. By the way, at this pool, it makes people come up to me. And
I was about to say, I bet you get people going up to you.
I actually should bring in some of the guests who come up to me. These guys, this one guy showed me his account. He has a $6 million account. He's buying and selling. I should actually bring him on live and talk about what he's trading because he is an interesting guy. But wait, I do want to read a comment. I bought TRCH with Raz yesterday at the same time, so we're both down. Yeah, Anthony Nigan, as you know, that's not how I normally trade. But Jason, do I own NSPR? Yeah, but I'm probably trimming some. I like to trim and then have more guys. I have kids talking loud. I apologize. All right. So BFLY is another one. BTN is fine, Luke. That's at 291.
Hang it out.
I have another stock thing, but I don't know if I could. I don't know. I have to find out if I can talk about it. It's too small of a small cap.
All right. Well, I've got a large cap play I'm putting on. You might come up against me on this one. We'll see. But
okay.
Let's bring Nick on.
Nick. All right, let's go. Nick. All right, Nick, come on. I'll mute myself if I'm too loud or something.
All right, hang out with us. What's up, man? Welcome to the Power Hour. You here to talk some stocks or what?
I'm here to talk some stocks.
All right. You always throw some valuable insight. So what are you looking at today? I'm getting hammered today. I pulled up the live account. It doesn't look good. Jason sounds like he's getting hammered too. Where are you at? What do we have?
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. The market was a little tricky this morning. Right now, it's starting to go back up, which is good to see. But, you know, we have to be cautious over the next week or two. And we could possibly see a dip, you know, a deeper dip down. I do think the S&P 500 could hit 4,000 before we do that. But if not, you know, it's possible we can go a little bit lower. So yeah, SPY would hit around 399 to 400 if that move occurred.
So are you net long or net short? I'm net way long still.
Yeah, no, I'm
trimmed.
I'm long everything as well.
All right. we're gonna get hammered together.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I dip buying opportunity soon for us. That's all.
All right, so give us some stocks you like right now.
I'm still on FLNT. I know Ripster came on and talked about that one too. Since I came on 3 to 4 weeks ago, I'm still on this stock. It's in a bull flag over the past few.
Wait, do you have a screen you can share with us?
Yep, I'm going to do that right now. Just one moment. Share. Okay, let me see. Can you see it?
Not yet. There we go. All right, we have it. I'm gonna make it really big too.
Okay.
All right.
So
again, guys,
yeah,
the ticker that we're talking about is FLNT, Foxtrot,
Correct.
Lima, November, Tango. Somebody in Zinger Nation help the group out. Drop that ticker in there. But all right, keep going, Nick.
Yep. So yeah, today it went down with the market. These green little boxes or rectangles I have here are my demand zones, which is basically my supports. And you can see we're in like a little flag here, and we're getting right to the end here. Now, what's interesting about this now is one, obviously, once we get over this 740 to 750 area, we're going to push into this new high at 790 going into 8. But what's interesting is TTD, the biggest, I guess you could say the biggest ad stock that is in this sector right here with FLNT, APPS, and MGNI, one of the big ones, reports earnings tomorrow. So the last time TTD reported earnings, I believe it went up around $150 to $200 that day. So if it obviously reports good earnings again, I'm looking for a big move, which would then, you know, help FLNT, APPS, and MGNI. So that's what I'm looking at for here, a big breakout of this bull flag or mini wedge here, setting into the 8+ area over the next few days.
So let's say that I'm not in this stock, which I'm not. What's the price that you want to see this break above for me to get it long in it?
So what I've actually been telling people is, you know, under this 680 to 7 area has been a good area, because it's been breaking out a little bit, getting into the 715 and 730s, but as you can see, it keeps going down. So if you want to start a position, I would start it here. Now, if you wanted to add to that position, I would truly start adding, and I know it's going to be a big price jump, but I would truly start adding over 740, 750, where we've been rejected. And that will show a sign of strength, you know, that we broke out of the resistance and we could push higher into the new highs over $8.
All right, so let's. I'm gonna break this one down for everybody, but basically your trade, FLNT Fluent, buy now. If the stock breaks above 740, add to the position, and you want to see it get to 8+.
Correct.
When are we stopping out of this thing? Let's say we buy now. Yep. We don't see that 740. Stock goes down. When am I closing the position?
I would put a stop at around 640. So if you start a position now, that's right about a 40-cent dip, which is around a 7% stop loss, 7 to 8%.
Okay. All right. There's that one. What else? Give us. You have at least 2 for us today.
Yes, I do.
People like the ideas. There's one guy, Rossi. He does not like the ideas. You know, the Power Hour is all about ideas. You know, maybe he's more of a pre-market prep person. Maybe he wants to talk biotech later with us at 2:30. But this is the idea show. So give us one more.
I have ITP here. The reason I like this one is, one, they just completed offerings. I mean, you're seeing offerings all over, so it's not like it's any difference in this name. But this one has been, you could see a lot of, buying accumulation over these, candlesticks. And the buying ones are definitely larger than the selling ones, give or take these two. Now, what I want to talk about here is, one, we have an inside day, which I like to see after a big move. Shows consolidation, and the bottom right now is 125. So around this 125 to 130 area is a good area to start a position. And what I've been hearing on social media is they have mask news that's supposed to be coming out. It was supposed to come out in the end of January, but they pushed it back. They said mid-February, and we're right around that mark. So I'm guessing it should be out any day, and that should push this over too. This is 25% short. And another big thing is, let me just pull up my phone to just double check, but the March calls on this one, as well as the May and June, yesterday, I know they traded over 100,000 calls. Today, it's a little bit lower.
That's a lot of contracts.
Yeah, but the open interest on them is pretty high, around 15,000 plus for almost about every single one, at least 10,000 plus for almost every single one, I should say. And the volume on the put side is, minimal, as well as open interest. So it's very interesting to see all that volume being traded in those contracts at $2 and $4 strikes. So expecting to move up to those areas possibly. What I'm looking for here.
How far out is that call buying? So you're saying that people are loading up on calls at $2, $4 strikes. How far out are they buying those calls?
So the biggest ones I saw was in March, and then the next biggest was in May. So it's the closest date is February 19th, but they're starting to, the biggest area that they're really buying, and you're seeing the big volume, is in March 19th.
Okay. And take us through the full trade again. And guys, I am going to warn out there, this is a really small stock. It's a 42-ish $1 million market cap stock. I don't trade stocks this small. The 300 million mark, that's around where I'll start to get into things. The reason why I don't is because you can get whiplashed so hard, right? It doesn't take a ton of volume. It doesn't take a ton of dollars to move these things. But all right, give us the full setup. So if I'm not in this one now, which I'm not, when per your setup am I adding? What's the stop that I'm looking at? What's the price target?
I agree with what you just said, for sure. I mean, you got to be, careful with these. But the starter position would be $1.25 to $1.30. Stop out would be, I would say probably around like 115, 116. And so basically a 10 cent or around 8% stop loss again. And I'm looking, if they're buying this amount, and if there's possible news, on the horizon, it's possible I want to break out of this trend line here going higher. And I at least want to see over 150, but possibly 2+.
Okay. So all right. So you're getting in here 152 plus, and then where's your stop at?
Let's just say around 115. That's where I'd probably do it. 114, 115. So.
Okay. So it's like it seems like you typically keep your stops around 7%, below the current price.
Yeah. Of course, it depends on the chart and the support below, but yeah, right. For these two, the past two, yes, it has been.
Okay. All right. And do you have a third? I said you've got to give us at least 2 trade ideas, but this is the power hour. This is where we do the ideas. Do you have a third one for us?
So I do not have a third, but going over one that you just talked about, I'm going to go over this one because I actually had this on my watch list this week. And the reason why is you could see this bigger cup and handle from July 27th all the way up till now. And you can see we started to take a dip after we filled that area up here. So you could definitely watch this one for a continuation and, buying area around this 450 to 460 range. And I think it should definitely go up into possibly the 6s over the next few weeks, depending on the market if it affects it.
VISL. Again, we got in that stock yesterday on the show. We bought it live. Both Jason and I did. This is one from Hugh Henney. He is a good friend of the show. Basically, he made the case for this company. Again, it's a very small stock, longer term investment for me. Hugh does amazing due diligence. I trust the guy. That's why I got into it. And we got a nice little run today.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I mean, I love the technical side of it. I actually did look at his due diligence as well, and it's very good. I trust him too. I did not open a position yet, but if I was going to, I want to buy around like 460.
All right. And Nick, I've been previewing today that I'm going to be making a trade. I've got a new position to put on today. Let's tease it. Why don't you set me up? Mine is entirely fundamental, right? I'm not a technical guy. I'm a fundamental guy. I do use technical sometimes to help me find my stops, help me find my entries, my exits, etc. But give me your read on this ticker. It's going to be bigger than the other ones. PYP, or I'm sorry. Why am I saying PYPL? I got PayPal on the mind. I closed PayPal today. Okay, it was a favorite of mine for a while, for a couple months. I closed the trade today. But sorry, PLNT. We have too many P stocks. We got PayPal, you got Planet Fitness, you got Peloton, you got Palantir. I mean, Jesus, no more IPOs that start with P this year, please. All right, Planet Fitness. Give me the technical read on it.
Okay. I haven't traded this in a long time. The last time I actually looked at this was when it fell, probably back here, honestly, when it was in the 30s, 40s. Let's see. I mean, one thing I could kind of see here is you could definitely see a rising, trend line up here. I didn't draw it, but, if we wanted to do a makeshift one, you could see something like that. You could see that it's had higher lows all the way throughout. So that's one thing I like here. Now, you're in this because you think reopening is going to be very good. Is that why?
No, I didn't say I'm going long.
Oh, okay.
I said I've got a new trade idea. I didn't say which way.
Okay. Now, another thing I could see over here. Actually, no, I wouldn't really. It could be possibly a ascending triangle, but this one broke out a little bit. Honestly, I do think this looks good technically wise. Of course, like I said, the market can affect, these stocks. And I love the rising trend line that we have here. And I think this could possibly push back into the 85 range over the next few weeks, unless the market takes a toll on that and try to hit this high. And of course, if we do break this high, try to go above here around 87 and continue higher from there. Let's see, the high before was around 90. So we're almost at that mark. I think this could be a good long, and I would just start a position right now. Not go crazy with it. And if the market dips, add to it. That's my opinion on that. I think this could be a good one.
All right. Well, then why don't you stick around for my pitch, and why don't I just get into it now?
I'm ready. Let's go.
How's that? Ready? All right. Hold on. I need to get in my zone a little bit. We haven't done music on this show in a while. All right. Let's go. All right, guys, I am making a trade into earnings. Yes, that's right. I'm doing it. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm adding it to the stream here. Nick says technically he likes this one long. I'm going to say fundamentally, I like this one short into earnings. We had a great guest on here yesterday. So here's the chart, right? Again, Planet Fitness, PLNT is the ticker for you there. Somebody in the chat, drop it in there, help everybody out. We're doing puts on it. That's right. We're doing puts on Planet Fitness, baby. Here's why. The guest that we had on yesterday, Landon Swan from Lake Folio, what they do is they track social mentions of brands, products, companies over time. Okay. And so It's really cool. It looks at Twitter, it looks at Instagram, it looks at Facebook, etc. And it sees how many people are posting about, hey, I just got my Planet Fitness membership. Okay. Check out this chart. This is a 10-year chart that we're looking at here. You see all these big lines that we have. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Okay. But see all these big little humps that we have here. It's hump day. It's Wednesday. We're calling them humps. So see all these big bumps up that we have here. This happens from our New Year's resolutioners every single year, right? It's the end of December. It's the beginning of January. Everybody's goal for the year is to get in shape. That's what we're trying to do. Every single year for 10 years until, let's get to it. Hold on. Got to zoom out. Look at this here, right? Look at the social mentions of Planet Fitness in January of 2021. I mean, it's pretty much at a low, like a 3 or 4 year low. Okay. And keep in mind, Planet Fitness, you may not think about it like this, but Planet Fitness is a subscription business, right? You buy that $10 a month, that $20 a month membership. You use it for those first 2 weeks of January. You let it run through the year. You cancel it 18 months later. That's the deal with gyms. Okay. The quarter that Planet Fitness is going to be reporting, and they're reporting tomorrow after the close, they're going to be reporting Q4, okay? That is not the quarter where they have that big spike up of memberships into the next year, Q1. But here's the deal, right? Every earnings reports, right? Earnings come out. The company publishes a press release. Here's our numbers. Here's how we did. They then have a conference call with analysts, okay? Every single company does this. On that conference call, they are going to get asked, hey, how was New Year's resolution, right? You got COVID going on. You got Peloton, right? You got all this shit going on in the world. Analysts are going to ask, how are signups looking for the start of the year per this data set? And again, we've got 10 years of history that we're looking at here. It's bad, right? It's not good. They are not getting the wave of signups here. So I'm going to use that to go ahead, try to take a crack at Planet Fitness into earnings. Disclaimer time, right? Don't necessarily follow me into this trade. Trading anything into earnings, it's binary. You're either going to win big or you're going to lose big. It's going either way. I don't want to say that it's a crapshoot, right? Because we're going into it with a thesis. That's why we're doing it. And let me show you guys this. Let's look at a 5-year stock chart on this one. I don't even know if it's been public for 5 years. All right, here it's close, right? Public in looks like 2016. So yeah, I guess there's 5 years for us. I mean, the thing is pretty much at all-time highs, right? So we've got social data. Nobody's tweeting about it. Nobody's flexing on Instagram saying, hey, I just got my Planet Fitness, about to get fit as hell this year, right? The stock is pushing all-time highs. I think that the analysts are going to hammer them on that conference call and say, hey, are people actually signing up this year? Because this is your infusion of revenue of subscriptions for the next 12 months. And so for that reason, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try to take a crack at Planet Fitness. Tough to take a crack at anything in this market, but we're doing it. Let me see. Which contracts was I looking at? I actually prepared today. Okay. We didn't pick. Great. Oh, yes, we did. Okay. We did. All right. So the contract that I'm looking at is the $75 strike. Stock's at 78 right now. It's cost us $3.50 to put that position on. So basically we need the stock to go below 75 for us to make some money here. We're kicking it a month out. We're not doing the weeklies. We'll go a month out. So that way, if we do get it, I'm a more conservative trader. If we do get it wrong, we'll at least, be able to tuck our tails between our legs and run there with run away with a little bit of money in our hands. So there it is, guys. I'm throwing the puts out there on Planet Fitness. We're giving it a crack into earnings. Oh, no trading permissions. Wrong account. Now let's try it. There it is. Go, go, go. All right. The order is out there, guys. I'm throwing it out there to you. If you guys like Planet Fitness, you'd go long. You would buy the stock at $78 into earnings. Throw me a 1 in the chat. You don't like it, you would hit it into earnings just like I am. Throw me the 2. You can't abstain, right? You got to pick one direction or another. I want to see where everybody's at on this one. But there is my bear case on Planet Fitness. Again, I'm looking at the social data. I think nobody's created new memberships this year. It's going to screw them on revenue for the next year. We'll get some downward earnings revisions, wave of downgrades, etc. Whew.
I think that's interesting. I mean, I didn't see the mention thing that you have up here. I think that's, very good. Yeah, like you said, earnings are risky. So that's definitely one. If you want it to be really risky, you try out those TTDs. I mean, they've been doing really good quarter over quarter. So,
wait, what's the TTDs?
TTD is the stock that I was talking about
Trade Desk.
that could help out the advertising.
So they're reporting tomorrow.
Correct.
All right, let's look at this earnings. Okay, yeah, look at this. All right, so I'm looking at the earnings history for Trade Desk, ticker TTD. Yeah, they beat pretty much every single time.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but that's a risky one because the contracts are very high priced.
Yeah, I mean, yes. And that's why, again, I went out a month. I won't win as much if I'm right. I won't lose as much if I'm wrong. But there's the move, guys. Well, we'll be updating on that trade tomorrow and Friday, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But Nick, awesome having you on as always. And tell us, where can people keep in touch? How can they follow along, get more ideas, etc.
Yeah, I mean, everyone could, if you want to join my chat service, you could, sign up at www.bulltradefinder.net. I'll post it in the chat too. And you could use discount code BZ25, capital B, capital Z, 25 for 25%.
Benzinga, baby, let's go.
Yep. Just post it in the chat for everyone.
Cool. All right, man. Thanks for hopping on as always and delivering some ideas. Again, give us the tickers one more time. You did
FLNT, ITP, and VISL. I'm putting them in chat as well.
All right. VISL, I'm in. A lot of small stocks. Be careful. But we got the setups. Cool.
Okay. Thank you,
All right,
Luke.
man. Peace. Thanks for joining.
Have a good one.
All right, guys. There was the trade. I said I was gonna do a ballsy pitch today. I did. There it is. You saw me buy it live on the show. Let's check back in. Let's see if that order filled or not. Still submitted. Maybe we'll give it a little bit. Maybe we got to raise the price that we're gonna pay for those puts. But it's hanging out there. I asked you guys. I said if you guys like Planet Fitness into earnings, throw me a 1. If not, throw me the 2. And we have a little bit of a mixed crowd. If I had to guess, I'd say there's more people who don't like it than do. My favorite comment, I would just avoid trading Planet Fitness altogether. Okay, fair, whatever. Yeah, maybe more 2s. All right, we got a decent number of votes here. But guys, it's time to bring out the lizard, I think. Y'all have been waiting. You've been asking this whole show. When are we getting the Lizard King on here? Highly requested guest. Been too damn long since he's been here with us. All right, let's get some special sound effects. Let's introduce this hot guest. Ready? I'm gonna do a triple sound effect at once. I've got my soundboard here, guys. Okay, I'll hold this up in the camera so you can see it live too. Ready? What's up?
What's going on, Luke?
Not too much, man. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Doing well. Glad to have you here as always. The emojis are coming out in the chat.
Lizards. I love it. Let's go, Lizards.
Dude, your Twitter feed is like my favorite feed to follow because it's just people just like spam posting lizard gifs, lizard emojis.
Always lizard green.
Lizard green, baby. And where did lizard come from again? Remind us.
I was watching. My Twitter was Stock Heisenberg from Breaking Bad, and then I was watching The Office, and he's like, "You didn't even know my real name. I'm the fucking Lizard King." And I'm like, I love that, and I just made my Twitter that, and and then lizards are green. So,
boom, there it is, Lizard King. Yes, if you guys want a Twitter feed that's more entertaining than mine, has better ideas than mine, this is the one to follow. But what's up, man? What have you been watching recently? What's hot right now? I'm getting cracked today. Are you getting cracked?
I had probably one of the best days I've had in like 6 months today. Let's go. Yeah, it was a big profit taking day for me. I've been just keeping my eyes on all these crypto plays and really trusting my gut on them. And we're seeing Bitcoin. I think let's see what the price is at right now. Bitcoin's at 50. Yeah, Bitcoin's at 51,345. So my big play today was EBON. I got into this about 550-ish. There was an offering. I picked up some more lower fives. And then, I held on to it. We got some news today that this company, they make chips for Bitcoin miners. And then today they announced,
guys, EBON, Echo Bravo Oscar November, but keep going.
Yeah. So they make chips for Bitcoin miners. And then today they put out some PR that says they're mining Bitcoin, but over 100% profits. I took on this, and then I'm holding some more because they're also announcing a cryptocurrency exchange coming out in Q1 of 2021. So I'm holding on for that PR. But yeah, if any dips that come on this, I'm going to be buying more.
I mean, that means like within the next 5 weeks, basically, right?
Yeah. And that was the main that was the main catalyst I was holding for. But then we got some good news today, and I took some profits up there at around 11. Really good one. But yeah, it's just trusting my gut that I'm so bullish on Bitcoin right now. I think we're going to see 100K sooner than later. We just saw ARK and Kathy Wood just bought some more GBTC. If I see Elon Musk and Kathy Wood buying more into Bitcoin and Bitcoin assets, like, load me up.
Yeah, dude, get this. We did an article yesterday. Chris Gatch wrote it. And basically it's Tesla's made more money with its Bitcoin holding than it did selling cars last year. In terms of pure profit. Producer Aaron, drop the one in the chat. It's a great read. I mean, it's incredible.
Yeah, I'd like to read that. And there's other big companies looking at that and be like, maybe we should be doing that too. And we're going to see that happen. There was like maybe 3 days ago, there's a $5 billion Bitcoin, a Bitcoin move. Somebody was moving around like $5 billion of Bitcoin. So I think we're gonna, we're gonna see some big names come into the space. But yeah, I like that Kathy Wood just got into some more GBTC, and she there's an interview she put out about a month ago saying how that's like her way of playing it because something to do with the IRS. She gets taxed harder if she's on Bitcoin.
Okay. All right. I get it. And we're actually interviewing her March 4th.
That's
so
awesome.
Before that, you and I will have to loop up, and Jason's going to be the one interviewing her. We'll loop up, and we'll have to get some questions in there.
What's up, Jason? What's going on?
Uh-oh. Jason, you're frozen.
Luke.
You're frozen. You're like your face is stuck and your voice is robot-y. With the robot. Yeah, he's in a tunnel in Florida. Jason, maybe throw us a refresh and see if that'll help. All right. Yeah, your face is frozen. We can sort of hear you. All right, he's gonna work on that.
Yeah.
All right, so eBang. First of all, great name of a company.
Yeah.
Right? Any company that has bang in the name, probably a bullish sign. We should maybe make an ETF for that. But ticker EBON, Echo Bravo Oscar November. You're up 100% on it. The next catalyst is that they're doing an exchange.
Yep.
And that's what you're looking out for.
Yeah, and there's really not many cryptocurrency exchanges to be traded on the stock market, other than there's one SPAC in the moment that I'm looking into. I think it's a VIH. Don't quote me on that. It's something with a V, but there's not many crypto exchanges, so I think that news will really send this one running.
Have you looked at Voyager Digital? That's been my best performing stock of all time.
Really? No, I haven't. Are they in crypto?
Yeah. So it's a crypto trading platform.
Yeah.
We actually had the CEO on this show back October of last year. The stock was 66 cents. All right. We got like so much hate for having such a small stock on here. It's $20 today.
Well, yeah.
So Jason and I both were in that one and just hanging out in it.
Well, that's so I put out a tweet a couple of weeks ago saying how we saw all the clean energy plays run to $20 from pennies to $20. And that's kind of where I took it this year, at the beginning of this year, into these crypto plays, thinking we're going to get those same kind of moves in all these because of how bullish Bitcoin and the entire cryptocurrency market is. And right now I'm getting those kind of moves like SOS. I added that at $2 a couple of weeks ago. I even got some of that around 180. And that hit, way up there. Yeah. I sold a good chunk of that today.
So do you still have a piece of it?
Yeah, I'm still holding some. I want 20 on it at least.
So what is it that made you so bullish on Bitcoin? What was it, like momentum flying into it, or what was it?
I started my trading journey in cryptocurrency back in 2016, and I went through that whole bull market and then watched it all crash down. And I saw the big problems that were causing the market to fail then. And now I'm seeing all of the pieces that needed to be moved go into place now. And I'm like, now we're really gaining traction for this to become into the mainstream. And every day we're getting new news that is just better and more bullish for the entire crypto market. So and even last year, just seeing Mara and Riot, how hard they ran off of even smaller Bitcoin moves.
I mean, still look at this Riot, $70. I looked at it this morning. It wasn't at 70 yet. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wait. This is a 1-year chart of Riot, guys.
Yeah. November.
Am I still frozen?
You're better now.
All right. So
you're
to make sure I'm good. Who would you say that I'm interviewing, Luke?
Kathy Wood.
Yes.
Do you know
March 4th or 3rd. I know her. She's just on. I watched the whole. I had to watch some stuff to make sure I captured it. So you guys are.
Do not watch the competing programming, dude. The CNBC interview is probably so boring. It's gonna make your interview worse.
So you're right. You guys talking crypto. So you're talking Voyager, but there's a new ETF play too, Luke, out of Osprey or something. And then Scott.
Shout out to our boys at Rex Shares.
Rex Shares, yeah. Oh my God, Riot Blockchain's at $70.
$70. That's what we just said. Here's a 1-year chart, dude.
Oh my, and they're based out of here in Miami. I should go and interview the guy, because you guys know this was like conspiracy back in the day. Riot Blockchain. If you go look in the history of Riot Blockchain, it's an interesting story. I cannot believe it's at $70.
Yeah,
that is unbelievable.
It's crazy.
Oh my God, are you guys in it at all?
I sold this around 30. I'm not in it. But then I moved into some other blockchain plays. I wish I was still in it. I'm still holding some Mara with a really cheap average.
Oh, you have Mara? Okay.
Yeah.
You have Mara?
That's
look at that.
Okay.
1 year.
Are the lizards in here, Luke? Do we get the lizard fans in here? Because you have one of the most devoted, loving community of you ever.
Yeah, I love them all.
Like, they love you, man. You're Lizard King. Where are you?
I love them back.
And the Twitter feed is so entertaining. That's the way I opened it. I said, if you guys want the most entertaining comments on a Twitter feed, you want to see lizard gifs and emojis all day, every day, which I do.
Put them in the chat.
Twitter. Yeah, there's the lizard emojis coming out in the chat. Let's go.
Love it.
Oh, yeah.
What's the point of making money if you can't have fun? That's what I like to do.
Exactly. But Luke, if my audio is screwed up, tell me and I'll go to a different place.
It doesn't sound good. Like it sounds like you're calling in like with a phone to a radio show.
Oh, okay. I'll switch it up in a second. Then.
Fine, but not great.
I'll switch it up. Luke, are you surprised they didn't call me to testify for the Washington tomorrow?
Yeah, a little bit.
Lizard King, we are the room where it happened. We had Citron on, Andrew left, and then he was on, the stock was at 40, and then all these people, the Wall Street bettors came in, and it went to like 75. We were the room where it happened. They're calling me a boomer because I didn't own it. I was like forced to buy in 200 shares, 100 shares at GameStop. I bought it, and the rest is history. Then it all started. I'm
more surprised that they didn't call me. I think it was the soundboard,
You
scared drop them. The bomb.
All right, I switched mics. Do I sound better now?
Oh my God.
Yeah, you sound better.
You just upgraded like 100 years. It's like Benjamin Graham Bell or whoever came up with the telephone. It's like you're on his shit, and now you're in the 21st century.
I just want it to be great for Lizard. Now, Lizard, where are you based out of? Beautiful. You're not in Florida. Oh, you want glasses?
No, I live right outside of Boston. Oh, fire! Let's go.
Yeah,
that's a fresh.
Should I show the real background right now?
Yeah, let's see it.
Let's see it.
Do you guys want it? Wait, first, hold on. Let me do this. 1 sec. I'll be right back.
All right. So give us some other names. We talked about some of the crypto stocks. Are there other names you like?
There's a new crypto one that I just got into today. LGHL.
Wait.
I own that.
Go a little slower.
You own it? Oh,
yeah.
I'm buying more then.
No, don't. I bought it because someone told me, and I may have sold a little bit today.
It's okay. Well, I'm holding it. I got
LG what?
LGHL.
HL. So okay. Lima Hotel Lima. There it is. Lion Group.
Yep. Yeah, if this dips, I'm gonna buy more. They have they're about to close on a deal where they're buying that. That's beautiful. I'm coming down there to visit you.
Oh, wait, hold on. Too fast. Do it again.
Sorry.
Get the full pan.
Yeah, let's see it.
Just I'll do it a better time. So give me a sec, okay?
All right. We're going back to the LGHL.
Yeah, because
Okay,
the
yeah.
sun is not the right sun right now.
You're so picky. Look at this. Look at my background.
Oh my god. Oh my god, guys.
It's
Look at this
trees.
person's look at this person's mask. Oh my god. Look at this person's mask coming around the bend. Can you see inside? Can you see the wait, what
Hold on. We gotta make you bigger.
You gotta see this mask. Oh my god, guys. Look at this mask. See it? It looks like a mask to me. Look at that mask.
Box overhead?
I guess.
Looks like Darth Vader.
Yes. Darth Vader's here is what I'm telling you guys. Okay? Sorry. So LGHL, let's talk a little bit more about it. So it's another crypto play. I got into it a couple days ago. And is this one you're going to keep picking off shares? What do you think?
I wanted to get some. I added some first around 370, and it started to move a little bit quicker than I wanted. But if this gets any dips or an offering, I'm definitely going to buy more. But they're closing in on a deal with Lion FinTech Group. It's expected to be announced that the deal's closed by March 31st.
Wait, is that Money Line?
Yeah. No. Different Lion.
Okay.
And guys, I've got to leave you. I've got to get back to building a little bit here at Benzinga. Jason, if you're having internet issues, text me. I'll be back. And Zinger Nation, I'll be back at 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 p.m. Be hanging out with the guys from Doe for a little bit. We're going to talk about that Planet Fitness trade, get their read on it, talk about the stocks they're trading. So we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Until then, happy trading.
Look, all right. Thanks, Luke. So Lizard King, in the chat, they're talking about the warrants, and warrants are good if the deal happens. He said LGHL has warrants at 60 cents. So, like when I bought CCIV, I bought the stock and I bought warrants.
Yep, same.
Okay, you do the same thing.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
So,
I have a video on my YouTube. If you don't know what warrants are, I focus on SPAC warrants. If anybody's in here watching it, I break it down how you can play them. I love warrants are great.
Aaron, can you put a link to a video on the SPAC warrants? Warrants are great. And so, yeah, I didn't sell any LGHL. I just bought it, and I think I'm holding on to it. So I didn't sell it.
I think we'll see. I think we'll see like $8, 8 to 10 on that.
Yeah, 8 to 10. And how long have you been trading for?
I started trading crypto back in 2016. That's when I first got into trading, and then around 2018 when the crypto market kind of crashed, I started going into small cap stocks, and since then I've been doing my thing.
Got it.
And then,
okay.
It's just been crazy.
And how did you develop all the lizards, though?
I have a Discord channel, just organically on Twitter, posting my ideas, trying to teach people how to trade. I really I know all the issues that I had when I first started trading, and I learned everything that I know from YouTube, basically. And so I like to teach people, the most simple way to do things. And that's what I try to do with my YouTube. And I want people to break the system.
And you have such a strong community. People say sometimes when you're trading at home, you get lonely. But but do you get lonely because you have your community, or do you miss the human interaction in person? Would it be cool if you were sitting right here on the couch next to me?
Oh, it would be awesome. I would love that. And once COVID's all done, I would love to host an event at some point, and get all these traders, because just the entire FinTwit community is a big family, and I think it would be great. But with Discord and everything, it's less lonely in a time where we can't really be with each other. And the Lizard King Trading Group family, we're literally like a family, and we love each other, and yeah, it's great.
Totally. I see it. And we have an events team. So if you ever need help with that, we've thrown we rented out half the Fontainebleau last year.
Awesome,
so that was for our Canvas investing event. But yeah, that is what's your take, man, on shrooms, on psychedelics?
A lot of them are, I think all of them are. There might be one or two that aren't OTC. I don't really get into the OTC plays, but I think that, I think there's going to be, money to be made in that market. I don't know too much about it.
Got it. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people are buying, a lot of people are buying MindMed. And then MMEDF. We had them on our small cap conference. It was like at 70 or $1.20. So it has risen a lot. Now, the thing I will say, I'm getting reach outs from people that are mainstream investors saying, should I buy MindMed? So it has the, it has like the panache of like, it has the panache of, like the attraction of like, it has the word, the valuation may be high, but people are talking about it a lot right now.
Yeah. And I also think one thing, I think that'll be, so right now I've been doing a countdown on Twitter of how many stocks there are left under $1 that aren't OTC. And there's like, maybe 5, it's fluctuating between like 4 to 13. And I think we're seeing a lot of people get into OTCs because of that. And I think those shroom ones are going to be some of the first to go because those are definitely probably some of the most talked about OTC stocks.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I agree. I mean, so when do you like, what is your favorite kind of trade? Do you have one, or are you just like equal opportunist and don't care? What is your favorite kind of trade?
Finding a play right at support in a sector that I think is, hot or going to be hot. So I'm really like, my main thing is, finding plays right at the moving averages, at the 200 or 50-day moving average, or just bottomed out. Like E-Bond, I saw that there was a double bottom like a week or two ago. And I like support. I don't like to chase. I never, if it's up a bunch, I won't, rush into it. And that's how I stay profitable most of the time because I don't get caught up. There's always another play. But yeah, really just not getting caught up in the hype and getting in before the hype.
So one of my mistakes I would say is like I bought lithium stocks like LTHM 2.5 years ago. I started buying at 10 and then I bought as it went down to like 6 and 5 and 4. So I made money on it, but I buy way too early sometimes. And so, how do you handle that? Like, how do you know, like the timing? Timing is really tough, isn't it?
Yeah. And, that's why you just go in with a plan and don't overextend yourself in a certain play. And if you do the DD on the companies, then, you don't have to be so worried about it. Like one play that kind of reminds me of getting into early was I was in Givo at like 45 to 50 cents. And I was sitting there and everyone's, I was tweeting about it and people are like, oh, this thing sucks. It never moves. And I'm like, I want to sell. I got so close to selling. And then like 2 days later, the PR came out that sent it to like $4 from 50 cents. And, it's just trusting your gut on certain sectors that are hot. And I think the biggest part is people go in too big. They get excited about something. They put in too much money and they can't wait because they have so much money in there. So smaller swing position plays and trusting your intuition.
I should take this computer and find a gecko. There's geckos everywhere here. Like I'm gonna step on one today, and it flew under my feet. I could find a gecko like in 4 minutes probably here. There's so many. But
that's awesome.
And you're right. Like I own that lithium, and then Elon Musk had that battery day, and he's like, lithium is plentiful. We're gonna do another deal with this. So I'm like, okay. So maybe my lithium isn't the best trade. And so then I took some lithium off, but then it turned out that was the timing. And so so I'm glad I kept some. But I'm trying to see what background's the best for people. I should 360 it right now. And so do you make multiple trades a day, or is it a few trades a day? How do you go about that?
It'll change from how the market is playing out. Right now, I haven't been doing many day trades, and I've been doing mostly swing trades. And that's just because that's how I feel the market is going right now. When sometimes there'll be less momentum in the swings, and I'll just jump into day trades right off open, and that's how I'll do it.
Got it. So, and then when you're in your how many people do you have in your room, basically?
Oh, we have about 18,000. I think we're pushing right now.
18,000.
Yep.
Okay, so you have about 18,000. All right, and so, and do you know the people's names? Is it too big of a community to really get to know them, or what's it like? I guess.
So, I have a premium service and then a free side of it, and the premium one, we're really like a family. In the premium side, we have we're a couple hundred members, and we're really close knit.
Okay, we got a hacker behind us. And the premium, and so that's who you're close knit with. Okay. And so right now you like LGHL. What other stocks do you like? What else do you like?
So today was a big. I had a bunch of plays that I liked, and then I sold a good chunk of them, and now I'm just riding free shares on most of them. But now I'm starting to look into new sectors. Really, I'm looking into what ARK is investing in, and seeing where they're going and what's going to be hot in the future. Right now, I'm really starting to dig around for 3D printing plays. I think that's going to be a huge sector that nobody's really talking about yet. 3D printing, cybersecurity are ones that I'm digging around for. And then, of course, when we're getting blockchain news on some of these, they're just going crazy. So I'm always watching out for that. But
so yeah, on the 3D printing, I agree with you. What is one of what's a 3D printing stock that is out there right now?
There was X1. It actually just went from XONE. It just went from like $10 to $60 like the past couple of weeks, and I had some in the 20s. And after I saw that move, I was like, I need to find some more plays that are doing this. I think VJET is another one, VJET. But there's no small cap one, so that I can see right off the bat. But I'm still looking around.
Yeah,
and then space.
Yeah, space. People don't stop talking about space. Do you own any of it?
I don't own anything in space really yet. Waiting to find the right one.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy Wood was just talking about the space ETFs. I mean, it is. I mean, they don't stop. They keep moving. So,
and if you're on here watching this and you haven't looked at ARK Invest's 2021 presentation, it's like so good. You need to go check that out. They talk about all the hot sectors that are going to be this year and looking into the future. It's really insightful.
And my challenge is Lizard King. I'm interviewing her, as you heard, March 3rd and March 4th. And I have to. They put out so much information, so I have to do so much diligence. It's gonna be. Yeah. It's almost like I wish they put out way less, so it'd be easier for me.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot, and then NNDM is another one that she put out at 6 or 7. That was one of the ones that I liked, I guess.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, will you come on more often? And
definitely.
Your family, whatever you want or whatever you need, we're here for you. I don't know if you have a Benzinga Pro X, we'll get you news, but you're just a good guy. When I first met you the first time at that event, I was like, that's one of my favorites. Like, and I DM'd you. You're one of my favorites by far. And we should do like a Miami get together and something. And
I would so be down to do that, because this Twitter community, it's awesome. It would be such a great event. There's so many people that would love to do that.
Yep. Yeah. And we'll bring in some speakers. Like, I don't know, Kevin O'Leary's right down the street from here. He'll come. Like, I got, Portnoy's actually in town down the street as well. We'll get them to do some pizza reviews, maybe. I don't know, what have
awesome,
you.
Yeah.
So it's like a good spot, and we'll figure it out. But
let's do that.
You're the man, and you guys look at this. This guy is the man, not just because it's picked, but he gives more than he receives. No, but you've always given more than you received. You've just been a nice guy, and people like that. You're not an asshole. And some people think they need to be a jerk to get attention, and I don't see that from you. I mean, I really would like to dig down and interview some of your users because no, seriously, there should be a story about you, where you came from, and then what you've done, and then how you develop this community. I mean, you don't just develop a community by being right on stocks. You develop a community by being who you are, by being I think it's freaking amazing. And so there should be that story. And I know you would say it's not about you, it's about the community. I know that. So that's why asking the community, they would give the real answers and say, well, this guy is, I mean, look at that. Lizard took me from $300 to $25,000 in just a few weeks.
Yeah, that's J-Rock, yeah.
How did you do that, man?
Just teaching people how to play smart and avoid FOMO and getting in the right plays. It's all mental. This is I would say 85% of this whole stock market is mental and controlling your actions and teaching people that is, I think that's the biggest part. And once that clicks in their head, that there's always another play, you don't have to chase everything. And I think that's a big gear that gets turned that helps people level up as a trader.
How do you one question, you say it's all mental, but how do you know? I know there's no exact science, but when do you know to give up on a trade? How do you know when it's time? Is it when it goes down 3 days in a row, or is it when you're just taking a technical trade? How do you give up on a trade?
So I always go into a play with a plan, and I normally will put a level of support, and depending on how much I am trusting in the company, maybe I'll sell half of my shares. But yeah, it's always having a plan. You can't just go in and buy stuff and if it goes down 3 days, I'll sell it. You have to, have some sort of plan, but it's, looking for support, watching the moving averages, watching the volume. If volume dies out, that's another indicator to watch.
Okay. That's actually okay. That's great. All right, guys, follow Stock Lizard King on Twitter. Give us a like or subscribe to YouTube. And appreciate you, man, coming on. I know you're a busy dude, so we appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, I'll be hopping on more often.
Next time,
send me a message, whatever. Yeah, let me know.
Yeah, next time we'll do it together in person. You should be here. I'm sorry I didn't get you guys all. I'm sorry I didn't get you guys all the sites, but just whatever. Yesterday was raining like cats and dogs, so today at least it was not raining. So all right, guys, thank you, Lizard King.
It's snowing over here.
They say I'm very pasty. So trying to get some sun here.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Talk to you later. Thank you. All the best. Peace. All right, guys. That was Lizard King. He's the man. Follow him on Twitter. Appreciate him greatly coming on. Lizard King should be the owner of Benzinga. He could run it for a few days, see what he does. Let's do it. Follow us on YouTube if you just came in. We really appreciate you. Hit the subscribe button. Maybe turn on notifications. We're going to put a little less videos out there. There's too many little short clips. We're going to limit it. But Lizard knows his stuff. He is the man. And we say it like it is. We tell trades. I have a couple unprofitable trades recently, or actually just today. And so I'm annoyed by it, but that's the markets for you. We're here live, and I'll share my screen in a second. We know we did Benzinga Pro earlier. As you guys know, I've been trimming Tesla since 864, but it's hold up at 780. But I just it's 45% of my portfolio. One of the trades that's successful today that we did yesterday is VISL, Victor Igloo. I got to share my screen. Victor Igloo, Sammy, Lisa. That is. Oh wait, we got someone maybe here that's in the waiting room. I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay. All right, we got to reschedule here. Okay, so Simba Stocks, new guest coming on. Simba Stocks, are you here?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
What's the good word?
Had some furniture coming today. I'm redoing my whole house, so I still got to redo the office and everything. But
where do you live?
I'm in Miami.
You're in Miami. You're right down the street. Are you in North Miami, South Miami? Where are you?
Right by the Aventura Mall.
You're right by Aventura Mall.
Yeah.
Are you Mystic Point? Mystic Point? Where are you?
Off of Ives Dairy.
Yeah. How about me? We're probably about less than a half mile away. Take a guess where I am now.
Take
a guess where I'm at. Yeah, where am I? I'm at a hotel. Take a guess.
W.
Come on. No.
Fontainebleau?
It's very no. You just told me by Aventura Mall. Either you're lying to me or you don't know.
I don't know.
I just said we're 300 yards away or less amount. So I'm that close to you. So the kid-friendly hotel by Aventura Mall. You don't know what that is?
Kid-friendly? I'm not going to kid-friendly places.
All right, this is suspicious. This is suspicious. There's only one hotel you can stay.
I mean, if you're going to a hotel in Miami, you're not going somewhere where the kids are running around.
Why wouldn't I? I have 3 kids. I'm 42 years old. I'm an old man.
Yeah, tell me.
Wow, I am shocked. You didn't know. Turnberry.
I honestly have no idea. I actually don't go anywhere here except to the Aventura Mall, to Miami, or to Fort Lauderdale, like Las Olas.
So you don't see those big water slides in the sky right by Aventura Mall?
No.
Oh my, how long have you lived here?
I've been in this area 10 months now.
Okay. All right.
I pretty much just get on 95 and go to Miami. I only go to the Aventura Mall here or there. And that's it.
Have you been to Komodo?
Yeah.
Got it. That's a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Brickell. So, okay, so what kind of stuff are you trading?
So we mostly do option trades in our group for the most part. But recently we've been playing a lot of the small caps. They've been getting a lot of attention. A lot of these clean energy companies, some battery companies, some of the metals as well. Recently we caught DNN. I think we caught that off your scanner actually as well.
DNN?
Yeah, DNN. Yeah, that was a good one. From we're swinging that right now.
So you caught that on the Benzinga Pro scanner?
Yeah. So what we use for the scanner, some of the settings.
Brett, before you go and explain, just explain for a few minutes because I'm going to get my charger to charge. I'm just going to have you take over for a minute, and I'll be there right back. But explain how you found DNN, okay?
Yeah, cool.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, so what we do, guys, is for the most part, one of our analysts, one of the admin in our group, he mostly uses the Benzinga scanner. He filters it by the gainers and losers pre-market for the session, and he'll usually look for anything between 0 to 2 billion market cap. For the most part, we try to find something with at least 200 million, but we could, you know, be in a rough area right around 150 to 200 million. So we just set it to 0. Price between $0 to $5, because obviously if you get a big surge on some of these small cap names and you catch a breakout, you're able to capitalize pretty well on, you know, $1 or $2 move, which at that point can be at least, you know, 30 to 50%. So that's pretty much how we caught that one a couple of days ago. We also saw some call flow coming in. We use a lot of the option call flow that's on Benzinga also to kind of, we don't use it as a direct indication to enter a trade, but you can use it as kind of like, you know, some type of confirmation. So if it looks good on the chart, you see some call flow coming in, it's a good idea to take a stab at the trade for the most part. But we're in DNN on that. We caught, let's see, what else we caught? I think SENS. Yeah, SOS and SENS recently. We've been in those for a little bit. There was a big pullback today on SOS, but I think it was a liquidity grab. So we grabbed a little bit more around $10, $10.30. Yeah, I was just telling him, Jason, that we basically filter it by small caps with 0 to 2 billion market cap, and then 0 to 5. Try to catch like a $1 to $2 move on some of these guys. You know, it can easily be 30 to 50% at least. So.
Yeah, I see DNN moving. I was listening the whole time. I got the headset. I just the mic, so I listened the whole time. But no, that's sweet. You move to the price and you move the mover. You can do pre-market, you know, on this screen here. And yeah, I see that. And
yeah,
so
we'll position size, like we'll usually do shares, but sometimes we'll go with like the nearest at the money or in the money call. If there's an out of the money call that's like a month out or so, that's relatively cheap, that we can see, you know, if we get a short squeeze up, we'll easily break out. Then we'll usually go a little bit into some of the call flow that's posted, because usually it'll match up with our TA. So those have been working really well also for the most part. But a lot of these pennies, you know, it's good to also just do shares, because if it consolidates a little bit at certain ranges, you're going to get decayed on some of these options. But if you go a month out, you know, you're usually pretty safe. So usually when we're sizing it, you know, just on our normal position size, you could even split your normal position size, like 70% shares, 30% into one of those calls or options.
I had a situation. I was long Wingstop calls, and I was up. I was Wingstop, WING.
Yeah,
and I was
They got crushed on earnings today.
It got crushed. It got crushed. It got crushed. And
you know,
and
so this is what we do real quick while I'm looking at it right now. Right at the 200-day moving average, it's exactly where it bounced. So that's one of our best indications for the most part, especially if you're really far away from your 200-day moving average. If you get ever an earnings pullback or some type of news, right, some catalyst that brings you back down to earth there, 9 times out of 10, we're going to play a month out or a 3-month swing on that play. You don't even need to really pull up the exact TA on it. You know, besides that, okay, we get a pullback to the 200-day moving average, as long as it lines up with one other type of previous resistance that might be support now. So if you look at it, November 17th was the high. You got it up there, yeah. So you got November 17th, that as the high previously, right? And then you broke out, retested, and came back up. Now we're bouncing right at the 200-day moving average if you put it on there, and it's right exactly lined up with that previous high on November 19th. So something like that's where we look to enter positions on big red days, which is also where we use the scanner sometimes. I myself do mostly bigger cap or higher cap stocks for the most part. So I'll look for the biggest losers and try to find some support around some of these zones on the daily or the 4 hour to enter a swing. So something like this would have been good today, but honestly, today I'm just riding Shopify and Amazon.
So on this one, here it was a reminder of me being too greedy. I was up on my options like 85%. I was up on my options on this, and I didn't take a profit. Maybe I sold like a couple, but I really didn't take a profit on it, and I should have, because all those options that I have are getting killed. Now maybe I should buy more options. I bought more stock. I just don't know if you're going to be going down for a couple more days or what have you. So, but that's just an example of like, yes, I like the long-term story on Wingstop, but I should have maybe taken more of a profit on Wingstop today. And so that is a lesson for me. Or not today, before today.
Yeah, I mean, right before earnings, right? Like right now, it was pretty much at all-time. Is this all-time? Yeah, it's all-time highs, right? The previous high was the middle of last year, right? And it was at 170, so you were right there. So it's really, this type of trade's like a make it or break it on earnings. So, you're going to get aggressive in either direction.
Totally. And I honestly, knowing that, the risk profile, I should have maybe cut 50% of my options, because I like Wingstop long-term. But I didn't know if the earnings today were going to crush it or not, or yesterday, and so they didn't. And the stock and the options, so I got killed on it. Now, did we talk VISL? That's a stock I bought yesterday. Victor, Igloo, Sam, Lisa. Okay, so VISL, something to do with drones and stuff. One of the guys got in the show yesterday. He loves it, so we bought it. The Atlas guys. And
nice, yeah, they're great.
And so one exactly. And so one person said, "What's a good options trade on VISL?" I don't know. I pulled up because I didn't know.
All right, let's see.
I don't know if you're.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Let me see.
No analyst ratings on VSL. I mean, I don't know. Now that I had my shit handed to me on my Wingstop options, I'm like, maybe I need to, take off some of my big winners right now.
Yeah, so what you can do, so like on this type of trade, right? I mean, you're at a clear resistance here also pretty much from the initial like death, I guess you could say, from 5 where it dropped all the way down to $1 back in August 2019, right? So right here, you're getting some wicks right around this area if you look at like the weekly chart. But if you're able to close above here, you pretty much got a straight shot back to like 750 or so, I'd say, somewhere around there, which would be the next resistance. So there's different ways you could play this, right? So we're at 484 right now. Honestly, the options are kind of expensive. March 19th right now, a $5 call is $1.83. So your break even on that 680. Our target is 760 or so. So if it chops around a bit and takes a bit to get there, for a penny stock like this that you could buy an option on, you're not going to get too much out of it. Unless it breaks out like next week or the week after. So if you're already going to be at your break-even price or fully intrinsic at that point from your purchase of premium, then it's a good it'll be a good trade for sure. But on this one, not too much, I'd say, just because the options are pretty jacked up. It looks like right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we try to get something before everything gets jacked up, because if you're going to be buying when the IV's high, right, and the stock's hot, any consolidation or any drop in the stock's going to crush you. So you want to do something that's probable, right? But you also don't want to buy the highs. Now, you could say it's a little bit down from the highs today, but the IV on the stock on the options are still pretty heavily weighted right now, I'd say. So.
Yeah. Now, do you have long-term holdings too?
So I don't do too many long-term holdings personally. The most I do is like a 6 or 9 month play for the most part, to be honest. I'm going to wait for the next like crash, I'd say, to really use some of the profits that I've had for the past like year and a half or two to start a longer term portfolio. But in terms of shares, not really. Just looking like for some value plays here and there with different stocks. One of our guys in the group, he does mostly a lot of the long-term plays, so I'll kind of watch there a little bit. Right now we opened today AHAC. I think it's a SPAC. Yeah, we just opened that SPAC today at 1180 right here. Actually.
AHAC?
Yeah, so it's a healthcare SPAC. We rode CCIV from like 1280. That was great. Let's see what else we did today. We got that today long term. We did MRK today.
I sold a couple of my CCIV calls today.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hold them. I have a couple expiring. What's today? 17th. I have a couple expiring on Friday, and then I have some for March 19th. I'm just gonna probably exercise the shares, honestly.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that's my plan. I mean, I want to hold it long term. I've been taking profit like every $10 on the way up. So literally, the money I have right now is just free money at this point. It's just a free roll. But something good we just entered long term is MRK. One of our guys signaled that. It's looking like a or triple bottom here on the daily chart. It's getting some volume in. Yeah, Merck. They're getting some volume in. Hopefully, it breaks above here. 75, 76 level closes above here. It should hopefully target towards 80 plus again, but we look for mostly, I guess, key levels. We want to see a lot of dips, kind of like we were just talking about with Wingstop, right? Some type of catalyst to drive us down, or just some heavy selling, right? And then you want to see some consolidation, like on Merck here on the daily. You want to see a little bit of consolidation to the side. Now, you could say that, you're looking like possibly a bearish pattern coming in here if we break back down again. But as soon as you get a candle like today, it's MRK.
No, what? MRK. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, MRK.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, if you pull up pull up the daily. Yeah, see, so if you get a candle like today where you're breaking above this previous consolidation period around 75, and you get a strong close above there, then it's a good indication, to move higher. So, and it looks good. Every time we've hit this level around 73, 74, we've bounced. So it's a good trade by one of our admin falling right now.
Okay. All right. And so
by the way, for the most part, like it's like I have 5 clones of myself. So we trust each other. It's just so much easier when you got a bunch of people scanning the entire market. We don't like sector off to each other at all or anything like that, but it's just very easy to collaborate together, which I think makes it a lot easier, especially when you're trading. Having a bunch of people around you who know what they're doing or to learn off of really helps you out day to day.
Yeah, totally. And that's why with the Benzinga Pro, we try to make it easier to sort out what's moving, what's not moving, and then doing filters like we use the screener here. You can do all this stuff in real time and all that stuff there. And then what I was going to say. So, by the way, you live in Aventura, and do you know who used to own this? Like the guy that started, that bought Aventura when it was just wetlands was Donald Sofer. Donald Sofer and Jeff Sofer owned the Fountain Blue. They own Turnberry, where I'm at, and Jeff was here earlier today, but Donald I met here about a year ago. He's the one who bought all of Aventura, literally all of it back in the day, and he still owns like the mall and a few other things. And so I'm walking distance from the mall right now.
That mall's packed.
Yeah,
all the time. Even now.
I know, and we're walking distance from it. So that's we sometimes go to dinner, but it's this is a good place when you're driving in Aventura. Just look up. There's these slides, and that's what keeps the kids busy. It's it's a great place if you have kids from 3 years old on. So it's a great place for that. Now, if you want, like you said, the fun Miami, there's a lot of places like the One Hotel, the W down in South Beach that is is there. So and you've been trained for how long, Simba?
So about 5 years or 6 years now, full time, almost 2.5 now, coming on 2.5.
Oh, hey, so full time. Okay, that's so funny. Aaron, this guy Aaron that works at our company goes, "How long have you been training for?" But I didn't see the question. He literally typed it as asked it. That's funny. So full time 2.5. How do you like it? What were you doing before you were trading full time?
Yeah, so before this, I was doing health insurance. I was working in an office, and I was just on the computer all day. It's the same thing, same setup for the well, I have more screens now, but same thing for the most part. We always have 2 monitors at our desks. It was very easy for me to like trade while I was working, because when you're doing a sales job, at some type of insurance office, for the most part, it's just a script. So I was doing it for like 3-4 years at that point, making pretty good money, but I was trading at the same time because I obviously had the script memorized, so I could literally work and do exactly what I was doing day to day while I was watching the charts and trading at the same time. So went through the trader cycle, right? I turned like I think $3,000 or so into like 30K in like in like a week or two. Then literally lost the entire thing in like 2-3 days just because I got cocky. Went back, slowly built up the account again to like 15K or so. I was putting in like check after check every time I got paid into doing this. And after I blew my account the second time, I was like, all right, I really got to take a step back and analyze what I'm doing here. See how these guys who are really doing it full time every single day are actually making money. And it's not by, risking a large portion of your account every day, going all in, doing that left and right. So I realized, 2 to 3% a day, even 1 to 2% a day, you compound that. And after a few months or even years, right, you can really make a substantial living off of it. So once I finally instilled that into my head, I started doing really well. And, I'd start position sizing much smaller. For the most part, I would do like 5% max per trade. And, that can consist of a couple things. I could take 10% on a trade with a 50% stop, different things like that. But now I pretty much sit at around like 2 to 3% risk per trade. And that can be, the full size of an option. Again, an option with a stop loss, or, some type of penny stock as well. But that's pretty much, I guess, my story. Once I built up the account enough, I just decided to quit the job because, again, when I was taking a break to fill out like applications and different things after I was done selling somebody, I was taken away from trading. And, when you're day trading, you really need like every minute or two. So, yeah, that was pretty much my story, I guess. Now I pretty much swing trade though, for the most part. I don't day trade too much. But
do you think beginners trade options?
So I think you should paper trade them, yeah. But I really don't think you should start by trading options, because at the end of the day, what you want to do is understand the charts, right? You need to understand the charts, because the charts will tell you what strikes to pick, what time frames to use, different things like that. So if I'm looking at like the daily chart, right, immediately I know what I'm probably not going to play a weekly option, because if I'm charting on the daily, there's no reason to use the weekly, a weekly option, right? I'm going to need at least a month, 2-3 months to let this play out, because if I'm using the daily chart, that means I'm using a time frame. I'm probably looking at least 2 to 3 months of data. So that's how I kind of gauge what option I'm picking in that regard. Now, if I'm using a 5-minute or a 15-minute chart, I'll play a weekly option. Like today on Shopify, once it broke 1380 today, we caught a nice scalp. We're up like 120% on that. And that's like insane gains right now, especially on a large cap like Shopify or Amazon, right? So, it just depends like what you're doing. You can take riskier plays if you have a tighter stop. It doesn't necessarily mean that you can't take some of these risky plays. A lot of these guys are gurus, right? They always talk about other people like doing risky plays, etc. You can take these risky plays. You just have to have your stop on the chart, relatively close, and you have to obey the stop. The hardest part is cutting your losses and taking profits at the right points.
Got it. No, I hear you. That's where we need your guidance. Wait, Brett.
Yeah.
We have a new video graphic, and I haven't seen it in real time. It's a special guest. I want to try, even though you're already here, I want to try it on you real quick. So don't leave me yet. Let's just try this new graphic. All right, here we go. I haven't seen it yet, so if it's something else and I don't know, then whatever. But let's just try it. Okay. All right, Brett Simba from Simba Stocks on Twitter. What's up?
What's up?
That was pretty good, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. We're in Aventura. Let's hang out. Come hang out. Hey, actually, I'll DM you after. Maybe you come here tomorrow.
I'll go at the mall.
Yeah, or no, come to the
or something, or I'll come over to you.
Yeah, or come to the hotel that you don't know about. Yeah, it'll be good. I'll be here until Saturday. So let's do that. I get why you don't know that. You know, you're a local. You're not a guy that's looking at hotels. Why would you stay at a hotel? You got a place, you know?
Yeah.
So, but you know, so yeah. So now they do ask, do you have any calls that you would buy right now?
Right now, let's see. So again, not financial advice, right? But
No, you don't have to have one, by the way. So
we recently we like craft a very long-term like leap, like long-term thing we like right now is craft, and it just had it had an insane day today. It's up 3% right now, but after Craft's earnings, we really like Craft here because if you take a look at the chart, it's finally breaking up. Let me pull it up here, one sec.
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Or do you want to share? And I'll just share this. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I can share my screen?
Yeah. Share your screen. You know how to do it?
Yeah,
you go down and share. Oh, by the way, I'm catching up on chat. Someone says, okay, BZ, can you bring, we'll bring on any Stephen P, any guest you want to bring on, 10 years plus, absolutely. Whatever guest you want to bring on. He's talking about like in the bull market, everyone's a genius. I love when people say that.
Bull market, everyone's a genius. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, you got to be able to know where to take profits though in the bull market, right? And watch these pullbacks with like options. If I share here,
you see how to do it? You got to share first.
Yeah, I'm making sure that I get you on the right one. I just got a new monitor. Yep. All right, there we go. Now it should work. Application window. Here we go. All right, cool. Can you see it?
Yep. And then I got to add to the stream. There you go.
All right, cool.
You see it? It's on the screen here.
All right, cool. Yeah, so right now, right, this is the daily chart for Craft. We're pretty much, basically what happened at Craft is their entire Craft and Oscar Mayer brand got like a 40% cut on their valuation during their earnings in 2019. So the company's really struggled, as you can see, throughout this entire past couple of years, 2 years roughly, right? So right now we're pretty much sitting right here at where? Pretty much the gap that we had from that drop. So what we can see here is when we get a big push and we get a good earnings like we just had a couple of days ago, where they just sold their planters division. So what that means is they're getting a lot of cash flow back into the company to be able to focus on, you know, things that are internal right now that they already have. I think the problem with Craft is they own so many different brands. You would never know like all the things they own. They own like Devour. They own a bunch of different condiments that you wouldn't even think were Craft. Like different meals, different things like that. But anyway, I think they were spread out too much. So selling planters gave them a lot of cash flow, you know, the Mr. Nut guy, to be able to focus on what works for them. So they're having a good day today. I think it's going to fill this gap. So right now we like it to about $41 or so. And then, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to just close the trade there, but this stock doesn't move too much. So what that means is these options are priced relatively well. So what we took is, let me see here, what did we take? So we took on this a July 16th, 21, $40 call, and it was $1. It was $100, and now let's see where we're at. I have to like pull it up, I guess. Hold on. Where's my phone? Let's see.
As you're pulling this up, Simba, I'm just going through the chat. I don't even know who this guy's talking about, but Ben, Matt, you know, behind a screen name, everyone's as tough as can be, you know, just so you know. Ben, they just are. I know that. Ben, Magikz, says, Brett, you start doing well when you stick to your words. A minute ago, you said you wasn't making long terms till after a crash. Then within a minute, you said you made a long term, making your mind up. LOL.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not starting a long-term portfolio. I'll enter some long-term positions, but I'm not looking to start an entire portfolio. And then I don't know if you consider 4 months or a 5-month option a long-term play. To me, I don't really consider that.
And then here's where this is what I would love to change in society. I have this thing called STU. Stu is your friend. Seek to understand. But Ben fails to seek to understand. So Ben then writes a second later, pretending not to see the chat. Don't excuse the fact I'm clearly right, which we didn't see the chat. But now let's keep going. Yeah, come over while thread COVID. Okay, hold on. Come over here while threat of COVID. Not even, I proved him wrong and they got nothing to say, LOL. He thinks we're looking at the chat, right immediate, because of what he's saying is.
Oh, dude, people in my chat, they know I love roasting people.
Facts are very different, LOL. I love it. LOL, public speakers that are scared to reply. How childish. Oh my God.
Oh, let me pull up this chat. Let's go in on the chat.
Ben, why don't you come on live right now? You want to come on live, Ben? And then let's open up your account and let's put some trades and put your money where your mouth is. Let's do that, Ben. I love, but my whole
chat. Ben has left the chat. Oh no, that's funny. Let's see. Let's see. I'll read the chat. THC option up 51%. Yeah, there you go.
But my point is, why do people just make accusations without seeking to understand? I have massive trades coming up in 3 minutes. Oh, so we're off, Brett, in I think 3 minutes, just so you know, because we have awesome options coming up. So, but just so you know, I'm getting, but I just hate how people don't seek to understand. They make accusations. And that's just what society is. It's like if someone cuts you off on the road, maybe something happened. Maybe they're going to the hospital. Who knows? But just chill out. Seek to understand. That's what
he got caught. He probably got caught holding GME at 450 or something.
Yeah, and so then they blame it on everyone else and don't look at
it's our fault, right?
Yeah, any trade you make is at the end of the day your fault. You're hitting the execution button. If you just make a trade because someone says so, then you're the fool, not the person. Now, if you invested in their ETF and it goes down, that's their thing. But if you're making a trade on your own, it's your fault. That's it. I know.
ETF you need is ARC, right? I saw you with Kevin. Yes, Kevin's my buddy. I saw you with. I thought I was going to be able to come on yesterday. I thought it would be fun if we could both come on, but I wasn't able to yesterday. So, but I saw when you pulled up Kathy Wood's number, I was cracking up, man. That was fun.
Yeah. Well, I hid the number, I think, with the name, but I didn't want to do that to her. But yeah, I have her coming on I have her coming on March 4th for an hour.
That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna crowdsource it and all that stuff. I get an interesting look by someone. Okay, so March 4th. But yeah, that Ben guy just pissed me off. He was talking crap to you. That's just not acceptable to me because you're putting it out there. You know what I mean? You're putting it out there and you're doing. So yeah, Ben's gone, of course. All right, man. I know we cut this short a little bit on the options trade, but will you come on again and we talk options and more stuff and buys and then maybe we'll get together later this week just to say hello or something.
Yeah, definitely. Shoot me a text. Send me your number.
I will. Ben wrote back. Hit my email and then let's go on. Hit your email. I'll just give it to you right now. But let's go. I'll come on. Okay. We have a phone number that you can call. Then he put a smiley face. Go to my about page.
Go to my about.
You know how to email powerhour@benzinga.com, Ben, and we'll be glad to bring you on. If you want to bring it on tomorrow, Brett, let's do it because we have a 2:00 show starting now. So, all right, Brett, good. Thanks for coming on. I'm going to introduce Mazi Trades, and then there'll be her intro. All right. Thanks, Ben. Yep. Thank you. Okay, now I got before we go to Mazi, I just want to do one more thing. You guys, a chat challenge. We'll update later this week, and we'll go from there. And here was the chat challenge, and then Mazi Trades for options. Don't leave. The show goes on. 1 second, guys.
Zinger Nation is going head to head to head to head to head.
Perfect. All right, so that will be for the chat challenge tomorrow. We'll have an update, but I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to introduce the much better, knows the markets way more than me. One day she's going to teach me how to trade options because I don't know what I'm doing. But so there you go, Mazi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You got an exciting show today?
Yes, really exciting. Every day we got an exciting show.
Of course you do. Of course you do. So, all right, I'm gonna tune out, and you guys are gonna do your intro. Don't stay tuned, guys. She has great stuff. Listen to the education, and then use that education to make decisions in the market. So, Mazi, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, guys. Welcome back to Options Advantage. All right, guys, welcome back. So today we're going to go through some market movers, what happened with the overall market today, and then we're going to go through expiration dates on options contract and how to select a specific expiration date, whether you're day trading, scalping, or swing trading. So let's go ahead and get started with the market movers for today. Money work. All right, guys. So if you didn't know, there is an FOMC meeting going on right now, I believe. So the market tends to be a little choppy or sell off prior to the FOMC meeting. So you can see here, this is the NASDAQ futures sold off today here. Overall market went with it. It is picking up slightly now that the FOMC meeting is starting. So overall market was down, market sentiment was down. So I'm going to go through some of the stocks that I saw kind of move or that could potentially move in the future, since there was not a lot of upwards movement today. So first stock we have is going to be Disney. So Disney I like for long term. So Disney on a higher time frame, if you take a look here, so I have a level on Disney at 184. It was able to hold that 184 level here. Disney also has multiple price target increases ranging from about 215 to 250 or 230, I believe. Today it had 2 as well. So Disney, I really like if it's able to hold this 185 area, which it was able to hold above 190. We can see Disney back to those all-time highs here, close to 200. And if we look at Disney's options chain here, so this is this week's expiration. You can see there's some open interest and some volume, but take a look at the end of March. So this is the March 19th expirations for Disney. And if you take a look here, there's a lot of open interest and a lot of volume on those 200, 210, and 220 strikes here with Disney. So Disney, I'm looking for a bounce play, long-term play into the end of March, potentially, if it's able to hold above that 190 level. It was able to hold 184, which is really good. We can see a significant bounce on Disney longer term, but this is going to be a long-term play. And I think this week or next week, I'm looking towards the end of March, early April, but it looks like the end of March has a significant amount of open interest, which is good. And then we have Apple. Apple is something that I really like. So I'm going to show you something. So Apple broke my downtrend here. Apple was on a steady uptrend. It had created an all-time high here at 145 once it came out with news that they were going to come out with an Apple car, an electric vehicle. Ever since then, there wasn't a lot of, I guess, hype around that. There was in the beginning, and then it just kind of fell due to obviously Kia stating that they just didn't want to partner with them, or they weren't going to partner with them, and then Hyundai also stating the same thing. So Apple's kind of pulled back from those all-time highs. However, there is anticipation with Apple's car coming out and them partnering with someone. They are going to partner with someone. And with that, I want to show you something. So there was a lot of call flow on Apple today. So I'm going to show you guys here. If you look at Benzinga Pro here, I'll show you the options activity on Apple. So if you look here, let me see if I can pull this up on Apple here. So there was some call sweeps on Apple for this week, but then there was some call sweeps later in the week and then into March as well. If you take a look, a lot of call sweeps on Apple, a lot of options alert closer to the end of March, you can see here. And then if we look at the flow on Apple, so Apple had the most bullish and bearish flow for the day today. But if you look at the bullish side, if we open this here, and let me just increase the screen so you can see, most of the call sweeps on Apple are all March 19th expiration, further out than March 19th, but a lot of call volume towards the end of February and into the end of March. On the opposite side, if we see the bearish put sweeps here, you can see that there are some bigger sweeps towards the towards May and the end of the year or next year. Usually when I see things like this, it's most likely, obviously you don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that it's most likely a hedge when you see big orders like this. This is a block order too, so it was one big order, so it could be a potential hedge of a position. However, on this side, this looks more, it doesn't look as much of an anomaly. It's very, very steady. A lot of call volume on those 140s, 142 strikes on Apple. And then this is something that I've actually never really seen on the options chain with any stock. And I've been trading for about a year and a half with options. If you look at Apple's options chain here, let me see if it'll update. So look at the March 19th open interest. So remember we saw that options volume flow on March 19th. Now look at the open interest. I've never seen open interest this high on any stock with further out expirations. You can see the 135 and then the 140 strikes have an insane amount of open interest and volume on it. I'm assuming if I'm looking at this as a trader that there are some institutional trades or institutions that are looking at Apple longer term in the next couple of weeks. Obviously, it's not longer term, but in the next few weeks, anticipating maybe some news or something to come out on Apple potentially. I do think that this is a significant thing to pay attention to. So Apple's chart, I'm looking for Apple to hold 130 for this. Close above 130 today. If Apple's able to close above 130 today, we could see a potential bounce depending on how it opens tomorrow or towards the end of the week. I am going to wait on this play. I just want to see how it closes, because if the market falls, it could potentially fall to 128 towards the end of the week. And then if it's again able to close above that 130, Apple swings into the end of March. Good potential play on that one. And then have one more for you guys today. So Amazon. Amazon is probably the only stock that moved to the upside today from what I know. Amazon had news that they bought the Australian company Sells, which is an e-commerce similar to Shopify. It's actually a competitor to Shopify. And they also had a price target increase on them by Citi to $37.50. So you can see Amazon did run today. So I like Amazon if it's able to hold above 32.20. There is a strong level of resistance at that 32.20. It's also a psychological level with Amazon. So if Amazon's able to break above 32.20, we can see some more upside for a potential scalp for today, or a potential, it's towards the end of the day. So scalp towards the end of the day during power hour. If we do see Amazon break above 33.20, we can see some more upside to it. Probably my next level on Amazon is going to be 33, sorry, this is 33.20, I apologize. And then 33.30 could move to 33.30 and then the high of 33.38. So Amazon on watch for today above that 33.20 based off of the news. And then for a swing on Amazon, not really looking for a swing on Amazon. It has been kind of in this weird kind of consolidation period right now. Not much going on. I wouldn't swing Amazon unless it's really able to hold above 33.50. That's a strong level of resistance on Amazon. So personally wouldn't swing it unless it's able to hold above 33.50. But there is a positive catalyst behind it. So we could see some more upside momentum. And it was able to hold this 32.50 level of support down here. So we could see a bounce back up to those highs as well. So those were the market movers for today. We're going to go ahead and go through some options learning with you guys today. So all right, guys, so today we're going to go through expiration dates. So I went through kind of the options chain and showed you guys further out expiration dates. So I'm going to go through how to select the expiration date depending on the strategy that you're utilizing. So for example, if you are scalping, how I like to play scalps is towards the beginning of the week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can buy the same week expiration. Because you're scalping, you're not holding that position for a long period of time. So you're less at risk to adverse events, say economic news on the specific stock. You're less at risk to that versus a swing or a day trade because you're not holding for a long period of time. You're holding for a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes. So you can buy same week expiration. Now, When it comes to same week expiration, when you're scalping, playing same week expiration on a Thursday or Friday, especially a Friday, because it's 0 days to expiration, 0 DT. Remember, we went through that. It is a lot riskier due to time decay and IV. So if you look and delta as well. So if we look at, I'm just going to show you guys the options chain here, and let's just look at Apple's options chain. So if we look at Apple's options chain here, so this is this week's expiration. So the 19th of February, you can see that we look at the delta. Now this is going to drop even more tomorrow and then Friday, because we're only on Wednesday right now. If you try to scalp day trade, or even scalp a Friday expiration, same day expiration. So say on Friday, you want to scalp the 19th expiration. It's a lot riskier because one, the theta is at its peak. It's the last day, really high time decay. Theta is going to be at its peak. You're going to have a higher theta versus obviously your further out expiration. So if you see here, the theta on this week's expiration for Apple, a lot higher than the theta on next week's expiration on Apple. Another thing that you're going to notice is that the delta on out of the money contracts is going to be a lot lower. The delta is the delta follows a dollar move in the underlying stock. So obviously you want a higher delta so the premium can move. So say, for example, here on Apple, 0.45 delta means that every dollar that Apple moves up, your premium is going to move 45 cents. So obviously, if your delta is lower, your premium is not going to fluctuate as much. And you can clearly see here, this is, again, just Wednesday. You'll see more of this towards Thursday and Friday. You can see that the out of the money strikes on Apple here have a lower delta, signifying that every time that the stock moves, your premium is not going to move as much with it. So a dollar move in Apple on the 137 strike, your premium is only going to move 5 cents. Obviously, that's not enough movement. You want a higher delta for your premium to pay out more at the end of the day. With a lower delta and a higher theta, obviously, because of time decay, every time that the stock pulls back on a Friday, and because your delta is so low, the stock is going to have to make an even more significant move to the upside for you to make up that premium loss again. Or even if you're at a profit, every time that the stock pulls back because of theta and the low delta, the stock's going to have to make an even more significant move, and you could potentially lose the profit that you're making if you want to day trade the same week expiration or even scalp. So when you're scalping on a Friday and you decide to pick the same day expiration, yes, there is a lot of reward to it because of the high theta and IV. Your premium is going to move faster. That's why on Fridays, if you have ever played 0 DTE, you've noticed that your premium fluctuates a lot more because at the money strikes are going to have higher deltas. If the stock pulls back, you're more prone to taking a bigger loss, or if the stock doesn't go in your direction and it fakes out or whatever the case may be, you're prone to taking a bigger loss because of that fluctuation in premium. So there's the positive side to it. Premium fluctuates greatly on the upside and you're in calls, that's great. You need to get out, take your profits as soon as you can. However, if you make the mistake of, getting into a false breakout, you're more prone to taking a bigger loss, a higher percentage loss on a same day expiration versus if you were to just buy the next week expiration, because theta is not as high and IV is not as high for the next week's expiration. So if you're scalping Monday, Wednesday, Friday, feel free to buy same week expiration. On Thursday and Friday, especially Friday, you want to make sure that you're buying next week's expiration just to give yourself some time, give the options contract some time, and there's going to be less fluctuation in your premium, which is good and bad. Obviously, you're not getting the higher percentage returns. However, you're taking a safer play. So if your risk exposure is not as high as some other traders or other people, you may want to stick to the safer play of taking next week's expiration. Now, when you're day trading and swing trading, so when you're day trading, the same concept applies. You don't really want to day trade a same day expiration on a Friday. Like I said, every time that the stock pulls back, and I've noticed this, for example, I'll be up, 50% on a trade on a Friday expiration, and I want to decide to hold it. The problem with that is that every time that stock pulls back, you're losing a greater percentage, and the stock, because the delta is lower, the stock has to make an even more significant move to the upside for you to gain back that 50% that you were up. So if you're up 50% and you don't lock it, the stock pulls back on a Friday, you decide to day trade it, Because of the high IV and the low delta, stock pulls back, you lose about 30%. If the stock moves back up even $1, $2, you most likely won't make that additional 30% back. It'll have to move 5 or 6 points for you to be able to make that additional 30% back. So don't day trade same week expiration. It's not going to move in your favor. Buy next week's expiration always when you're day trading, especially if it's Thursday or Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is fine. You could day trade same week expirations. However, on a Thursday and Friday, I really don't recommend trading same week expiration. You want to buy at least 1 week or 2 weeks out to be on the safer side. And then when you're swing trading, always buy at least 2 to 3 weeks out when you're swing trading. You want to give the stock time to make the move. So if you're watching a stock on a, say for example, daily time frame, and you're looking for a play on the daily time frame with whatever stock that you're watching, you obviously, the stock, these candles are daily candles, which means that you need to give the stock enough time to make the move. So for example, if I'm looking for Amazon to break 33.50 and I'm waiting on it and it breaks 33.50 and I'm anticipating a move to 3400, obviously I'm not going to buy same week expiration. This is a huge move on Amazon, daily candles, daily time frame. I'm going to buy at least 2 to 3 weeks out swing trade in order for me to give that stock time to be able to make that significant move on the upside. Obviously, if you're looking for an overnight swing, you're just swinging into the next day, I still recommend buying at least 1 week out. Don't swing same week expiration. The theta and IV will crush your premium. You will not, especially if it's towards the end of the week. I've done this before. If the stock doesn't move in your favor, you'll take a hefty loss on it. You could potentially even take the full position loss. So I always recommend swinging next week's expiration. It's just safer. And then if you're obviously looking for a further out play or a play on a higher time frame, you want to buy at least 2 to 3 weeks out expiration. So just like, for example, Apple's play. So I'm looking for Apple to bounce off of that or hold above 130 and go back to that 145 level. Obviously, Apple's not going to go to 145 in the next week or two. It could take a couple weeks, several weeks. So that's why, if I were to swing a play on Apple, I would look for a month or 2 months out expiration, March or mid-April expirations for it to get back up to those all-time highs here. Okay. So that's what we have for expiration dates. You guys have any questions, tickers that you want to go through? We'll go through some ticker time and some questions. Just comment them in the chat.
All right, I'll start pulling those into the chat for you here, and I'll let you know that. And so let's go ahead and go through. Before I get to that, I definitely want to give you, some shout outs that I saw in the chat. We got a couple people saying that you're dropping some good knowledge, really smart. I got someone even saying that, Masi, I'm starting to really understand options, and this is awesome. So thanks. So definitely. That's what the show is really all about. Masi only gets 3 days on here, so if you guys want to see a little bit more of Masi, definitely check her out on YouTube. You guys can go ahead and subscribe to her YouTube and see more of the option content. Let's go ahead and get some option tickers to take a look at. Let's see. Now they're rolling in there. I see them starting to come now. Let's take a look here at the famous sundial right now. And I like how you added the laugh picture in that one, Isaiah. So let's take a look at sundial, see if there's any options. How's the premium in those? I know the stock's moving very volatile, so you already know how that affects the premium there. Let's see. Let's take a look here.
Yeah. So something that I've learned with stocks that move like this, you're better off buying shares of stocks like this. Options premium, unless you buy like months out in advance, the IV and the volatility in the stock are going to shock your premium, and it's going to crush your premium. So when you're trading stocks like this, I definitely recommend trading shares. I wouldn't necessarily hold on to options contracts because just of the IV and the volatility in these stocks. And if we look at this stock right now, it looks like it has a wick fill to the downside right now. So you can see this wick. We're on the 4-hour time frame here. If this continues to fall, it could fill the wick all the way down to $1 here. So if it fills, it could fill the wick down to $1. If it bounces off $1, we can see it move back up potentially. But right now where it's holding under the EMA's 21-day here, EMA here, it's holding nicely below the 21-day EMA. We could see this potentially fill the wick down here to $1 and then bounce back up. Again, like I said, if you're going to play a stock like this, I don't recommend playing options on it. You can see the IV here on Sundial for this week expiration is insane. This is very high IV on any options contract. There is a lot of open interest on it. So people are on the call side, even on the put side, there is a lot of open interest. So people are buying up the stock here on the option side. You can see even into March. So there's some high open interest into March. So like I said, if you are going to play options on a stock like this, you want to buy further out expiration because of the IV. But like I said, it does have a wick fill to the downside. So if you're looking to buy calls, I would wait until it's able to break probably $2 or $2.50 for an upside play. And for the downside play, if it's able to bounce off of that dollar range.
All right, I got a next one here for you. This one's funny with at least the name, Karma Llama, bringing in NIO.
NIO. All right, I haven't talked about NIO in a while, so let's see what's going on. It looks like NIO is kind of in a consolidation period. Haven't really heard much news about this. Usually it moves whenever it has a catalyst behind it. EV sector has kind of been in a lull right now, so I like NIO. It is consolidating right now, so it needs to break out of the consolidation period for us to see a potential move. So you can see right now, it's kind of consolidating in between probably 55. I would round this to 55. And then on the upside, I'd probably say $60 range. There is a little resistance at 60. And then above 60, we can see 63. It looks there's a little bit of congestion from 60 to 65 in the all-time high. So if NIO breaks below 55, it does have a slight gap fill to the downside. So if it breaks 55 on the downside, we can see it come down to 54 and some potential to 53. On the upside, I would like to see NIO hold above 58. Let me look at the 4-hour time frame here to see. Yeah, if it can bounce off of 55, because it has been bouncing off of that range, we can see it move back up to 60 and that $62, $64 range. So watch the bounce here. This could be a potential nice bounce play between the range if it's able to hold that $55.
All right, so this is one that had a recent bounce. Mentioned Palantir, definitely one of the highest trending stocks with retail traders. So definitely Palantir, PLTR.
Yeah. So PLTR, I know they reported earnings, I believe, on Tuesday. No, I don't think they beat on their earnings, however. But I know there was a lot of news with Kathy Wood and adding more to her position, to ARK Investments' position on PLTR. So it looks like right now, I just want to see what this did today before. So yeah, it looks like today it didn't do anything really. Had a kind of a sell-off over the past couple of days. We can see that it's been on a steady downtrend here. So I think once they reported their earnings, it kind of just was on a steady downtrend. Now looking at the higher time frame here, we can see that it broke out of that $30 range. It does have room down to 25 if it breaks this $27 low. So let me see what the low is on this 5-hour. Yeah, so the 27 is the low here. So for PLTR, if it's able to break below 27, we can see some more downside movement. It does have room to about 25. So if it breaks below 27, we can see 25 on PLTR. If it's not able to break 27, comes back out, we can see a bounce to potentially $30. And then if it's able to hold above that $30 range, it has some room to 35 as well. But watch that 27 low. If it's able to break the 27 low today, could be a potential good swing for puts.
All right, let's get into another one here. I'm seeing Sun W mentioned that there was a pullback in the last 2 days. So can you take a look at Sun W?
W. All right, so let's take a look here. All right, I'm gonna look at the higher time frame first. All right, so let's take a look. It does look like it's pulling back from all-time highs right now. It's kind of holding this $16, I would say 16. So this 16 range, so it's kind of been bouncing off of the $16 level. So what can happen here? So it previously bounced off this $16 level. This candle also bounced. If it's able to hold 16, We can see some upwards momentum potentially to $19. It does have a lot of congestion until it reaches obviously 19 and then 22. It looks like 20 and 22. So be careful with this on the upside. It does look like it's holding 16 though. So if it's able to continue to hold 16, we can see some more upside to $19 and then that $22. There is congestion there. So just be careful if you do want to play the bounce. I would give your options contract a few weeks to make the move. On the opposite hand, if it breaks below 16, we can see $14.50 potentially and $14. So on the downside, it's holding 16, looks like it's holding it pretty well too. So if it's able to bounce, you could play a potential bounce play to $19. And then there's going to be some resistance at 19 before it's able to break that as well.
All right, so now I'm seeing mention in here of Mara. Mara is a little bit of a Bitcoin stock, but I'll also bring in another question here that was mentioned. Do you like any options trades that have those high IVs, like you'd probably find in a Mara or a stock like you've been seeing these lately, these retail stocks?
Personally, I don't like to trade stocks like that because you don't know when there's going to be a top. And if you don't know when there's a top, the stock could pull back very, very sharply, which you have seen a lot in stocks like that. For example, we went through SNDL. It was a very, very significant move up because there was momentum and a catalyst behind it, but you don't know when that momentum is going to shift. And the minute that momentum shifts and the stock drops, you're going to catch a very, very volatile move, and you could potentially take a very hefty loss on it. And I've seen a lot of traders take losses on those. So like I said, if you are going to trade stocks like this and you want to, catch Mara and Riot, and I think SOS, whatever these stocks are, I would recommend buying shares. It's less volatile. You don't have that IV and you don't have that premium crush. So I definitely recommend if you are going to invest in these are going to be longer term plays. They follow Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is, 5, 10, 15-year play. Again, these stocks are going to be the same way. So it's not something that I would necessarily buy options contracts on unless you're buying leaps or you're buying years out. Otherwise, I would probably trade shares. I don't personally like to trade stocks options like this because it's just too volatile. And with Mara, so it has been on an upwards momentum. You can see here with the Bitcoin movement, a lot of institutional buying with crypto. We can see some more upside. I think the 50 is the higher. Yeah. So with Mara, what I'm looking for on Mara is for it to hold above 50. So if it's able to close above 50, we can see definitely more upside. This is dependent on, again, how Bitcoin is moving, has been kind of holding its levels as well on the upside. However, Mara, I'm looking for it to hold above 50. If it's able to hold above 50, you could buy long-term. When I say long-term, I mean leaps contracts on it, or you buy shares on it and hold it long-term.
All right, and the last one we'll mention is GSAT, a 5G play.
Is it?
Yeah, so it's pretty much 5G and also kind of space play. But the chart's interesting, right? Look a little interesting there.
Yeah, it looks like right now it's squeezing. So kind of pulled back here to that $2 range and I bounced off of it. Daily chart looks okay. Like the 4-hour chart. 4-hour chart, you can see it's kind of flagging right now. Made a huge move up, consolidating, which is good. You want to see when a stock makes a huge move like this, it starts to consolidate, which is very healthy. So what we can see here on this stock, it has been holding right now that $2, $2.20 range. Looks like it's starting to bounce up. I would watch this above 250. 250, 260, if it's able to break above that, it does have a slight wick fill up to 278 and then another wick fill to $3. So watch the 250 range on this if it's able to hold above that. It has been holding this $2 range down here in the 21-day EMA, but it is currently flagging, so it could potentially break out of the flag on the upside. So watch the 250 range and then up to $3 potentially.
All right, so time to wrap up here. And we'll leave it with one last question here that was asked. It was asked is if this is going to be recorded and posted later. Yeah, you guys will be able to get this show snipped out. And also we'll be able to pull a clip from all that education that you got in the middle. That's all the value that you get from this show. And that's all Masi, guys. So go ahead and end it off, Mas.
Thank you guys for joining. I'll be back on here on Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys tune in. And yeah, I'll see you guys Friday. Bye.
All right. It's 2:30. You know what that means, everyone. It is time for Biotech Buzz. Let me fix my mic. Apologies. That's better. All right, 2:30, everyone. It's time for Biotech Buzz with Vivi. Biotech, I'm going to bring her on right now. Vivi, been so long. I missed you. How we doing?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
I hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Mazi, it's great. Great show, by the way. It's awesome.
We're going from options to biotech.
Yeah, she's so technical. I needed to learn a lot from her. You know, I know how to read charts, but not as in depth as she does. It's amazing.
Hey, that's the thing. That's what we're trying to do with our channel. We're trying to get something for everyone, right?
Yeah, I'm a more fundamental type of girl.
Right. And that's great. That's great. So, it's been a few days.
Yes.
Update us on some of your picks. How are we looking here?
You guys, you know, when I talked to you guys about KMPH, it was like a $5.95. So we're doing really well today. So let me just pull here and just show you. Oh, you have it. I think that makes it easier on me. So we're almost double over here. I'm still very, very confident with approval on March 2nd. And, you know, it's a very exciting new product for ADHD because it's been over a decade since we had a medication like this, you know. And when we talk about the Vyvanse team, you know, the company was New River, and the CEO of a New River is now the CEO of a Korean pharma, which is their partners. So the whole team of a Vyvanse now is there. So really, really excited for this. And on March 2nd, just want to remind everybody, I am holding full position here. I don't have any, the fact that we're not having any meetings with the FDA is very bullish for me. I don't like AdCom meetings, you know, it's when they do. People are asking on Twitter, what's an AdCom meeting? AdCom meeting is an advisory meeting. It's almost being in like a hearing. And, you know, when you will go to the Congress and you have the hearing, it's very similar. So you have a testimony of a patients, physicians, and why the drug should be approved. And then at the end, everyone votes. And then if you are an investor, you can just tune in to the conference call. And usually you can be right there listening to every testimony and then seeing the approval. And that makes me nervous. I sat through a couple of those where there was like 7 yes and 6 no's, and the drug didn't get approved. So the fact that we don't have that, it's huge, for sure. So I'm very, very bullish here.
So no news is good news.
Yeah, we're just waiting. You know, it's just a waiting game right now. But the stock has advanced a lot since last week, since I see you guys. So it's.
I know. Here, this is only a 15-minute chart. Let's zoom out. There we go. Let's look at a daily. So you mentioned this somewhere around here, I believe.
Yeah, like it was like a $6, I think.
Yeah, somewhere in that general vicinity. So we've had a nice double since then.
Yes.
Very
all
nice.
my picks. The pressure's on now, Spencer. All my picks has been pretty.
Yeah, it's not what have you done. It's what have you done for me lately. We need more. It is a never-ending desire for picks.
I do. I'm not gonna reveal some of my picks until it's closer to the FDA, but I haven't even bought it because I don't like to play.
Okay, well, don't tease us like that yet.
Yes, but I have a really good play for April for sure.
For April.
So for April, I have a really, really good play. And then BCRX, I mean, nothing has changed. It's still very bullish long term with that company, BCRX. So also double digits. Woo! You know.
And again, and you can see it there in the pro. We've got earnings scheduled for next Thursday. But Vivi, do you pay attention to earnings or not really? You're really paying attention to the drugs and the pipeline, right?
Unless you have a company that it's like a Gilead, that I work for, or Novartis, I really don't pay attention too much on earnings because these companies are small, and then we're looking at the value of the company as a pipeline overall, what they have on in store. But it should be exciting because BCRX is going to report earnings on the first. They're probably going to have updated some numbers on the first quarter of a sales for their HAE drug. And like I told you guys, there's no other formulation or a formulation. So it's only, injection. So that should be really, really good. So everyone I think that's the biggest catalyst is this. And we're still waiting on a European approval.
Okay. Hey, if Mozzie got you into a winner, be it KMPH or any other one, hit that like button, show her some love.
Mozzie or Vivi?
Vivi, I'm sorry. What did I just say? Mozzie? Vivi, if Vivi got you into a winner, show her more love than I'm showing her right now. Hit that like button. Tell her in the chat we appreciate you. Vivi, thank you very much. Smash that like button. All right. What else we got? We have KMPH. We have BioCris.
So also we have, ATNX that we're still waiting on the FDA approval. I did talk to you guys about GTHX, and I talked to you guys. It was $20, and now it got approved. Went all the way to $40. But I want to teach you guys a little lesson about biotech. Sell the news. So what I do usually, if I'm holding, 500 shares of a company, and it gets approved, I usually, I hate to say it, but I usually try to take some profit. But I always hold something just in case there's a buyout announcement. And then I, as we move on and it kind of stabilizes, I buy back. But I never exit my full position. But look at what happened to GTHX. This is a $70 stock one day. So I have a $20 calls and I'm converting them. I'm exercising them in April into commons because I believe this company long-term is going to be huge.
Wait a minute. So when we say that the market sells the news, we're talking about you.
What do you mean?
When we say buy the rumors, sell the news, that's you. You're doing the selling.
Well, because everybody does it. So I place some, stop loss triggers, stop losses, trailing stop losses, and it gets, I want to take some profits. Obviously, as a long-term investor, it really doesn't matter because at the end, you're paying so much capital gains, that a lot of times if it's in my IRA, I don't even touch it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So, and then we do have ATNX, very bullish about this company. We're waiting on FDA approval. So nothing has changed. I just added some to my position today because, it's just a waiting game right now, but I'm very bullish. So this is what is very interesting about this company. They have a molecule, Spencer, that, makes every formulation in form of the IV into oral formulation.
Explain what that means.
So what happened is their drug, just this molecule that they have, facilitates the absorption of the medication. So they take all these chemotherapies that are all in the hospital settings. They're all IV. They're all generic, right? And then he makes a combo therapy with this molecule, and you are able to administer them orally. So for me, it's not just this medication, because what they did was they took Taxol into a form of IV, and now it's taken to a pill form, and it has like 80% less neuropathy. So it's one of the problems. People don't want to use Taxol because it causes a lot of neuropathy. So for me, is the technology behind and this molecule that they have. So if you look at the pipeline, every medication they have on pipeline right now, it's the formulation. And granted, the efficacy was amazing too, but it's out. They picked up all these IV medications that patients are taking in the hospital settings. So imagine how much savings you're gonna have out of the hospital settings because it costs more, for to be in a hospital doing your chemo. So if you look at the pipeline, every pipeline they have is generic IV medications with this molecule to become an oral administration. So I feel like it's a very interesting company, and the fact that the Percepta advisors haven't sold a share and they own 13 million shares of that, I'm very bullish.
I have to remind myself that we're talking about biotech here. So when you say IV, you don't mean implied volatility.
I'm sorry, you guys, intravenous. So somebody was asking, what is an IV? I'm sorry. It's
not
term.
implied volatility. We're not on options. That was the last show. That was Mossy. We've moved on from that now. We're talking about biotech, but one of those.
Exactly. Intravenous. Okay. So patients are sitting. So imagine you have to actually go to hospital, sit there for an hour and a half to do your IV. And some argue that, this medication, the regimen is not going to be great because you do have to fast 4 hours, I think twice, and you're taking pills. But honestly, if I'm a patient that I don't want to expose myself, I don't want to go to the hospital, I don't mind fasting for 4 hours, So there's always going to be a niche. I talked to a couple oncologists about this drug, and they say that this can be life-changing for sure.
Okay.
So another thing too, like somebody was asking, you going on the show. If I continue to talk about the same tickers, it's because there's still a lot of upside potential. And guys, I'm not going to put my name. I'm not going to suggest you guys medication tickers that I don't know, because my reputation is behind it. I don't want you guys to buy it today for $5 and then it doesn't FDA, there's no approval, or you don't see, it tanks 80%. So you can throw as many tickers as you want at me, and I'll try. Like, people are DMing me on Twitter, and I try to be I try to study each one as much as I can, and I'll have some of the guys suggested later on as a tip. But if I'm talking to you guys about these tickers, I'm sorry if I'm being repetitive. They all still a good time to buy it. I wouldn't be talking about them if it wasn't a good opportunity. So I'm still so this drug INFI. I was showing you guys all the pipeline. I bought it for $410, and they went in through an offering at $380, and there was a huge dip right now. So I'm holding long, but it is.
I'm sorry, Vivi. What was the ticker on that?
INFI. It was one of the tickers I suggested. So I'm still holding long here. There was the drop here. They had a really good momentum going on, and it dropped because there was an offering. But like I said, of any biotech company, if you don't have a product to sell, you're gonna have to continue to raise money. So you just have to be tactful how you're gonna, how you're gonna invest in biotech if they don't have a product. Like for BCRX, they have a product. ATNX, they have a product. So they actually have income coming. So I'm not very concerned about offerings. But for example, INFI has catalyst coming with the data release, but everything's still very early on. But I'm swinging this one for a couple of months. But I got in at 410. I told you guys last week. Today it's like 377, but I'm holding for sure. And then Trevena, still a very good. I saw a huge unusual option activity for them, TRVN. So I saw a lot of volume for $3 for July. So I even bought some options. So right now on the red, it would be a great opportunity to pick up some calls. So I picked up some calls for July. It's a little bit out of the money, but I feel very confident because they also launching their product. They're very de-risk. They have Ollie. Ollie is an alternative for morphine. Ollie has less nausea. There's a lot of shortages still in morphine in the hospitals. So doctors are craving an additional pain, IV pain medication in addition to morphine. And they didn't have until Ollie came. And so morphine is the biggest user of, it's the biggest medication used in the hospital settings. And they're trying to take there's over 40 million on morphines, and they're trying to take like 8 million of that. So I feel like their goals are really, really reasonable. So I'm really excited to see what's going to show in terms of their quotas, where their earnings is going to come up, because they should have some update in sales as well. So I feel like Trevina, it's definitely a winner here, and it's only at 242 for sure. So okay, another one that I'm still very bullish. Let me see. People on Twitter are asking me about ITRM.
TRM. Okay.
So they have an interesting. I just started a position today at 2. It was at 210. They have an interesting medication in July for. It's going to be for UTI, and so UTI right now you only have a Cipro. So some people are intolerant to Cipro. So there's an alternative. Antibiotics a little bit trick business, but the FDA is not until July. So right now we're just playing pure and technicals. The chart's looking amazing, as you can see, Spencer. And so they had a beaten down, and so now it's moving back up. So I'm probably going to be in and out of this until we have the run up in July. So it's still very early on just to play the run up. So this is a pure technical play for me right now. And then NSPR, Spencer, is being moving sideways. It's barcoding. It's been barcoding for days. So
is that on the daily or what?
Yeah, the daily. If you go to the daily, go to the minute chart. Go to the minute chart.
A minute chart. Whoa.
Yeah, nuts. It's been barcoding all day, and it's been like I've been watching. So here's the deal. I first I learned this this at 50 cents. Then I learned at 68 cents, and then on the show I learned at a little bit above $1. I bought it more at a 120 on my IRA because I believe this company long term is going to be a success. But they again, when you have the keratoid veins in your neck, that these really long, I don't know which side is the one that you can die from it if somebody cuts you, but it's responsible for stroke. So what the doctors go in, it's a very, very dangerous procedure. They go in to check how are your, if you have a lot of, platelet inside to see if you have a lot of fat, because if it's clogged, it can cause strokes. That's the main cause of a stroke. So doctors go in just like they do it in a heart for heart attacks. They go in on this vein. And this company has a stent that has a mesh that just goes in, balloons, and prevents plaque from building back up. So last episode of a stroke, the data is flawless. The catalyst coming is they just started distributing to China. And so they're going to have sales internationally. There's the ER coming. And again, the reason I'm really, really bullish is that, well-known cardiologist, Dr. Gary Rubin, he has 700,000 shares of this company, and he's an board of directors. So the next catalyst will be earnings and also the initiation of the trials in the United States. So it's definitely a company that I will hold long term, but I see in the short term to be a $2 company, especially, let's consolidate, let's barcoding as long as we can. But I feel like our time is going to come where we're going to see a breakout. So I'm holding that, even though I'm red in one account and not red on the other account for sure, long. And I guess we can go to questions, 10 minutes out.
Let's do it. First one, Track the Unknown does not see your handle on StockTwits. Are you on StockTwits still?
I am, guys. I'm sorry. I changed just as the same as name as the Twitter, just to make it easier for everybody to find me back and forth. So it's because it used to be Brazilian bio trader, and now it's at biotech_SD. I'm sorry, you guys, if I confused you.
There we go. Problem solving. That's what we do. Problem solving. Okay, let's go. Please ask her about NSPR. We just did that. Moving right along. What do we think about Do you know OTLK? Outlook Therapeutics?
Yes, I know the company. I don't remember. I can't be in all of them, but it seems to be a good company. I think I bought it before warranties on that when it was $1 back then. I would have to look into, but it's a company I traded before.
Okay.
But you can't own them all,
But you know it, and you like it.
And I think I like that company. Yeah.
Okay. What about Sorrento? We've talked about Sorrento before.
Yeah, I'm long on Sorrento.
Yeah, they're asking when's the breakout, as if you have a crystal ball and you know when the breakout's going to come.
Well, actually, when I used to have like 10,000 shares of Sorrento at $3 back in the day. And I was a friend of an investor that used to have 1 million shares. He was an investment company, and we went into Sorrento, and we went into to see people there in Sorrento. What is the PR guy, right? The press release guy. I forgot what's the name. News relation, and he showed me a video of a dog being injected by this medication for the bone and completely being recovered. So now it's like they have a lot of things on a pipe. They have a COVID medications, but they do have a phase 3 data that's going to be a readout. And then I think it's because of that, because it was like 5 years ago. I think it's that medication. So we're just waiting on news, you guys. I think we're going to see a breakout when we see data. It's how the game, unless you see a company that's being beat down and had a bunch of offerings and then people start buying because they wanted to play the bounce. Right now, I think for Sorrento, it's just a waiting game. So I owe, just full disclosure, I own 1,000 shares of Sorrento.
What about OPNT? This is one that I actually have heard of.
OPNT?
Yeah, Opiant Pharmaceuticals.
No, I never heard of that one. OPNT. How do you spell? No, never heard of that one.
No. Okay.
No.
I just heard of them because they're making some sort of an opioid treatment.
Oh, they are.
I mean, hence the name, right? Opioid. But I don't know anything about it. I just know they're in the opioid space.
Oh, nice.
But you don't know it. Okay, moving right along. What about ONTX? We talked about that.
Oh my God! Do you know the story about this? Right?
I don't know. Do I?
I alerted to everybody this company at 56 cents, and that's when I got big on Twitter because everybody was buying this company, and then the CEO. And it was like already $1, but the CEO, I bought more because if I kept my lower average, I would have not lost money, but I kept buying more. And the CEO was saying, oh, I'm so excited. We are ready for the phase 3 data. And, and we are already with talks of the FDA for new drug application, so literally he was really bullish on a call, and then the data came 3 weeks prior to when it was supposed to, and the data was a flop. And it went down 6 or 70%, and I took a $30,000 loss. And now everyone is reminding me every day on Twitter about ONTX, and I say, hey, at least I wasn't wrong in July. I call it at 56 cents. I should have held, but so I still feel like the pipeline is still further out. There's still really time. So I feel people need to be in and out of this company. Eventually you can be a long-term investor, but I wouldn't stay long in this company. You're gonna sit there, wait for a long time.
Here's one that I don't know if I've asked you about. Some large cap. What about Merck?
I like Merck. I mean, all those big companies are solid.
Yeah. Merck,
Gilead, Novartis, AstraZeneca. I had to put in a Twitter. I wanted to. My goal is to find you guys a multi-bagger. I don't play.
Merck's not going to be a multi-bagger for anybody.
I don't play. Maybe a dividend one. I used to have a lot of stock with Gilead, and I sold them all because it went down 50% because Gilead had the Hep C and they cure Hep C. So my goal is to find. I'm a value investor. I don't go after Tesla, and so I won't go after Gilead or Merck or AstraZeneca. I want to find BCRX where it can be from $4 to $70 stock. So that's what I go for to find the next multi-bagger. So I don't do big pharma.
Fair enough. Does not do big pharma. That's it. Do not ask her about Merck. I don't want to hear about Pfizer. I don't want to hear about AbbVie. Forget it, guys. We're done. What about TXMD?
A lot of people are asking, but I'm not very familiar with that one. I'm sorry, you guys. I can take a look.
Yeah, take a look and then report back to us. What you find.
Of course.
Yeah,
Let me write it down. TXMD.
Here's one that we were asked about. We've been asked about before. Relief Therapeutics. We've discussed this.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the. There's more data coming. I'm really disappointed they didn't meet the primary endpoint, but they, however, were able to establish that there's patients are leaving the hospital 50% less. So that can be huge hospital savings for COVID patients. But at the same time, are we going to find a better medication out there? So I'm still holding my position on this company.
Okay.
I'm hopeful.
Okay. Holding and hopeful. Boris asked nicely, he said, please ask about SPPI. Okay. Spectrum Pharmaceuticals.
I will get back. I'll report it back. How's that sound?
That sounds great to me.
Okay.
We're gonna keep going through tickers here. SCYX. I do not know this one.
I've heard of this one. I have a friend that likes it, but I have not. Like I said, there's 300 biotech companies, you guys. I couldn't be in all of them. So many.
Yeah.
It's like finding a needle in a haystack.
All right. Someone asked about Cytodin. We discussed that last week. Vivi likes it.
Yeah.
Somebody asked about Teva. Discussed that last week. Vivi likes it.
No, Teva, it's like
that's the one. That's the one that you were. That's one that you said you thought they were sketchy, right? That's what you said. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, they got caught. They got caught with fines trying to promote their products to doctors. Kind of like a kickback.
Yeah.
I just don't. Yeah. So I don't.
Okay.
I don't trust them. They went down a lot. So I had a friend that used to work for them. I don't even see the chart, but they plumbed it.
Yeah, stock's gone down a lot the past few years.
Yeah.
What about ATNF 180 Life Sciences? You know this one?
No, somebody mentioned to me. I'll have to take a look in the one.
Okay. I've seen you ask about VERU in the chat. Whoever that is.
Veris is supposed to be a really good company.
Traders Lounge. Okay.
Yeah.
What about VERO? Venus Concept.
No. So I wanted to tell you guys there's a company called NKSA. So I needed just to look at KNSA.
There we go. Okay.
So they have FDA coming, and they have to share their profits with. So it's a second indication from a Regeneron drug. But guys, I interviewed for this company. I was a little bummed out that I didn't get it back then. But the data is amazing. It's a hard drug. It's an injectable. The only thing that I haven't bought yet is I needed to figure it out in terms of a market cap and what the potential is and how much they have to pay Regeneron for a license on this drug. That's why I think the stock hasn't moved as much. But I'll report back to you guys because there's an FDA approval coming in May, and I know they're going to get approved for sure.
All right, we'll do a couple more, guys. A couple more. Please, AXAX. That's not what? That is not a ticker.
AXXA?
No.
Which is not a bio. It's not a bio.
Okay. Yeah, that's not okay. What about?
I own the stock, by the way.
You own AXXA?
Yeah.
Okay.
I own it since like 3 cents.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's nuts.
All right then. So what does this company do?
They do they have an agriculture business. They have a Bitcoin now business.
Of course. I have a Bitcoin business too now.
Yeah, everybody does.
All right, well, let's do a couple more. OCUL, Ocular Therapeutics.
I heard of the Ocular, but I never got my hands. I never got my hands there. I never bought it.
All right, and we'll do one more. We'll do one more last. We're gonna make sure that Vivi knows the last one. Do you know NWBO?
Oh, everyone is talking about this company on my. They send messages to me all the time. I'll take a look, you guys.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to take. I had so many messages about ITRIM, and so I dug a little bit of company. But then I figured out, it's only in July, but it's a good company right now to play the technicals because they're doing well. And look at an SPR as we speak, Spencer.
Oh boy, let's bring it up.
Look at the minute chart.
You go to the minute.
Yeah.
Hey, all right, broke out of that range.
Yeah, getting a little breakout over here.
Look at that. All right, so Vivi, are you around tomorrow?
So tomorrow I catch a plane. So tomorrow I'm going to Park City. My plane is at 12, so that's going to be hard. So I'll see you guys on Monday then.
We won't see you until Monday. So everyone save your questions for Vivi until Monday. I know.
And I'll promise that I'll pick at least two, like whatever I see on Twitter that people are asking the most. Out of these takers you guys gave me, I'll pick two companies and I'll definitely take a look and dig a little deeper for you guys.
Right. Vivi at biotech_SD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh man, I got so flustered. I didn't even play your new fancy intro we had made. You want me to play? I'm gonna play it for you right now. Oh, where'd it go?
Let me see.
It's lost. Hold on, I lost it in the StreamYard. Oh, Spencer, come on. Where is this video? Here, don't worry. Give me, Vivi, give me 1 second. I'm going to. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Ready? I'm gonna play. This is the video that I was supposed to have played when we started, but
don't embarrass me.
I was too busy talking to you. Look at
nice.
that.
That's awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
I'll remember that next time. Vivi, have fun.
Thank you so much. I'll see you guys on Monday. On Monday.
All right. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what the plan is right now. We were supposed to be joined by a couple of guys from Doe, Victor Jones being one of them, and Ryan Grace being the other. And instead of Victor and Ryan, I've got Luke and Neil.
Woo! Where's the dough? What happened to the dough?
Hey, Ryan just showed up, guys. Ryan is here.
Oh, it means we're losing Neil.
Get out. Catch me at Get Technical 9:30 a.m. every morning, and Monday through Friday.
See you, Neil. Okay. I'm going to bring on Ryan Grace, and then I'm assuming if he's here, that means Victor Jones is not far behind. Ryan, how are we doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing? Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well. Let me take care of this. We got Luke. We got Ryan. Is Victor
and Spencer Israel?
Is Victor? There's Victor. We got Victor. Let's do this. What's up, guys?
Oh yeah. What's up, Luke? What's up?
There
Spencer?
we go. What's up, man? How you guys doing? Wait, where Victor? Not Victor. Ryan, where are you at? You're like in a something.
I'm in our office here in Chicago, same place as Victor, but I've got a different camera on, so a slightly different look. We were trying to figure everything out technically this morning.
But you guys are old pros at this, right? You do this every day.
We do.
One o'clock.
You can't tell, but Ryan and I are like nose to nose right now, we're just on the other side of each other.
Okay, I'm looking at Spencer Israel right now too.
Are we good? Like, you're not hearing an echo, are you?
I am when you talk. I'm not when Ryan is talking.
All right, I'll work on that on my side.
Okay. All right. So I mean, we have a big day tomorrow, right? We've got the congressional hearing coming up. I'm curious, Ryan, if you have anything that you're looking out for hearing, implications that it could have on the markets, etc.
I don't know if it's going to have any implication on the markets. I think, certainly interested to see just kind of what the response is from other professionals in the industry as well, to see what those, those remarks are. But I'm not looking at this as something that I think you're going to see the general equity market or more from a macro perspective, anything really move around on the news.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, I think this is going to be like the most hyped market event ever that has no impact. Like everybody's looking forward to this thing, you know, and it is gonna be fun as hell to watch, right?
Oh, absolutely.
The questions are gonna be clueless, I expect.
Yes, we've seen that
like,
before.
Yes, borderline nonsensical. It's gonna be a charade, but I think that there's pretty much gonna be no implications on any of the tickers.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, the data that we were really focused on came out this morning in terms of what's happening again with the economy. So,
Are you talking PPI? You talking retail sales? What numbers are you talking about?
Yeah, all of it. I think, you look at retail sales, pretty hot, really hot. PPI as well, showing signs of inflation, industrial production. Then you got the Fed minutes came out here as well. So that's more of what at least my personal focus is on, and it'll be entertaining again tomorrow. I don't think there's a market impact.
Wait, can I ask a question real fast? I was watching y'all's stream earlier, and you were wondering if the buy the dippers were going to come in, and well, I guess they did a little bit.
Yeah,
Wait,
it looks like it.
No, not quite.
No, we're not. I mean, we're not green for the day, but the buy the dippers definitely came in a little bit. We are well off the lows, right? Why is my screen being shared?
All right, sorry, that was my fault. I'm trying to share mine.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So retail sales were great this morning. PPI, I guess, was not as great as expected. So how do you square that, guys?
So I think when I'm looking at the PPI, maybe not so much where it was, in terms of expectations, but you just look at the sequential increase here on a monthly basis. This is one of the largest month-over-month moves we've seen, I think, on record since 2009 when the data series started. So I think, you're seeing the signs of inflation, and I think that's been the narrative for some time, at least in the markets, that the inflation is there. The Fed and other central bankers have kind of downplayed that to some extent. But you look at commodities as an example of just what's going on. I think the inflation is rampant at this point.
How's that? A little bit better? Or
Yes. Wait a minute.
Try again.
Test. 1, 2.
No,
you're
it's still tough.
Little reverb, little echo.
All right. I might bow out and let my man Ryan take over from here.
All right, cool.
Okay.
All right. And for Zinger Nation out there, so all you guys hanging out in the chat, right? You're Zinger Nation. You're part of our family. If you don't know, I guess we didn't do a proper introduction. We were just so excited to have Ryan and Victor on the stream here with us. But they run a brokerage called Doe. I mean, it's a mobile first brokerage. It's a next gen brokerage. They have an awesome emphasis on content. If you guys like content, go over, check out Doe. But Ryan, I'm curious as to any insights that you guys have or trends that you're seeing from retail traders that you guys are looking at.
Yeah, well, I think, in terms of how we try to help people position, a lot of what we do, as you mentioned on our live stream, what we try to get people to understand is how to connect the dots, not so much, okay, here's the hot stock, the jour, et cetera, but from more of a macro standpoint, it might seem boring at first, but what's happening with interest rates, what's happening with the dollar, that has an impact on equities, as you guys know, obviously. And so that's a lot of what we're doing. And so in terms of the trend that we're seeing, at least the people that we talk to and from the data that we observe, you're starting to see more of that, where the participation, I would say, is a little bit more broad-based. It's not necessarily always in some of these names that I think we're all familiar with. You are seeing that to some extent, but we have a lot of investors that are looking at a lot of areas of the broad market, trying to find opportunities beyond just what's being discussed, kind of here and now.
Okay, got it. And like when you're saying broad areas, I mean, is it like they're just looking at U.S. equities as a whole? They're looking at commodities as a whole? Can you get a little bit more specific there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, when you look at the environment we're in, I think is one where, we're certainly seeing growth and inflation increase. And that's something that tends to be positive for commodity prices. One, I mean, you're seeing that certainly reflected in the price of crude oil. You're seeing the energy sector as one of the best performing sectors here over the last few months. It's also an environment where, counter to what you might think with the dollar moving lower, it's one that isn't always that great for gold. Higher interest rates, higher real rates tend to be a negative for gold. So you're seeing that as well. You're seeing, obviously financials doing well as rates rise. And so I think, again, that speaks to, what we're trying to point out is some of the themes that we're seeing, some of the sectors you might go to. So that could be a broad-based sector ETF, XLE for the energy sector, for example. But those are some of the areas that, we're focused on. And one of the things that, or an area I should say, commodities, especially, that we've been focused on for months now, just given that we think the backdrop for inflation, is ripe for inflation.
Yeah, I mean that's awesome. I'm jotting that one down. I mean, in here, I'm going to share my screen now instead of Spencer's. Yeah, guys, like check this out. So oil, yes, I do own USO. I know I'm going to get roasted for USO being the oil ETF that I own, but I do. There it is. I mean, check this out. So this is a 1 month chart we're looking at. We zoom it out to a year. Obviously, it's still way down from what it was. Who got into a fight is maybe like Russia and Saudi Arabia got into a fight, but somebody got into a fight. Plus, COVID happened all at once to the oil market. But I mean, we're as high as we've been in what 10 months or so.
Yeah, you're at cycle highs right now.
Creep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this fall from grace though, from where the market was, is just so crazy, right? You look at a 1 month chart and you're like, wow, okay, this thing is ripping. You go out to a year, it's like, yeah, it's sort of tough.
Right. Yeah, you're still not. I mean, obviously, we're not at $110 a barrel as we saw, a few years ago, but you're coming off of a base where oil prices went negative for a moment in time. But I will say this: there's another area of the commodity markets that I'm really interested in. That's it's not necessarily new, but I think participating in it, the idea of that is a little bit, I guess, more relevant now, and that's rare earths. Are you guys looking at any of that by chance?
Yeah, Jason. Benzinga Benzinga CEO is loves it all those sorts of batteries, semi, all those materials companies.
Yeah, because on one hand,
is there a good ETF for him? He picks individual stocks.
So I think there's a couple ways to play it. And what's happened with China recently is really interesting to me because I think there's an opportunity here with really what's the sole producer, who's the sole producer in the US, which is Mountain Pass. The symbol is MP. But you've got the idea. And I mean, you look at the performance of the industry, right? Whether it's renewable energy, clean energy, whatever you want to call it, more so electric vehicles. These elements specifically are used in the magnets that are going to power EVs. So if that's the shift that we're clearly, headed towards, or that's, I should say, is underway, the direction we're going in, you've got a policy shift as well. And on top of that, you recently have China coming out and saying that they're going to target curbs on rare earth exports in order to maybe hurt the U.S. military because most of these elements are,
that's interesting.
They're refined out of China. That leaves one sole player in the U.S., which is a company that recently went public via SPAC, which is MP, which is Mountain Pass. I think it's another area where if you put it on your watch list, you look at this as a commodity in the commodity space. There's an ETF REMX, which will give you some exposure to those Chinese producers as well. But those are two areas where I think, you not only get that kind of clean energy shift, that idea, but it's coupled with some of the inflation backdrop that we're seeing and the outperformance in commodities on a relative basis. That's one that kind of stands out to me.
Yeah. Okay. So I love that MP pick again, guys. That's Mike Papa is the ticker there. And let me try to recap it. Make sure I understand the thesis. But basically, you're saying there's going to be more demand for some of these rare earth materials. And this is basically the U.S. based play on those. Otherwise,
yes.
You look at China. You've got U.S.-China conflict always in the back of our minds. So if you want U.S. exposure, this is the stock.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think your point, in terms of strategic positioning by the U.S., regardless of the administration, you're going to look to this company to produce more of those rare earth elements, the strategic metals that are going to be needed for this shift towards EVs and clean energy that's underway.
All right. I love this one. This one is definitely going out on the watch list. I'm going to throw this one out to Zinger Nation. First question of the segment that I'm asking. First soundboard of the segment too. If you guys, dude, I got a full soundboard.
That's awesome.
Check this out. We got,
very nice.
We got Borat. I even have an explicit folder. I'm like limited on when in the day I can use it, but I got this folder called explicit.
Surprise, motherfucker.
So yeah. I mean, we have some fun on the stream. All right,
but obvious.
Dude, get the soundboard. It's awesome. It's amazing.
We need it.
The only reason I do this show is because they give me a soundboard. But all right, I'm throwing this one out to Zinger Nation. Again, if you guys like this MP play, again, ticker Mike Papa, throw the 1 in the chat. If you don't like it, throw the 2 in there. I'm curious where everyone is at with this thing. I really like this play. I don't have any exposure in my portfolio to any of these rare earth metals. Jason definitely has some. But I love sort of the sector and the fact that this is the U.S. play for these versus, having to dip China. Yeah. Look at all these ones in the chat. Okay. We have no haters. Somebody typed 3. The options were 1 and 2. Somebody put in the 3. They do that to screw with me sometimes. It's fine. I'm used to it. I'll just have to out soundboard them. But that's definitely an interesting one. All right. Do you have another one for us, Ryan? If not, I'll bounce one off of you that I got into today.
In terms of commodities specifically, or just general,
just general ideas. I mean, this is a really interesting idea. This is why everybody needs to be using dough, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, this is it's what we try to do is stay on top of this to the best of our abilities. In terms of other areas that I'm specifically focused on, cannabis, right? You look at the volatility in the space, that's interesting on its own. But I think people still at this stage are kind of missing the bigger picture, missing what I think is really the real story, right? So if we go back a couple of years, we had a bull market in a lot of the Canadian producers. It was the only way to express the view. A lot of excitement. Analysts will come out and tell you by 2025, this is a $40 billion market, et cetera, super bullish. And then that just didn't play out for a variety of reasons, not only here in the US, but more so just constraints in Canada. You could buy weed at the store because there weren't any stores open selling it, even though it was legal recreationally across the country. That's all shifted. And I think while you are seeing some of the outperformance here in Canadian producers, the real growth in the industry, in my view, if you're going to get to those, $30-40 billion in the market size by the next couple of years, it's going to come from the U.S. I think, the catalysts are there, whether it starts with banking reform, decriminalization, maybe that's the path towards ultimately federal legalization on a recreational front. But what you want to focus on are those U.S. multi-state operators. I think, to my knowledge, I think you guys do a cannabis show, or you guys have talked about this at times. But the ETF is MSOS. A lot of these companies right now are
music to my ears, man. Music to my ears. Let's go.
I love it.
What the hell, Spencer? Where does he come from?
Keep going. Keep going.
So yeah,
Jesus Christ.
So
the guy's on all day.
I love the excitement, Spencer. The way that I look at this, and I'm in a state where recreational cannabis use is legal. So I'm familiar with a couple of the brands. One of those is Cresco Labs. You cannot invest in these companies really all that easily, right? They're pink sheets, they're over the counter. But when you look at the market cap and you look at just the sales growth that they're experiencing, majority of these companies are bigger than the listed Canadian producers already. And I would argue that it's the early innings or the very beginning of what we might see potentially play out. Now, there's a lot that needs to occur. Again, it's all really at the end of the day hinges on federal legalization. But if we get there, we take steps towards that. Maybe we even just see this domino effect where more states legalize, right? I think a great example of that is New Jersey. Sure. What are Pennsylvania and New York State going to do, right? They're going to miss out on the tax revenue. So I think the dominoes eventually start to fall, and it's going to benefit these companies, which in a lot of cases are positioned very well across just a couple of states. They're not necessarily diversified kind of on a national scale yet, but you have Cresco, for example, which is big here in Illinois. You can participate in this potential growth across the MSOS ETF, where it's a little bit less volatile at this point. Certainly hasn't seen some of the outperformance that some of the others have, but I think if I'm going to look out a year ahead of time or so, or maybe 5 years more so, to me that's the clearest way to invest in the potential growth, because that growth is not going to come from Canada. It might benefit some of those Canadian producers. They could participate in the U.S. market to an extent, but that growth is really going to come from the U.S. And this is one of the only ways you can do this or participate in at the moment.
Yeah, and here I'm pulling up the constituents really quick on the screen. It's sort of small.
Wait,
you guys
just real fast on this ETF though, because these stocks trade OTC, the ETF doesn't actually hold the stocks, like they hold swaps against it. It's a little bit complicated, but once the legalization occurs and they uplist, and then it'll be simpler. But I'm with you, Ryan. I'm long.
That's a great point.
I'm long Cresco. I'm long Curaleaf. I'm long Trulieve. I'm long Green Thumb. Let's go MSOs all day.
I love it. I love the excitement. I'm on board with you there.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Luke, I'm leaving you alone now.
No, I love that you found something positive for Spencer to be excited about.
Oh, come on. I'm always
Spencer
positive.
brings me a lot of energy every day, but it's always negative energy. I mean,
you're the resident bear.
It could be because I start, my day every day by interrupting him in the middle of the show. Like Spencer he does his live show from like 8 to 9. I always wait till like 8:10, and then I walk over, tap him on the shoulder, and I'm like, "Hey, good morning, Spencer." Close mid-sentence talking.
Every day.
I can't
every
help
day.
myself. Literally every day.
No, this is awesome. I'm loving the MSO bullishness. I really am. And you're in Chicago. You're like you said yourself, Cresco. See, that's what you have to do, and you said it yourself. Is find the companies that are dominant in certain states. Cresco is dominant in Illinois, right?
It is, yeah, and I'm to some extent I'm on the ground, right? So you see these stores, and it's like Starbucks traffic in some cases. I'm not saying that that's the situation for every store, but it's one in, one out all day long. You walk past
Michigan is the exact same
lines. Way. Yeah, and
I mean, it's insane in Michigan.
That's wild because you're in Detroit, right?
Yep, yeah, we're in Detroit, and we have a ton of them. I mean, we might have 24 dispensaries in Detroit alone. And it's still like that. I mean, it's like cars wrapped down the street for half a mile, all of them.
Well, and what I think is super interesting is, so in Chicago or in Illinois here, it was legalized at the beginning of last year, but you just couldn't get it. So the demand was there, the supply wasn't. I think the supply here in the U.S. is starting to catch up to that demand. In addition to more states that are likely to legalize recreational use. I think Virginia is another one that's slated to do so here. Again, I think it's just getting started. And when you look at the projected sales growth of a lot of these companies relative to just where they're trading in terms of valuations, it's like I've never really seen anything like this. You have this massive growth opportunity with companies that are trading at a couple times sales, couple times book, and it's you just don't see that all that often.
Yeah, and the thing that I love about this play, right? So again, the idea that Ryan brought to us was ticker MSOS. It's an ETF that holds U.S. companies only. The thing that I like about it is for myself personally, I don't know the market well enough to pick an individual pony. Like I know that I want cannabis exposure. I don't have any right now at all. I don't own any of the stocks. But I know that I want cannabis exposure. Don't know the space well enough to pick an individual pony. I mean, I think, quite honestly, maybe nobody does, right? I mean, there's so much development yet to happen, especially when it turns federal. And so I really like the idea of picking all of them. I think that's awesome.
Well, I think that's the approach that you want to take at this point. For a while, it just seemed like, at least with the Canadian producers, just figure out who has the most cash in their books and can survive the longest. But in terms of the U.S., I think you take the diversified approach.
All right, what about psychedelics? We've got a ton of chatters who love the psychedelic stocks. Jason loves them, talks about them literally every single day. Do you have any opinion on those? I'm not in any right now.
I don't. I'm not in it. I get the idea in terms of the thesis there, and could it become the next cannabis industry, though maybe to a smaller degree. I guess I just would question the scalability. And from a regulatory standpoint, I know there are some states that are looking at or have already legalized it in a sense, but haven't done enough work on that yet to really offer you guys a fair opinion. But I get the excitement. It's an interesting idea.
For sure. And like doing like a little behind the scenes peek here at Benzinga, I'm working actively right now and trying to build a psychedelics news desk. We were one of the first sites to cover cannabis. It's actually, I think, one of the ways that we sort of got like wedged ourselves into this financial media industry, because we were covering the cannabis stocks in 2013. And that was before Bloomberg, CNBC, any of them would say a freaking word about any of the cannabis stocks. And we covered them from a really serious business, cash flow standpoint. I think psychedelics is going to be the exact same market, right? You don't have the mainstream players really covering this industry. So we're actively looking for a psychedelics reporter. If that's you, if you know somebody, let us know. powerhour@benzinga.com. I'll never, give up an opportunity to plug. So there's my plug of the day.
Can I ask Ryan a question? Ryan, what do you make of the rotation we've seen these last few months, I guess? Like, the small caps are crushing it, and we don't care about FANG. FANG is boring. What do you make of that?
That's interesting. I think it's really a function of the higher rate environment that you're starting to see. We finally, in my view, we got that green light on November 9th. You got the first round of positive vaccine news. And I think that gave everybody a chance to now look at everything that just wasn't working, right? There was only one place to go. It was organic growth. It was big tech. Cash flows were going to be there. In some cases, we're really going to grow regardless of the economic environment. At the same time, everything else is shut down. So where do you go, right? Everybody's at home. So I think once that vaccine news came out, the rotation you're referring to, started to get underway, you've seen a lot of these energy companies, for example, start to outperform. You've seen financials do a little bit better. You've seen, a bit of a bounce at times in some of these stocks that, you kind of, at least early on in the pandemic, were left for dead, whether it's cruise lines, it's airlines, it's hotels, et cetera, et cetera. I think there was a trade there. I think there still are some potential opportunities for trades there. But I think as long as, this goes as quote unquote planned, and we reopen, we normalize, we get back to, maybe pre-COVID type of environment. And in addition to that, you get interest rates a little bit higher here. I think you could see that continue. The other side of that, I suppose, let's say there's a hiccup in that. I think people kind of look at, these big tech companies, not that they are, but I think the market almost views them in this type of environment, if it's binary, as this kind of bid to safety almost, right? Like, where do you park your cash? You might put it in Apple, right? I get the business, and it seemed to do well during the environment. So if that happens again, or we go back into restrictive measures, maybe you go there. But
that's a good point, because Apple, no one's gonna Apple's not gonna double, right?
Dude,
wants
Spencer,
what?
You say that, right? But and I think the same thing. Like, I've thought the same thing. But here, hold on. Let me put my screen back on.
Hey, Ryan said it's a safety trade. The Fang said it. I'm agreeing with him.
But you say Apple's not going to double, right? I mean, look at this chart, dude. I mean, it's insane. It's the biggest company in the entire world, and it does. Like, I own Apple from, like, split adjusted $25 a share, $24 a share.
Whoa.
And that was only like 4 years ago. And it's the biggest company in the world. I think it's mind-boggling. It still can move like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they take a.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
I mean, the only thing, I guess you kind of look at, are those other catalysts, right? And I kind of say this half jokingly, but you take a page out of Elon's book, and maybe the next headline you read is Apple's added a couple $2 billion worth of Bitcoin to its balance sheet.
Oh, you don't joke about that. Don't joke about that.
Now let's see what the price does, right?
Yeah, no shit, dude. Ryan, we ran a story yesterday. Chris Catchy on our team did it. And basically he analyzed how much profit Tesla's made from their Bitcoin investment versus selling cars. And it's like they made more money off of their crypto trade already versus all the net income they made from selling cars last year.
Oh, that's all. I haven't read that. I'll have to check out the article. I think that's awesome though, because he's very good at what he does, we like to say.
Yep, absolutely.
Crazy. All right, before I let you go, Ryan, any just final thoughts, any words of wisdom for our listeners or viewers, or just about this market? How you
any sound effects you want to hear?
Any sound effects you want to hear? That too.
Oh, I don't know if we have enough time for me to hear all the sound effects, because I want to hear them all. But I think the thing that the takeaway for me is, there, in my view, it is somewhat of a constructive environment for equities, bullish backdrop. We are seeing the economy recover from, just from the depths of negative GDP that we really haven't seen since World War II. And so, I think it's kind of catching some people by surprise, just to, the levels we're at and whether or not that continues to move higher. I think the catalysts are there. But what we like to say here at Doe is, respect risk, keep your position sized appropriately, follow volatility, because while we might move higher, I would be surprised if it's without some sort of pullback or healthy corrections along the way, which to me, I look at that as potential opportunities at times. I'm not doom and gloom. I was doom and gloom. I'm not so much doom and gloom right now. I'll get back to that at some point in the future. But I think, this could catch a lot of people by surprise. A lot of this has just been a dollar move. Let's say the dollar spikes a little bit here. We reverse that longer term trend we've been in for the last 6 months or a year. So, I think you just don't want to get caught off guard if that were to happen.
All right. That's Ryan's Twitter handle, Ryan on Doe. You can also follow Doe on Twitter. Wait,
Ryan, give us the synopsis of the brokerage too. I didn't do it justice when I introduced you in the brokerage. Tell us a little bit about Doe, what makes you guys different, etc.
Yeah, for sure. So Doe is, as you had mentioned earlier, it's a mobile first or mobile only commission-free stock ETF and option trading app. We've recently added the small exchange futures products as well. So we have a multitude of products. But in terms of, what I think really sets us apart is the content that we create. Victor and I, Victor Jones is the CEO of Doe here. We create a lot of content that helps to inform investors, whether they're experienced traders or maybe just brand new to markets, as to how we're thinking about where there might be potential opportunities, where there might be risks, as well. And so, I think that's our edge in that we try to equip people for kind of a long-term, lack of a better term, financial journey and participation in markets compared to just here's the app, push the buttons and go. We think it's imperative that we help people to manage risk, and we should be a partner in this more so than just a provider in a sense.
Boom! I love it. That deserves an air horn.
I love that. Thank you very much.
Cool. All right, man. Thanks for hopping on with us. Fun to do a little segment. We need to have you guys on more often.
Oh, I would love to come back, and again, appreciate you guys for having us, and thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ryan. All right, Luke, it's 3:30. Do you know what that means?
Joel Conan.
It is, well, yes. It is time for pre-market prep at the close. All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
Three consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
I think I just realized that the time is wrong. In that
I know.
We'll have to get that fixed.
Joel, the people have been waiting since 9 a.m. ET for you to come back. I'm glad you can satisfy the itch.
Okay, all right. I'm back here, and oh, he's gone already.
Yeah, he's gone.
All right, let's just bore people with our usual stuff. I know Spencer's going to say, "Will you share the screen?"
That is what I'm going to say. How'd you know?
You sound better, Spencer. I think you're getting used to this this all day gig. I think you're getting you're building your momentum.
It's easier with Mitch here. When he's out, I'm doing it all day. But
I
have a break when Mitch is here. All right, let's bring up those charts. Let's take a look. Joel, the buy the dippers. They got it again.
They did. They didn't get me. They didn't get me.
Good.
I was hoping for a little bit lower. Friday's intraday low was like 90.50, and it just wouldn't get there. So like that psychological 3,900, if you were using that as a bogey, good level, we bounced, and we bounced hard. Now we're moving up towards the highs of the intraday session, but I'm going to forget about that. I'm just going to look at this 32.25. That's your pre-market high. That's only $1.25 away from your all-time closing high. So we'll focus on that for the remainder of the session. On the downside, it doesn't feel like we're going back down here. It feels well bid. So we will just see if we can clear the close and then get into that 39.30 handle. Another good day for crude here. Multi-month high, year high. We haven't been back here since January of last year, up $1.13, 61.18. The gold market, I was worried about. I'm even worried more about. Down 26.40 at 17.72.60. Silver, that's going the opposite way, man. Spreaders must be getting killed on this. Up 6.5 cents at 27.39. And don't look now. Bitcoin up $4,175. 53,100. I was scrambling for my sign on to my Coinbase account so I could add a little bit more, and it still remains to be found. But I have one more place that I can look. So that's
it's interesting. So like, because the Bitcoin, and I've got the futures up too, Joel. They didn't do anything yesterday after like basically from like midnight onward, like from the previous night. They went up in the evening and spent the next 12 hours, 24 hours really doing a whole lot of nothing. They went up again overnight. Second night in a row, they went up overnight. But unlike yesterday, today they just didn't really stop going up.
Yeah. The only thing that I was looking here yesterday, I said, hey, is this move over? And you cleared 50,000 here. And what I was looking for, and I know there's, this is not the primary platform where this is traded, obviously Coinbase and all those other multiple exchanges, but just what I was looking for was a change in open interest and on a big volume day. And you really didn't have a big change in open interest. So what that means is, some people trimmed some long, some people covered some short. So I would have been a little bit concerned with that trading action from yesterday if the open interest drop significantly, but it didn't. So, man, when there's no resistance, there's no resistance. That's what we're looking at in Bitcoin. What stocks do you want to cover today?
Well, looking at my Benzinga Pro Movers tool, what's up the most, what's down the most, looking at a heat map. First thing that jumps out to me is obviously there's a little bit more red than green, but not a ton. And I want to look at some of these Bitcoin stocks because I mean it's the same thing we just discussed, but like I mean look at Riot today, right? Just can't stop, won't stop. Look at Mara went down a little bit, but still came back up, right? I mean all these Bitcoin stocks.
Yeah, I mean it's really I just can't be much help on these things because they just keep going up and there's no resistance. So I'm failing you guys here. Let me get rid of the Verizon, Mara, just on a relative basis. I mean, when Bitcoin was at 20,000, this got to almost 90. So if you want to use that as a bogey, the other intermediate high, this is kind of interesting for Mara. Let's take a look here. Show old data. You had a high back here at 5504. We got a ways to go to that. So I wouldn't worry about levels in these individual stocks. I would just keep an eye on Bitcoin. And as long as Bitcoin's going up, just trail your stop. It hasn't had any big flush out down moves. So that's Mara. That's Riot.
Hey, speaking of it keeps going up, did you see CCIV today? It didn't have any halts, I don't believe. But
and this is still in anticipation of the deal, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Well, people are loving this and they're buying into it. Spruce just went unchanged here. So we are just we're itching to take out that pre-market high, 32 and a quarter. SPAC guys, you guys SPAC guys got this, man. I mean, it makes even though the SPAC market itself at times makes no sense, this makes really no sense. Like this makes no sense at all. So like what's going to happen when they get the deal? It's going to go down? I don't know. Sell the news? I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know.
Did you see Roku today? Roku, they report earnings tomorrow after the close. It's had a very interesting day.
Let's see. Gap down, huh? Someone wants out ahead of the report.
Yeah.
They report after the close, you said?
Tomorrow.
Okay. I said, I mean, a lot of people sitting on a lot of profits here. So the only thing I can really tell you about that is, someone, getting out. We talk about the pre-earnings run, right? And then yesterday was the day to sell. And some people that were, I think maybe you got some people caught that maybe were Johnny-come-latelys. But you know what? It's coming back. It's at the high of the session, right? Right near the high of the session. So I don't know. The bulls are better back. I think you just had one big cat that wanted out and just said, hey, I'm selling a couple million shares today. And he didn't do it in the strength, or she didn't do it in the strength. It did it in the weakness. And that's what happened. You take something down. What's the daily range, man? They took this down to 436. Did you have a reference point there? Nope. I would have been hanging out for 433.52 and or 53 and would have gotten stuffed. So was there a close that area? Not much there to tell you it was going to turn around. Nope. Another close at 534. So to me, just guessing, just some big cat wants out ahead of the report.
Did you see Shopify today?
It got whooped, right? Did it ever make a comeback?
That was so this morning. That was hours ago.
They got it down to 1360. I mean, if you were leading on this low, you would have taken 1345. If you were leading on that daily low at 1355, if you caught it on the way down, you just stuck your bid there. You maybe got your head chopped off. But at least if you would have waited the whoops trade when it came back up through there, then it would have been a heatless trade, because then you could have bought 56 and leaned down to 45 low and have 40, 45, 50 points right here at 14, 10, 10. But that's after the fact. People don't want to hear about that.
Well, I'll tell you what's not after the fact. We got some big earnings coming up tonight.
Well, before we go to earnings,
can
we do Verizon? We are the
Yeah.
only people on Wall Street talking about Verizon.
Wow, I did
and
not see that. Man, Buffett is good.
I know.
This guy knows things.
Yeah, it was the pre-market prep stock of the day. I didn't put the article out. Now, remember, he was buying over the last 3 months, right? And
No,
I don't know
not even the last 5 months.
5 months.
4.5 months. That's not
Really?
even. Well, it's for Q4. That was September. That was October. That was 4 months ago, right?
Okay.
October, November, December.
Okay, so he was. Let's go here. I mean, he was buying a little high on this one. Because if you look at the monthly ranges there, actually, I did this. The ranges were from 56.02 to 61.95. It just tried to make a new all-time high at the end of the year, and then came down hard. So I think Mr. Buffett is still underwater on this, but the street ran with it. You couldn't fill the gap from yesterday. I did it as a pre-market prep stock of the day, pairs of highs at the 57 area where I was looking at for potential resistance. And lo and behold, 57.25 is your high. You go back to these two sneaky highs here, 56.98, 56.98 and 57.28. So it's going where it's supposed to for today. There's a big gap. I don't know if you're going to get to fill the gap in here. This could be a gap and go on Mr. Buffett. Boom. And let's see what else. CVX. I was talking with my buddy, and only, I think over the last 10 years, only 5 times has CVX had this kind of move. I don't know the exact statistics, but yeah, they got a little overzealous in the pre-market after hours, right? Came in, didn't take it out. I just think we really got to keep look at these monthly highs right here. Holy mackerel. This is it. This is make or break here. We got to 96.72 today. Took out the January high, 96.32. Took out the November high. So big days coming out. We are a buck off that, but you got to consider overnight. Yes, consider a breakout here. And it just like ExxonMobil, if you want another objective, when things rebounded hard in June, I bet you made that high on June 8th. It got into triple digits at 103.59. Let's just go back and see if it was actually June 8th when it made that high. Because that's the day that American Airlines, remember that when all that went down. Let's just go back on the dailies. Hope I'm not boring you guys too much, but I'm just a stickler for exact dates. And look at that, June 8th, 103.59. Boom. You got some other highs: 103.59, 102.93, and 101.50. But first things first, let's take care of 96.72.
This is interesting. So if you look at the stocks that Buffett was buying in the fourth quarter, we talked about Verizon, we talked about Chevron, smaller name Marsh & McLennan, MMC. They're all up today, right? You go to the ones he was raising a stake in, like AbbVie and Merck. They're up today, and Kroger. They're up today, but T-Mobile is not. T-Mobile is the outlier of the group. T-Mobile, TMUS is not up. It's actually down today.
What's Marsh McLennan? I should know this.
MMC.
I thought I typed that in. It's having a good day, though. We talked about that 117 area. I mean, this thing is, near all-time highs, right? So, boom. You got to move. Let's just see. Clearing 117. It did nick the all-time high area in the after hours. So maybe that's your next objective here. I do see a couple other roadblocks if you're trading this. 1862, your December 18th high, and 1931, your June 17th high. So a couple of other roadblocks there. SPOOs just went green. Went green by a little bit.
We go red for a day.
Well, it's back red. So we're battling. We got to 29. We're back. So people are looking at that second all-time closing high at 27.25 as a decent number. Actually, 27. 27.75 is what it is.
B-Flow Ace is noting like Kraft Heinz is up today. I saw it going around that Michael Burry took a stake. We know Warren Buffett's been on this one for a while.
No, he got out. He got out. Didn't he get out?
No, did he get out? Chad, help me out. Did Buffett sell? I don't think he sold.
I think he does. Help me out. I think he did.
I'm gonna Google it right now. No, I don't see anything.
That's a big day. This is a big day.
No, I don't think he sold. I think he's still in it. I'm sure I could check that. You know, why don't I just check the 13F? That's a better idea. Why don't I just do that first? Let's check the 13F. See what came of that. But we know Buffett's owned this one for a while. Let's see. Kraft Heinz. Sort by alphabetical order. Yeah, he's got it.
He does.
Got it. Yep,
he still got it. Okay, I thought did he trim some or did he?
Not last quarter. Maybe in Q3 or Q2. Not in Q4.
Big move for this. This is a breakout. So not even a 2-day move because it was down yesterday. So have to go to the monthlies. This was back in if you want to drill down on this one, if anybody really cares, January of or is that February 2019? That's when it really had to hit the skids. So go back and check some daily highs from that area, and you can find some potential areas of resistance here. And if that Michael Burry thing, I mean,
hey, he's hot. He was
hot,
in
man.
GameStop 2 years ago. So
yep, I don't know if he's if he's on Reddit a lot or Wall Street Bets, but I don't know if this has the mojo for that crowd, but he's having a nice move. I don't know what the short interest is.
Maybe that would be the next thing, right? The Reddit crowd, the Wall Street Bets crowd is all about like beating up companies like mall retailers and movie theaters. Maybe they're moving on to like consumer staples like Kraft Heinz. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
They got their work cut out for them if they do.
Yeah, I mean, I sold this piece of garbage at I bought it at like 62 and sold it like a year ago. Anyway, moving on.
I trimmed it at the end. It was one of my, I can remember because I thought I still had it in one of my portfolios, and I sold it in December of 2018. Just when I was cleaning out the crap at the end of the year.
That's what I did last year.
Yeah,
clean out the crap.
You got to do it. Yeah.
You got to clean out the crap every once in a while. You got to do some spring cleaning.
Yep. Definitely. Okay, SPOO's back at unchanged here. Do you want to see the chart graphic of the day?
Yeah, I always do.
Okay, you ready for this? And I just didn't put this in before.
Okay.
It's a Kathy stock.
Okay, I like it already. What do you got for me? Yeah, I was watching that today.
The Kathy bid. Did you see where it got to?
Yeah, I was watching it. It
got to 21.98.
Yep.
And then I don't know when it did that. Oh, this was sneaky. Oh, this was like the old noon. Oh, the noon shakeout. They're hanging out, run change. Oh, the stock isn't going to do anything today. Comes down to 22. And
I think my Thinkorswim chart is broken. Let's try Benzinga Pro. Try to pull a butterfly. Didn't quite.
Yeah, I put the Kathy bid in there, right there for your own viewing pleasure. I'm gonna start putting timestamps and dates on this. Remind me to do that tomorrow, okay, Spencer? So people just don't.
That's a good idea. All right, somebody in the chat asked us about Apple, but they gave a number with it. I'm trying to find your comment. It was from like 20 minutes ago now. Damn it, I can't remember. Somebody asked if Apple was crazy at a certain price, but what was the damn price? Oh,
was there news on this today? Besides, they just hate the greatest stock in the world that makes all kinds of money. Oh, Warren, maybe Warren.
Yeah, I mean, he trimmed his stake like 5%, big whoop. But yeah, he did sell in the fourth quarter. You have any thoughts on Apple? I'm trying to find. I can't find the exact comment.
I mean, if you don't think, I would say this has a date with this area down here. I mean,
120. It was Tony Rosas.
Oh,
is Is Apple to 120 a crazy idea?
Hell no. Hell no, that's not a crazy idea. But the first thing you got to do is you got to get to. I'd be expecting a bounce here, or if you're trying along here at this area, I mean, this is where you're looking at that had all those lows 125, 126, 127 ahead of the pre-earnings run. So I don't know if people are going to reload there or not, but one other daily low, it's not out of the question. One at 28.55. We didn't even get to that yet today. So a little bit of selling on Warren, but 120, first things first, folks. Man, first you got to take out 128.55, and then this 126, 127 area. So it ain't going down there tomorrow unless they have some bad news.
Someone in the chat is asking about eHave, which is a penny stock. We don't look at penny stocks. If you want to talk penny stocks, talk to Luke Jacoby. He's your penny stock guy. I don't know, Jack, about penny stocks. Now
you can take your $5 back if you want.
Well, no, it's Canadian, so
okay, so it's like $4.20.
What does that come out to? $4?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like to comment on those stocks.
Okay, Jack Douglas. I haven't talked about Rocket for a couple days. Been 3 or 4 days since I've looked at Rocket,
and it's probably at 2072. Let me take you.
You are close. You're very close.
Nope, I left off the R. Shame on me. 2015. I mean, man, look at all those daily red candles. I mean, how can you get excited? I mean, this hasn't ended. One, I see an update. I mean, this is obviously in relation to the close, but this has been down 1, 2, 3, 4, up a penny, 5, 6 or 7 days with the other. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why this thing isn't going. Great housing market. You do have this low. This was the day. I don't know what day this is, but they're just not slamming. You're finding buyers 2008 here. I don't know if this is going to do an undercut of the IPO low. I really can't tell you. It's got to break this streak of down days though. At least have some up day. I don't know when that's going to be. And then what's the other mortgage place?
UWMC.
Did I tell you I went to Josh's flag football game?
No, you didn't tell me that.
I did. He didn't have me keep stats.
Did you schmooze with the CEO?
No, he was on the other team.
Oh, I can't schmooze with him.
And the other team, I hope Raz isn't listening.
I'm sure he's not.
Okay. Raz's team had first of all, this guy's team hasn't lost in 4 years.
Okay.
Ever. Okay.
Right.
Raz's team started out down 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And they went up a touchdown near the end of the game. Okay.
Yeah.
And they threw a pick 6.
Oh.
And so the other team took the lead, and then Raz's team got the ball again. The clock was running out. There's no clock, but I was bugging this lady next to me. And Raz's team was driving again, and they threw another pick 6.
You can't do that.
So they ended up losing. But Raz did a great job coaching, man. He really did. He was really encouraging to all the kids. It was fun. It was my first. I tweeted it out over the weekend. It was my first live sporting event in a year.
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun.
It doesn't quite have the same feel as the big house, but still fun.
No, it was fun. I just kind of sat in the corner by myself, and
sure.
But it was fun. Had my mask on.
We'll have to on Friday. We'll have to ask Raz all about the experience.
Yeah, he did a great job. He was very composed. Very composed. It's not funny. I remember when
I just don't believe it because he's not very composed at work.
He wasn't the blank kind of coach I was in the Franklin Girls Softball League.
I can imagine you were freaking insane. Yeah,
yes, exactly. Well, I never yelled at my girls, just the umpires.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the stocks. 3:55 or so. 5 minutes left in today's session. Going back through the chat. Oh, Palantir. We talked about this all throughout the morning. Kind of fell off my radar at around 9:30 or so at the open.
I'll stick with what I said before. This thing has a date with $25. I don't care if Kathy Wood's buying it. I don't care who's buying it. I just think that's what I'm looking at. And then Kenny threw out 23.69 yesterday. I never looked at that. Maybe he threw out 23.67. That was a January 7th low. So there it is. That's what I'm looking at. No bounce, no earnings bounce. Down again. Not going down as much, but we are trading near the lows of the session. 27.08, 20. You at least like to see this close above the low from yesterday, but who knows? Battle going on here at the close, closing price. The Bulls and the Bears are just going at it. They are just not selling and buying here, trying to get green on the session, having a hard time.
What about Vuzix, V-U-Z-I? This is like a wearables technology play. Yeah.
V-U-Z-I.
V-U-Z-I.
Vuzzy?
Vuzzy, yeah. Or Vuzix is the company.
Good day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like that it made a new all-time high. That's good. Just don't like that it backed off so much from that intraday high of 18.15. You're at 16.84. So I'm not saying the move is over. What I'm saying is that what you want to do, low volume day. So maybe you just had some weak hands there. Keep an eye. My number for tomorrow and moving forward until further notice is 17.16. That was the all-time closing high from yesterday.
All right, back to the chat. We'll do a few more until we wrap it up here. What
going
about...
green, Spencer? The Bulls overtake the Birds and unchanged, aiming for that pre-market high of 32.25, just inching our way towards that.
What about Freeport McMoran? I haven't looked at that one for a hot second. FCX? Yeah, steel. I was wondering whether steel was gonna cool off or not. It never really quite did. I mean, it did there for a minute, like in January.
Ooh,
but FCX has come all the way back.
Wow, I never looked at this thing.
Yeah. Wow.
Holy mackerel! I mean, look at that.
Gotta go to a monthly. Gotta go to a monthly on this thing.
Are they mining for Bitcoin or something? What are they doing? Let's look at this.
Maybe. Oh my goodness! Look at that.
That is one hell of a chart, folks.
That's a W. That is a W right there.
Oh, look at that consolidation. I'm very upset with my chat. Why didn't somebody wake me up when this broke over 20? That was like a heatless trade.
Emily Davis says nobody cares about Freeport McMoran. Yeah, people care. Look at the chart. Yeah. People clearly care. Somebody out there cares.
Look at this. Going back, that 2011 high, 59.91, down to your 344 low. Never took that out in March. That's interesting. And now you're through the 50%. Ah, boy, maybe if it pulls back to 31, maybe it looks like for a little bit of a pullback. But this thing, your next monthly high to contend with is 36.11. So that's only $2 away. Wow.
Got to keep an eye on the metals.
You know,
gold, copper, silver, platinum, palladium. Got to keep an eye on those.
Not gold, though. Not gold.
All right, not gold. Copper, silver, platinum, palladium. Keep an eye on those. Okay. Someone asked to run down the earnings reports tonight. There are a few. Tilray is tonight. Fastly is tonight. Baidu, Twilio, SunPower. Those are all the ones I wrote down. I'm sure there's more, but those are the ones that I wrote down. Let me see if there's anyone that I missed.
I mean, if you want to strike in this Tilray, this is a possible area. Filled the gap from that ridiculous move. Couple lows in the same area. That's my thoughts on that. Also, folks, I don't change stocks in my portfolio based on one earnings report. I'll follow it, and I'll follow the price action, but not in there making decisions on one earnings report. So let's wrap it up here, folks. 358. The battle for the close continues. We got the 39.30 back at unchanged. So market doing its best to break that one-day losing streak of three handles.
Yeah. Boston Beer Company, stamps.com. Just going through the list here.
Oh, well, they're buying this into the close. So strong. Look, going to need a really big report. Just saying, well, it started February at 950 and now It's trading at the highs of the session. So you better beat a beat and a raise on this one is what people are looking for. And then you said SPWR.
Yep.
Boom, boom. Street a little nervous on this one. I think if you get a pop up near 50, two highs at 50 and just above 50 on a decline here, you better hope it holds this low of 38.21. So that's it on my end, Spencer.
All right, it is 4 o'clock. That means we're done. There's the bell. Thanks to Joel for coming on with us to wrap up the session. See you tomorrow, Joel. I want to bring on producer Rohan just for 2 seconds before we go to the Benzinga Pro Happy Hour. I want to bring producer Rohan on. You better be ready because I'm bringing you on, man. I'm doing it. He's not ready. I can't even hear you. You're on mute.
I'm ready now.
Okay. You said 4 o'clock. It was 4 o'clock. I'm bringing you on. You asked to come on.
I forgot that headphones are necessary to hear things, sometimes.
They're
those
necessary.
are slightly important.
We've got a new show. Is that right, Rohan?
Yeah, so we have a new show, and it looks like it's being received pretty well. So glad to hear that. Thank you to everyone who checked it out when we premiered it. Happy to see you guys in there. Happy to see you guys join our Discord.
What is the show called?
Thanks for reminding me. The show is First Trade, presented by Benzinga. Basically, it's a show targeted at new investors. So all of you guys out there who maybe that isn't the pre-market prep crowd, maybe it is, but people who are interested in trading, interested in learning, interested in growing on their trading journey, wherever that might be, we're starting with the basics. I actually made my first trade on the show.
Wait, your first trade ever?
My first trade ever.
Okay, we shouldn't spoil it. So we have to watch it to find out what you want, right?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
But I just wanted to do a quick promo for the podcast version of the show, because some of you guys, you only have so much time for your eyeballs and a little bit more time for your ears.
Mm-hmm.
So we are actually on Apple Podcasts, and in order to help us grow, it's like we totally need your guys' help. So I'm going to post the link in the chat right here. That's a Slack link. One second. It copied the wrong link.
and while you do that, I'm going to paste the link to the video itself.
Perfect.
In the chat, so y'all can actually see the video. He's going to do the podcast. There is the link to the YouTube video.
Boom.
First trade.
So there's the First Trade YouTube video. Here is the First Trade podcast link to Apple Podcasts. And here's my little plug here. If you guys want to help us out, this would be so helpful if you went and left a review on Apple Podcasts. That really helps us with the SEO, helps us show up. We are a new show. So as we post weekly, try and grow our listenership there. So whoever leaves the best review, will shout you out in the next episode. And of course, you will be getting some free swag from swag.benzinga.com.
What qualifies as the best review?
It's a subjective thing,
Subjective.
But
I knew it.
Make your best attempt. Leave a review. Leave multiple if you want to. I don't know if you can. You'd maybe have to have multiple accounts. But go ahead, leave a review on Apple Podcasts, and we will be picking one for the next show. And maybe,
random.
not totally at random. Okay, come on. There's some quality barrier, but not like a length requirement or anything. Just make it genuine. But anyway, that was my little plug. Go leave a review. Email powerhour@benzinga.com. I'll put the email in the chat real quick.
First trade. Thanks a lot, Rohan. I'm going to go now to the Benzinga Pro Happy Hour with Ryan Faluna and the rest of the Merry Benzinga Pro gang. Here we go. We're working on that volume, folks. I'm aware y'all can't hear. 1 second.
Welcome, YouTube audience. Christian's is kind of running through one of the trades he made earlier today through Benzinga Pro. So take it away, Christian.
All right, awesome. So classic. So I'm using right now. I'm in the details chart window. I'm using some basic indicators. What I use is a 9 EMA and a VWAP and volume. That's all I use. So what I mentioned before is I'm going over 5 things: what's a bear flag, a bull flag, an island bottom or an island top, a VMA or a VWAP or a EMA pullback, and how to understand how the time of the stock market actually affects how the stock moves. And it'll be very clear when you see. So the first thing, got this stock earlier today from the movers tool. It was the leading gapper running on news. You can see why is it moving right here. I use the 5-minute, 2-minute, and 1-minute every single time I trade. The reason being is because on one graph, it may be easier to see a pattern than another. So that first thing we're going to go over is what's a bear flag. You know what? We're going to do a bull flag first. So a bull flag, you're going to see here, there'll be various bull flags. You see how you have this huge green ticker, and then you have, or it's called a bull flag or a 5-minute pullback or a 1-minute pullback. But the theory is the same. You're going to see a gap up, or like a move upward in price action, and then you're going to see the following 1-minute candles, or in this case, the 2 following 5-minute candles. You're seeing a pullback. What are you seeing a pullback to? You're seeing a pullback to the VWAP, which is this yellow line right here. So as a trader, if I'm looking at this, and you know what, right here too, you can see another VWAP pullback. You see a break above the VWAP. You see the 1, 2. It could be 1, or it could be 2, or it could be 3. It could be 4 sometimes. It just kind of depends. But there's a 1. So this is the 5-minute pullback. And so what you're looking for is when it hits that VWAP level, you're looking for that push up. So when should I buy it if it's not a fake out? Well, once you see this 5-minute candle break above the first 5-minute pullback candle, this red candle, that's a good indication to buy. And then you would literally, it depends on your tolerance. What I like to do is I like to sell into the bid. So as it pushed up here, I would have sold around here. You see the next 5-minute candle, it kind of pulls back a bit because this is you see a tail on this candle. You can't really see it that much, but I would have bought in again, perhaps there, and then sold higher up here. So a bear flag and a bull flag are opposite. Bear flag is going to be push upward with the next, 3 candles or 4 candles or 2 candles or 1 candle in the opposite direction. Something that gets new traders all the time is a bear flag, which essentially you'll see a moving upward price action, then a huge red candle. This is another one as well. This is a 1-minute bear flag. So you'll see a red, and you'll see a green, and a lot of new traders will buy into that. Be like, oh yeah, it's going up, and then get slammed right after because you have to wait for confirmation. So I hope that kind of breaks down what a bear flag is and a bull flag is.
Christian, let me jump in. Let me jump in here real quick. I also struggled with this when I first started, so I think that this is a really good example. Stop zooming for a sec here. What we have right here, all right, this is effectively your flagpole on this bear flag, right? So you have a push down on this particular candle, and then you have this channel that looks like it's going to rise, but it doesn't, and it pushes back down again. So this pattern that you're looking at right here, this is your flag pattern. We have a strong down move. We have what looks like it's trying to push back up and consolidate. It can't do that. I think what's most clear about this example is you can see that the VWAP acted as resistance in this particular example right here. We tried to push above it, we couldn't. And as a result, you actually took that next move down. And I agree with you, Christian. I'm really glad that you pointed this out because this does get new traders, right? We always think that the move down is going to be sharp. The rise is going to be a little bit slower. The adage is elevator down, staircase up. And that's effectively what you're getting here, right? You're getting a very quick drop, and then you're seeing some of the buyers step in here. So you think, oh, okay, everything's good. You buy it, and boom, you get smashed again back down to the lows. So I'm sorry for interrupting. As soon as I saw that on the chart, I wanted to point it out, and I was super glad that you had VWAP on here because it looked like it used that as the resistance to almost to the penny. It was just a couple of cents over.
Yeah, definitely. And I want you to notice something with this because this is
This happens every single time as well. So you'll notice some brokerages will open at 7 a.m. for people to trade. Others will open at 7:30. Now I made lines here to indicate the times in 30-minute intervals. So you see 7 a.m. So that's when, or 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is when most brokerages will allow people to trade. So you have this gap up, perhaps after hours. You have a little bit of a sell-off, and then people see that it's gapping up with news. 7 o'clock hits, you see it start to run. What happens at 7:30? The same thing. We see 7:30. The other brokerages are allowed to trade. So you see a sell-off, right? 8 o'clock. You see a tweezer, which essentially there's no way around it. You're gonna have to, as a trader, you're gonna have to memorize some basic patterns because the candles are always talking to you. So you'll see a 5-minute green candle and a 5-minute red candle right next to each other. If it's green then red, it's a signifying a downtrend. Yeah. So you see it pull back there, but then you see the same thing when it hits 9 a.m. or 9:30. You see these huge moves in price action. So just be aware of that. And it's in the same sense, half dollar, whole dollar breakouts. When you're trading these kind of stocks, they're not large cap, Apple, Tesla stocks. These are stocks that people are waiting to see if it breaks the half dollar, whole dollar psychology. So I just made a lines here like $6. Then you have $7.50, and then you have $9 up here. You see this island. This is called an island bottom, which essentially it hits $7.50 or it hits the half dollar. It doesn't break below the half dollar, and then you see a break above the VWAP, and then you see it go back into the the bull flag, and then break above the VWAP on and the EMA on this green candle here. So as you're trading stocks, this is going to become easier to you. This is a breakdown of one stock that I wanted to give you guys today. As you trade more, you're going to become more familiar with recognizing different patterns and becoming more comfortable. Trading isn't about just looking at one thing. It's about looking at like a bunch of things at once and taking them all into your mind consideration as you trade. So we went over the bear flag, went over the bull flag. I would suggest everybody to really kind of like do your own due diligence and like hop on like YouTube, like bear flag, bull flag, island bottom, VWAP, EMA pullback. Like, so it's all the information is there for you. I want to go ahead and actually show you the just so you know I'm the real deal in a way. I can show you the trade I did on my other computer, but I have to actually get off this and then just show you the P&L statement, if that's okay.
Sure. Do you want me to share my screen, or are you already set up to flip it?
I'm already set to flip it. I just need to stop share and then exit out of this real fast. So
go ahead.
I'll be right back in 1 minute.
Okay. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead, and as soon as we're actually done with the trade from today, we're going to go ahead and discuss what you guys traded today, what you saw today, what you're looking for the rest of the week. I am definitely curious to see if any of you are playing earnings. I actually had my earnings calendar pulled up and I closed it negligently. Here we go. So I know today we just had Fastly report. We've got Tilray after the bell. We definitely want to check in on that, see how that's going. Baidu, if you're into the Chinese stocks, they were reporting earnings today, as well as Sun Power, Marathon Oil, and Stamps.com. So those are some of the bigger earnings. Tomorrow we've got the big boy, right? We've got Walmart in the morning, also Barrick Gold and Blue Apron. So we'll see what happens. Then tomorrow after the close, we've got Roku, The Trade Desk, and Dropbox. Those are probably going to be the three biggest. So I'm interested to see if anyone's playing earnings this week. We'll talk about it. I see Joe coming in. Joe must have power down in Texas. That's great news. Welcome. Obi, thanks for this. Tuning in from London. Welcome from across the pond. You're more than welcome. Yes, Andrew, I did find my mouse. Thank you. All right, now Christian here. So Christian, you're loading up. You're on your PC. I hope it doesn't hurt too much. Go ahead and resume breaking this down for us.
Yeah, so this is what we ended on the day with. So we traded LODE today. Right now we're waiting for the actual account to get funded, but until then I got access to the paper trading account. A little bit different trading my paper trading account in that you don't have emotions involved. You can just kind of like trade whatever, but you still have to have some skill there to make some money. So
today,
great tool to practice too. If you have a system that you want to practice, I highly advise that people do this. Just understand that it is going to be, like Christian said, it's going to be a little different when you turn it on for real.
Yeah. So I went ahead and I end of the day daily. So the total profit and loss was 1560. For whatever reason, the account started minus 500. Whatever, I don't really know. But that's pretty much it. That was the trade. I made maybe 2 trades. So I shorted it around 6. So okay, let me just. I shorted it around $6. So around here, when I saw the failed breakout of so you see that I guess bull flag, but it fails. And also in the trading day. And then I just kind of traded it into the fall. So yeah.
And so it also looks like it was breaking below that 9 EMA and the 13 SMA, those 2 little lines that you have there, right on top
it was
of that.
rejecting
It looks,
on those as well too.
yeah, so it looks like it actually breaks down. Let me get my annotation up here because this is important, right? So we're doing its price discovery right here. It's back and forth. That's what you want to avoid. Once we break down past this point, we actually try to test that point here and are unable to regain this. So clearly the trend is intact in this angle. We actually push back up and try to snap it and resume that downtrend. This is kind of what we were talking about with the bear flags, right? So you've got, this is a little bit slower of a move. It moves down. It looks like you're going to regain it. You're unable to hold that, and then you take the next leg down. This is actually what sucks people in, right? It's this move right here that you really need to be careful of. Now, Christian, in your case, you're actually short on this. That's awesome. Let me ask you, what is your trigger for exiting the short? Once you take the short and you know that it's working, how do you know when to cut it before before it reverses on you?
Because this broker does not have PT or PTSD now, because it doesn't have restrictions on the pattern day trading rule. As soon as I see a push, I'm selling into that push.
Okay, so you're making sure the liquidity is there to soak up your order. That makes a lot of sense. And now the other thing that you mentioned that I wanted to touch on is you mentioned that in the latter half of the day, some of these stocks that are really high flyers off the gap seem to slow down a little bit. Does that play into your thesis to short versus go long?
Definitely for LLVE. When you have something that's up to 300%, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna see it fall. Maybe not all the way back down to the open of the day or the low of the day or whatever, but you're going to see it fall. So obviously shorting is very risky. Be careful with that one. But yeah, I mean, on the 5-minute chart as well, you can see that's a double top. I made a thing there. So we have a double top, and then we have a confirming red candle or almost a bearish engulfing candle here. And then you see it kind of trending below. So that's why I look at the 5-minute chart too. If you look at the 1-minute chart, I can't really tell everything. If you look at the 2-minute chart, a little bit better. If you look at the 5-minute chart, it gives me a more holistic view of, okay, it's getting rejected by the EMA, it's getting rejected by the SMA. It's not near the VWAP, it just did a double top. It's near the end of the market. Obviously, it's losing momentum. People are selling. So now's a good time. So awesome. There's a lot behind it.
Awesome, my man. Well, thanks very much. I'm looking forward to the next lesson tomorrow.
All right, cool. No worries.
All right, good stuff, man. Let me go ahead and bring up my screen here. I should have Pro on. Yes, perfect. Okay, so I had actually pulled this up late in the day here because this is actually mentioned by another community member to me on some strength, and we actually see we had talked about this a couple of days ago. We had talked about a similar formation here, right? We have a very strong push up, and then we have a regression to the mean, and we almost have some consolidation here. By the way, this is ticker MOGO, kind of a lower price stock here. So you see, you actually have this type of formation. And if I go ahead and draw that here, as soon as it snaps out of this formation, that next move is generally a powerful one. It's worth noting that this can happen in either direction. In this case, it actually ended up happening positive, right? It broke to the upside, and it looks like now we're actually going to test, we're actually going to test that high that we just put in on February 9th, right? So this is definitely a nice pattern to see. As soon as you actually break out of this, this can be done. This can be traded for intraday. Looks like we broke out right around 975, closed at about 1145. Be interesting to see how this stock reacts tomorrow above that 1173 level. So really interesting play late in the day. This actually just happened. But yeah, this one also product of our community. So hats off to everyone in here for doing this. Now, I wanted to take a look at some of the tickers that were being mentioned in here. The first one was obviously CLPS. This one had an absolute monster day today. Jonathan and I covered this morning a little bit. Of all of the, if we click over to movers here and we look at one of my favorite scans, here is where I was actually charting this. If you look at, this is one of my favorite scans in the morning here, is to use the movers and figure out what's up. And we had a couple of these really low price stocks that were up quite a bit. I don't know if you remember from yesterday, Christian was saying that one of the things that he uses to identify these is the volume versus the average volume. In all four of these cases right here at the top, the volume was marketably more than the average volume. So right there, that tells you that there are some eyeballs going in here. Now, you can see that, let me go back to this chart here. You can see that one of the things that I noticed about CLPS, oops, I totally didn't mean to do that. One of the things that I noticed about CLPS is that this actually held some of its move from the pre-market a little bit better, right? It definitely had a big push up. It's going to have a corrective move. That's totally normal, but it actually held a majority of that move, and it moved up off of that. So the example that I gave earlier is that we want to draw some of these lines based on the data that we have. When you're actually doing this in the pre-market, you don't have the price data from the rest of the day. So what I've done here is I've adjusted my chart so that we can only see what it looked like in the pre-market. This is one of the simplest exercises that you can do. It takes very, very little time, and it's surprisingly effective to see that these levels are obeyed throughout the course of the day, especially for short-term trades. What I did here is I simply marked off the tops and I marked off the bottoms, and I used the volume to confirm when I was marking that off. So you'll see we made a top right here, and if I look down, the volume here is actually pretty high. So that tells me that this is going to be a point that at minimum is going to be in play later in the day. Now, the same happens right here, right? So this effective double top right here, it happens on volume right here and right here. So I marked that off as well. This low that I marked off, you could see that the buying volume did start to expand. It's not that big overall, but the price did hold there. So that's interesting for me as well. Now, as soon as this stock opened, it immediately sold off. That makes sense, right? We gapped up from 489 yesterday and we opened at 13. I mean, that's 200%. We immediately started to take some profit, and you can see we actually fell right to this level that we were able to identify in the pre-market. So right here is going to be your entry point. And on a stock like this, one that's volatile and one that I don't know how great this company actually is. This is just kind of like a short-term intraday trade. I'm going to scale into this position. This is not something that I'm going to go all in on right at the opening. I want to scale in here in case this 1065 level doesn't hold, because the next level we're almost certainly going to is 978. Now, in this case, we actually held that first level. So that does two things. Number one, that tells me that this is probably not going to retrace its entire move early on in the day. And number two, I'm just going to ride those shares that I got. I just talked about scaling in. The last thing that I want to do is chase this stock unless there's some other indicator that's telling me. So in this particular case, what happens is as soon as we trade back up to this level, you'll notice as soon as we get to this 1260 level here, look at the corresponding volume. As soon as we push above that, that's when you start to see the biggest volume sticks of the day, and you see a huge run here. So if you're going to add, if you're scaling in and you're not going to add on the downside, if it holds that first level where you make your first add, in my opinion, to my eye, the only other place where you can add to this day trade is on this break right here, this break above the pre-market level that we've identified, and we're confirming with the volume. That's going to give you a little bit larger position to trade up on this move here. Now, where you exit, that's a little bit more difficult. For me, if once I see a move like this, I'm getting ready to get out. So although this stock did run up to 19, if I'm trading this, there's no way I can honestly tell you that I'm going to be in this till 19. As soon as we start to reverse right here and we start to see some of these big red candles, I'm likely out. Now that's okay, right? My first position is 1065. My second add is going to be 1260. And then I'm out at about right here, 1581. So there's still several points of play in here. Now, this stock was pretty crazy. I'm sure, I keep doing that. I'm sure there were other people that played this throughout the course of the day, but look at what happened throughout the rest of the day. This is why you want to keep some of these trades short. It was strong for most of the day, but it really started to retrace some of that. We actually closed right around that 1065 level that we identified early on in the pre-market, and in the after-hour session now, we've actually pushed down past the 978 level that we also identified in the pre-market. So this is something where you can actually trade this fairly successfully, but at the same time, be very, very careful. Make sure you know what you're trading. There's no way that I would have held a stock like this overnight. So I'm be interested to see who else traded some of these stocks. Benika, it looks like you were trading CLPS. If you want to talk about what happened to you, we'd be happy to go over that. Just looking through the rest of the list here.
Yeah. So I saw it on the scanner. I used the screener as well. And I got in right around 15 or so, but it shot up to about 18, and I used TD Ameritrade. And when I set my limit to right around close to 19, it was like the highest point I got today was like 18. I forgot what it was.
It looks like 1985 was your highest print.
Yeah,
1978. Excuse me.
And my order didn't hit. It didn't sell on TD, and so I'm like, so now I have to wait.
Okay,
I'm waiting and waiting, and then it tanks.
Okay, so let's talk about that, because you're not the only one that's experienced this. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, I took a trade right at the open, and I went to go click sell, and my order just sat there floating. I also have TD. So one of the things that you should keep in mind, especially on stocks that are moving all crazy like this with high volume, if you put in limit orders, there's a chance that those aren't going to get filled. I cannot explain why. I'm not trying to make an excuse for a broker, but if you're going to take a very quick and risky trade like this, I would almost suggest that you're able to exit your position at market. When I'm using like in-depth technical analysis to try and figure out a good entry point for a swing trade, there's no way I'm going to buy at market. I'm absolutely going to buy and exit with limit orders. But on something risky like this, when stuff's going back and forth and you're moving like crazy like that, you might be safer trying to use a market order in order to get out of your position. Now, knock on wood, I will say that the only trouble that I've experienced in the 7 years of me using TD Ameritrade as a broker is that I have difficulty with some of my orders at the open. Once the open passes, once that crazy rush at the open passes, if there's no other gigantic system-wide problem, I normally don't have problems getting my orders filled. So I don't know all of the specifics in your particular case. One thing to keep in mind, I don't know how all of the brokers work, but with my broker, in order for me to place trades in the after hours or the pre-market session, I actually have to select a different type of order. I have to select what's called an extended session order. And the problem is that if I set that order by accident, or if it's just the default from the last order that I've set, if I set that order during the day, because it's an extended hours order, it's not going to fill during the day, even if my price is reached. So be very careful about that. I don't know why they do this. I try not to, I don't know the whys of a lot of this stuff. I just try to react to what it is that I'm seeing. So I'm really sorry that happened to you. I will say it must have, a push from 15 to 19, that was probably going to suck you in, because it feels like, hey, this is working. This is great. This is working. And then all of a sudden it reverses like that. And it looks like on your push from 15 to 19, the volume was absolutely, it was a tailwind for you. It was in your corner. It was actually pushing that stock higher. As soon as that volume dried up, you saw the stock price reverse. That's common. That's a pattern that you should keep your eye out for. That's why when you're talking about an exit, or when I get asked, hey, how do I know when to exit? If you're playing a momentum trade of any sort and the buying momentum seems to shift or stop, that should be a cue at minimum to trim. In some cases, just get out completely, protect yourself. So, but Benika, I'm sorry about that. I definitely appreciate going through a trade that didn't go the right way. I'm a big proponent that you learn more from your losses than you do from your wins. It's so easy to be happy when something is working, but when something fails, or doesn't go the way that you hoped, it's much more difficult to manage. And there's often a lesson or lessons in there that you can take away and then apply to the next trade. So stick at it. Don't get too down on yourself. Again, like I said at the top of the show, the sun will come up tomorrow and the market is going to be open tomorrow, and you will have another opportunity to go out there and kill it. So just be sure to not let that hit your confidence. That's something that I struggled with early on when things really started to go poorly for me. It took a while for me to get my confidence built back up. And that can make all of the difference in the world.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you for sharing. I do want to cover one of the other stocks that was mentioned here. We had QCOM. So we had Qualcomm. We had one of the chips. One of the tickers, Cliff was asking a couple of tickers for you to look at. QCOM, thinking this is low on news earnings and thinking it found support, double bottom for a move back to value. AMD, interesting price action today, but below the moving averages. A lot of social sentiment to 100. Okay, there's a lot in there, and I think a lot of it is real good. So let's take a look. First of all, let's go to the daily chart here on QCOM. Now, I think what you were saying here, you said thinking this is low on news earnings and thinking it found support, double bottom. Okay, so it looks like what you're talking about is right here, right? This is a near-term double bottom on the daily chart. This is one of those things where this is one of those floating island trades that we've talked about quite a bit, right? We had a humongous gap up, and then we kind of retested the bottom of this island. We ran off of it several times, and now we're coming back in here. So this is the way that I would play this, just from the first part of your sentence here. First of all, if I'm going to trade this to the long side, I'm going to trade this against 142.22 or thereabouts. The break beneath this line here means that this gap is almost certainly going to get filled. We're going to take this stock down to 132. So I want my stop to be a little bit tighter than that. If I'm going to enter here around a 145 handle, my exit is going to be 142. It's going to be a little bit different if we've got options because they move so much faster depending on the strike that you have. But for the most part, I do not want to see this stock go below this line. We are absolutely going to fill that gap and move towards to another downward move there. As to why this is down, I'm thinking this is low because of news earnings. That I don't have an angle on. So let's go ahead and check some of the news here.
I understand they beat on earnings and such, but it was because of the shortage in the semiconductor space that they traded down.
Okay, so there's another macro element here that's actually causing this to move down. So that actually plays into the thesis that we just discussed perfectly, right? If you have a macro event that's driving the stock down, if we break this 142, I mean, look out below. We're definitely gonna keep going down. You have a tailwind to the downside, and you have a technical break to the downside. That's not something that I want to be a part of, and I certainly don't want to catch a falling knife. I want this, if it does break 142, I want to see this come in to 132, maybe even trade a little bit beneath it before starting to reverse. And again, you can use the volume to confirm that if you want. Now let's make so the second part of your sentence here, I think it did find support at a double bottom. I would agree with you. If it's able to hold this 142, I think we will make another move towards a 165 handle as we go back to the highs at minimum to test this. You might have some resistance on the way up. One of them might be at 160, 161 area here. Another one might be here at 153. So there's definitely going to be some areas here where we have to figure out what the stock actually wants to do. I agree. To my eye, it looks like, again, just a TLDR here. To my eye, if we hold the 142, it looks like we will be making a move towards the highs as long as the market keeps up here. Now, I know interest rates are something that's kind of spooking the market. we've heard about that for a number of years. Definitely keep your ear to the street, if you will, on that. But I'm not going to make any drastic moves based on those headlines yet. If that changes in the future, that changes in the future. Then you also have mentioned AMD. So let's move on to AMD. You had said here, interesting price action today, but below some of the moving averages, a lot of social sentiment to 100. Okay, so I'm going to take the second part first there. Round numbers, big, large round numbers, these absolutely play a role. I think it is entirely psychological. I think that people like to play numbers that are around, or excuse me, like to play stocks that are making moves towards round numbers. I remember that after Apple split, when it was in the 700s and it did its 7-to-1 split, it dropped below, I think it was like $92 or something like that. That's actually when I bought it. That move right around 100, that 100 line, it represented nothing more than just a psychological level. And as soon as that fell, the thing never really looked back. That is in play in any sector on any stock. The larger the stock, you could even make an argument that the more that is in play. So looking at this, and in fact, if we zoom out here, this is almost one of those flags that, boy, I am really struggling with the mouse today. Holy smokes. This is one of those flags that Christian was kind of talking about, right? So we have right here, we kind of have, I wish there was a way for me to draw on this brush. Here we go. Right here, we have the flagpole, and then this is our actual flag. Now, that's a pretty janky looking flag. I didn't go to art school. You can see why. But basically what we have here is we have a nice move up, and we have the price discovery action going on. What we want to see now is this next leg, right? Otherwise, we're going to see kind of a pullback, and we might be looking at a head and shoulders type scenario, which might trigger further downside. So what we want to see is we actually want to see a break here above 100. Now, the other thing that you'll notice here is that this recent high was just shy of 100. So not only is there going to be 100 level psychological test here, but there's actually going to be a recent high that we need to snap. And if you do that on volume, I think that this stock could continue 5-10 points in the near term, about a month. That seems reasonable. Of course, there are no guarantees, but just looking at this technically, I think that it could absolutely do this. Now, you're seeing, or you had mentioned, it's below some of the moving averages. So let me go ahead and actually remove this. I'm not sure. Let me see if I can actually just use, there we go. Okay, perfect. Now, which moving averages do you look at? I'm going to assume that you use some of the main ones. I'm assuming they're simple moving averages, probably something like the 100, the 200, and the 50. Let's go ahead and actually add those in real quick. That should be quite easy to do. 1, 2, 3.
The 50 is the 50 is quite a key one for me, especially on the daily as well.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and add the 50. I'm going to go ahead and add the 100, and I'm also going to add the 200. All right, so let's see how this actually looks here. So the other thing I want to do is I want to make these a little bit more visible. They're a little thin. There we go. And this next one, we want to do the exact same thing for. I've got this is all over the place. There we go. Okay, so let's zoom in here. And oh, geez, why am I struggling so much today with the controls? I do not get it. There we go. Okay, so we are in fact below the 50 moving average. Here's what I'm going to say about these moving averages. I understand what you're talking about with it being below the 50. We are still above the 100, and we're well above the 200. The one thing that I notice immediately from looking at the price chart here with these moving averages is we are in an uptrend. All of these moving averages are trending up. Even the 50, which appears as if it's starting to roll over at the top here, it is still in an uptrend. And in fact, if you look at the last time the 50-day moving average started to roll over, you can see that that didn't last for very long. We actually made another push up there. So this is one of the reasons why it's ideal to use more than one moving average when you're actually doing your calculation ridiculous on a stock, because although the 50 might look like we're rolling over, the other two moving averages confirm that we are in an uptrend. And until that trend is broken, the trend is our friend. We want to play with that. Again, the last time that you saw the price drop beneath this 50-day moving average, we actually saw it twice recently, right? The first time it dropped beneath it, we pushed right back above it. Now we dropped beneath it again, we pushed above it again. This to me still feels like a battle. If you want it to get really technical, it looks like the candle we formed today is a hammer. So I would actually hope for a bit of a gap up and perhaps a gap and go tomorrow in order to remain bullish on here. One of the things that I like is that although we did kind of sell off here, we didn't even really get down to the 100 moving average, right? We stayed above it. We've got this hammer candle formed here. Let's see how this plays out tomorrow. Again, I think that the way that the chips have been going, the trend that we're in here, the 100 level, I think that we are at least going to see a test of 100 before we know the next direction here. That's my gut feeling. Could totally be wrong. Make sure you have a plan in case that doesn't work.
Cheers, Ryan.
Yep, no problem. Let me see. Please review PLTR. Yeah, this was a very popular one. I figured that this one was going to get mentioned today. All right, so PLTR. So let's take a look here. So here's the daily chart. Definitely a crazy stock here. This thing has been moving pretty ferociously. Now you can see we traded up here. We definitely kind of stabilized around this $26, $27 level, and then we made a big push off that level as high as 44. We've given back a majority of that move. So I'm not going to put as much weight on this unless we actually reverse. The other thing here is that you can see down here with the volume, this volume is really, really confirming that we've reversed pretty hard here. I want to see buyers step back in before I take a stab at this. Let's zoom in and see what we saw today. I'm actually not going to get rid of these in case we have to come back to them. I am going to turn them off so that we don't see them. This to me, this is a day that you don't want to see technically, right? So we closed here about 27.83. We actually gapped up in the morning. We tried to go. We came back in and tested that and held, and then tried to make another run for the top, but the bears were just too strong today. Really, really kind of sold it down. We actually closed below yesterday's close. So let's see how this goes. My guess, to my eye, my gut feeling tells me that we are going to go lower again tomorrow. Let's see how the market actually shakes out. We are kind of at this level here. Let me go ahead and draw that on here. I'm going to change this color back to the blue that I really like. We are at this support level. We are at this support level right here, or near this support level right here. You could actually probably move that up a little bit. We are kind of near this support level at 25.50. We're only about $1.50 above that. This is really where that move started, that push off this. If we break this, if we give back this entire move here that we saw recently, pretty much all of these buyers now are going to be underwater. Look for this to kind of continue. Again, we want to look for reversals. Reversals are going to be where it's the easiest to play because your stops are clearly defined. It's often the low that you're trading against, and you have a range already carved out ahead of you. So what I would like to see is I'd like to see this 25.50 level hold. I'd actually like to see it come in towards this level and then have it hold and close above it. If that's the case, then we can anticipate that there might be another move towards some of the highs or a reversal in a move higher, and we can wait for volume to confirm that move. If we see that happen, there you go. That's risk on, swing long on PLTR. So right here, we're in kind of no man's land right here. I want to see how this reacts tomorrow. Was there a piece of news or something on this one that was real? Kathy Wood bought. Okay, so here we go. So Kathy Wood bought PLTR. She bought 1.5 million shares. Lockup on PLTR ends tomorrow. Thank you, Jared, for that information. Lockups, a lot can be made of lockups. Do you know the lot is that what I think was that 30 million shares? Do you know what the lockup is that expires tomorrow off the top of your head? I remember reading about this recently or seeing something about it on Twitter. So let's take it with a grain of salt and not call it, a stone cold fact here. I believe that there's about 30 million shares that that the lockup ends on tomorrow. If that's the case, given this chart, if we have 30 million shares that can now be traded, anything can happen. I mean, if those people are in this stock for the long term, they might not sell tomorrow. They might still believe everything that's going on. But if you have people that are in from a much lower price that are just trying to make a buck, you can almost guarantee that those people are going to be out tomorrow. So tomorrow, it sounds to me like tomorrow is going to be a big day for PLTR. I don't want to call it the reckoning. I don't want to become too dramatic, but we've got a lockup versus Kathy Wood. It'll be interesting to see who wins that battle tomorrow. Yeah, so she is likely, so likely she is adding to rebalance her portfolio. Interesting. So yeah. So we'll see what happens on this. This is definitely going to be one that we watch tomorrow. This thing has been a high flyer. I actually traded this a couple of weeks ago, just overnight, just for a gap. The momentum was so strong. I was like, I think this is going to gap up tomorrow. Bought some options. That's what happened. Ended up closing those options off. So for what it's worth, she said, if you are into short-term gains, then stay away from PLTR. Okay, that I got a lot of respect for that, because in my experience, the big money, those are not made on day trades. Those are made off of big moves where you're really convicted on what's going on, and you're able to hold a stock from maybe even single digits all the way up to double, and in some cases even triple digits. It seems to me like that's what Kathy's in for. She's got a really good track record of that. I mean, she's been talking about Tesla for a long time. She had all the chance in the world to take as much profit as she wanted on Tesla, and she held in, she held it and stayed in that trade. So I believe her when she said, if you're not into short-term gains, then stay away from PLTR. I believe that, but again, this is our money. No one, I guarantee you, Kathy Wood does not care more about your money than you do. That much I'm certain I can tell you that. So let's go ahead and move on here. We got quite a bit here. I'm sorry if I don't get to everyone. Just trying to review some of these. Let's take a look. So we got CCIV. This has been another one that we've talked about quite a bit. This continues to embarrass me. This continues to be the biggest miss of the year for me. Definitely something that I wanted to play. Here's what I will say. I know we had one of our users yesterday, Stefan, was able to trade this off of the news alert, which was awesome. What I like to see here is, despite this gigantic move, I mean, we went from 40 to 50 plus, and we held it, and then we held it again today. That's a good sign. Now, I tell people all the time, do not chase green candles. Do not go after green candles. It's hurt me in the past doing that. I just can't advise that somebody do that. Me personally, I have got to wait for a pullback on this chart. There's way too much power green on this chart for me to really take a position here. If you're going to take a very small position, okay, I guess, but still, just the way I trade, the way I manage my own risk, I absolutely want to see some type of red day or pullback before I actually enter this. I mean, if we look in the past, red days were coming quite a bit. We've got 3 in a row here, including the biggest day in this company's history in terms of price movement. I want to see some of that tested, right? I want to see this actually pull back in. I want to get a discount on my shares. This is not something that I would chase. Despite me really wanting exposure to this, I'm going to be as disciplined as I possibly can and not chase this. Again, you want to do something shorter term. You want to define your risk with options. I get it. I understand the thought process. To me, this is just, I'd be breaking almost every one of my rules here trying to chase this stock here. My thought here, though, is that this is a really interesting company. I did make kind of a gentleman's bet with some of my teammates here, terms not really discussed or disclosed, just kind of a really gentlemanly bet, and I'm winning. He did not think that the merger would happen. He thought that the company was going to go back down to single digits or low teens, and here we are printing 56. So we'll see if this is going to be, go the way of Nikola, or if this is going to go the way of Tesla. We will see. This is a great question. AJ, thank you so much for asking this. Doesn't TA go out the window when it comes to big news or mergers? 100% correct. 100% correct. What I will say is that news fundamentals, things like that. I would consider merger both news and fundamentals, right? The company is fundamentally changing by merging with another company. News events, and fundamentals are always going to trump a chart. Always going to trump a chart. Being able to do technical analysis is great. It's one way to keep your emotions in check. It's one way to get an idea of different levels. It's one way to try and come up with a plan ahead of time so that you're able to manage things. What this is, this is price history, right? This is what the price has done in the past. It is not predicting future events. The chart is not predicting future events. If something fundamental happens at the company and they release a big piece of news or they merge with another company, it does not matter what drawing you have on your chart. It does not matter what the chart looks like. That thing is gonna go. So real good point, AJ, real good question. I totally agree on that. It's actually one of the reasons why having a news service is so beneficial, right? I want to be able to synthesize the news. If a piece of news comes out, I want to be able to dig into that, see if that piece of news is good. It doesn't matter what broker I get, or if I get another service that has charts. You can draw cool looking lines and support levels on charts in almost any service. What it's going to come down to is that piece of news. Is there a catalyst? What's going on at that company? I guarantee you none of those analysts care about the drawings that you've made or the people that actually work at the company. They don't care about the drawings that you made. They care about making the company as good as they can in most cases. So yes, really good point. And AJ goes on to say, my #1 reason for joining Pro, news service, then it became a community. Man, you are saying all of the right things right now. That is exactly what we're hoping for here. We want to create a community where people share ideas and ask questions and things like this. I'm not always going to be right. I was wrong today. I'm probably going to be wrong tomorrow. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use as much information as possible to boost my win rate and boost my consistency. Those gains are going to add up over time. One of the things that has helped me along the way is A, don't chase green candles that look like this, and B, please understand that news and events and fundamentals are going to trump your chart. That's just how it works. That's how the market works. So I see a couple of people commenting on the community. It warms my heart. I absolutely love it. I made so much money from the Pro Chat. Seriously, those tips. I mean, this is awesome. This is awesome. This is exactly what I want to hear. This is exactly why we do this. This is why we created a chat room in the first place. We didn't create a chat room for people to discuss what they had for breakfast or to make fun of one another or anything like that. We came here to build a community for people to help other traders. So absolutely awesome. Will the Alpha News feature be available after I sign up for Pro? I think what you're referring to is the advanced news feed that is in Alpha. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we teased it yesterday. That will not be that will be available soon to anyone that joins Pro. It's not available yet. We are still working the kinks out. If you've been around with us over the past couple of years, you know for certain that what we want to do is we want to create the best possible stable product. We definitely want to release new features, but we really don't want to go down. We really don't want the service to be unreliable. So we're going to take a little bit of extra time if we have to make sure that everything is tip top, all of the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. That's actually why we created the beta site and ask you guys to join the beta site, because we want to be able to test these things before we actually force them into production. Andrew, did you have an announcement? Looks like you were getting ready to announce something there.
Yeah, I mean, not too much. If you do want early access to the beta site, feel free to email me at aweiss@benzinga.com. I think I put 30 or so people are on today, so I had a lot of email, a lot of requests. So yeah, we're open for our own users testing stuff, just knowing it's in beta. There's probably going to be bugs. And then you can always just go back to pro.benzinga.com if something crashes or something like that. But the movers is pretty well tested out. The advanced news feed still has some kinks to get worked out, but they are both live now on beta. And if you need the internal access to it, just let me know. That's aweiss@benzinga.com.
Thank you, Andrew. Joseph, nice to see you in the chat here. I hope that everything is going well with you. I hope that you and your family are safe and happy and healthy, and you're managing the craziness down there in Texas. Now, you had asked here, will there be a way to make your movers filter match the advanced newsfeed filter, such as a button? So I think what you're asking is if you set up screener criteria, which is what we're calling it. Let me actually provide a visual aid so that it's easy for others to follow along here. This actually should not be too difficult for me to do. I actually have the beta right here. Okay, so I think what you're asking then, let me go ahead and actually create this. Here's the beta movers, and here's the beta advanced newsfeed. Okay, so I think what you're asking is if you set stuff up in here, can you copy it and apply the same thing right here? Because these filters are the same, or at minimum very, very similar. I think this is what you are asking for. Yep. This has not come up in our discussions, but now that I'm thinking about this and now that I'm looking at this, this is an absolutely fantastic idea. Andrew, what do we need to do to be able to make sure that this is something that is in the future development pipeline? How can we copy the filters from one tool and paste them to another? That is a phenomenal idea.
Yeah, we just got to roadmap it. But yeah, I love the idea. We'll put it in our prod pad, put it in our product feedback, and discuss it and see if it's I think it. Yeah, I love the idea. So I think it's something we definitely should
copy. In fact, I love it so much. I'm going to make a note right now so that I don't forget. Copy screener filters from tool to tool. Okay, Joseph. Awesome, great idea. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm going to be in your corner. I am going to be fighting for you on that option. I love it so much.
Thanks, man.
Yep, no problem. Okay, so I'm just looking through here. We had a member from YouTube looking for JMIA. Okay, special place in my heart for JMIA. This was the ticker that I made the most money off of in 2020. I ended up using options to trade this from 20 to about 50. I actually chickened out on my shares. I had bought shares around 15, ended up selling them for 16 something. When the stock started to tank, it went all the way down, I think, to like 11 or something like that, and then just reversed and just made an absolutely monster move. Yeah, that's not quite 11. Looks like it actually went to 1161. Bottom of this candle. The low here was 1170, so it did actually go into the 11 handle, and then you can see this move was just an absolute monster. I actually had option exposure for a majority of this, from about 20, which is right here, to about right here. I actually missed this last part of the move, but that was okay. I was doing so well. So we want to take a look at this. Let me see. How about YouTube looking for JMIA? I was so happy when I sold it 50% profit in Jumia, but then it went up like crazy again. Mike, man, I feel you on that. I was really happy too. I actually did a really good job letting my winner run. And I think my last sell on my option was something like 300 or 400%. And I was like, yes, I did it. I stayed in there. And then it went up another $10. And I was, of course, out of it. But that's okay. We don't want to be greedy. Excuse me. So, let's take a look at this technically. And I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit here. So first of all, an obvious trend here, right? We're in an obvious uptrend. We definitely want to have the trend be our friend in this case. One of the things that I would do is I would actually do a Fibonacci retracement on this. We're going to go ahead and select the Fib retracement tool, and I'm going to draw it from this inflection point. To me, this is when things really, really change, right? So I'm going to get this as close to 1170 as I can, and I'm actually going to draw this to the top of this candle right over here. All right, so these are the levels that I'm looking for. And one of the things that you might notice is that even though I only clicked on 2 points of this particular price chart, the rest of these levels are really holding, right? So this 0.786 level, we actually had a sell-off down near to that level, perfectly bounced off of that, broke through the 0.618, the golden ratio level, stopped at the 0.5 level, kind of came back in, broke that level, stopped at 0.382, came back down to 0.61 or to 0.618, then retested 0.382, broke through 0.382 with gusto, and then stayed above this 56 handle. So right away, looking at this chart here, let's take a look at the next move going forward here. Number one, the first level that I'm going to trade this stock off of is this 56 level. It says 56.03 here. Let's just call it 56. I would be swinging this, so maybe I'll give it an extra quarter. Maybe 55.75 is my absolute dead stop. If you wanted to be a little bit more precise and be a little bit looser on your stop, you could actually stop at the bottom of these wicks. For me, I'm going to go ahead and use this fib chart to guide me. I want to see, it looks like we're kind of rolling over towards this level. I want to see a test here, but I want to see this hold and push. And then when we actually cross the 69.70 level, let's just call it 70, we're that close. When we see that cross, we want that to happen. We want that to hold. We want there to be volume behind that move. The story here with JMIA is that this is the Amazon of Africa, if I'm not mistaken. Now, that sounds great. You look at this stock in the 70s, you look at Amazon in the 3,000 handle, and you're thinking, well, yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit that can go there. A lot has to happen for that to take place. But I like the idea. Amazon has definitely changed my life for the better. So I would imagine that it's something similar could have a similar effect in a different country, on a different continent. So I like the story here. Again, though, I want to enter on support here. This thing is volatile. It moves around a lot. Enter on support, use that support as your stop, and then try to let your winners run here.
Ryan, we are coming to the top of the hour here. Hate to cut you off.
No
Do
problem.
want your initial thoughts, though. The Chicago Bears officially traded for Carson Wentz.
There's no way that that's true. There's no
I'm just
way.
kidding. I'm just messing with you.
Okay. I was about to absolutely lose my damn mind. You would have seen my head explode live on camera if that happened. I don't want that to happen.
I would have cheered.
What? You would have cheered.
I would have cheered.
Oh man, you're just, Andrew. You are just toying with my emotions right now, my man. That is football just ended. Don't make me depressed already. The off season's all I got as a Bears fan. So in any case, that didn't happen. Thanks everyone.
Ryan's rattled.
I am
tomorrow we got Mark Chaikin coming on, Chaikin Analytics in the morning on pre-market prep. Simba stocks coming on at 10. Zeke Thomas, the son of Isaiah Thomas, coming on at 12:30, and then Trader Kang coming on at 1 o'clock. We will see everyone tomorrow. Have a great night. Go Lions.